I'm delighted to say, from afar is the Notts Outlaws captain, Hasib Hamid. Come on, Has, take in. How are you, mate? Good to see you, yeah, very well. Just to inform everybody, obviously, that the Sussex Sharks won the toss. They've elected to bat. How do you feel about that kind of toss? Was you looking to bat, or are you quite happy that maybe we've got to go out there and take some early wickets?
We're actually looking to bowl. Honestly, it feels like a decent cricket wicket, so I think we're just going to have to pitch up and do well.
Second game in the competition, obviously kind of like a frustrating and sort of stop-start day the other day at Leicester, obviously resulting in that 15-run loss via Duckworth-Lewis. But how do you feel the boys are kind of looking ahead to this competition, and especially today?
Yeah, no, lads have had to draw a line under that pretty quickly. It's a fast-moving tournament. Games come thick and fast. So, lads are excited to go today. We've made a couple of changes. Hopefully we can all gel together and put in a good performance.
You talk about this competition like coming thick and fast, obviously 2 games here today and then Sunday. What kind of opportunity do we have over the next couple of days to kind of just start the competition how we want to?
Yeah, well, it's our first home fixture today, and obviously we back it up on Sunday as well. So the fact that we've played here, I think, helps us, hopefully. Hopefully we can use that home advantage to play the way they want to.
Just looking at kind of like the squad and the team, obviously you've mentioned a couple of changes, we'll go through that very, very shortly, but feels like there's a mixture of experience with the likes of, Luke Fletcher, Brett Hutton, but then also obviously some new people here. We've seen Rob Lord, obviously make his debut the other day, Farhan Ahmed as well. So how do you feel, you as the captain there, what kind of group have you got this year?
A really exciting one, to be honest. I think, as you said, we've got a lovely mix of some experienced guys and some younger lads who haven't played too much cricket, which is always great to see as well. So it's always a difficult team to pick, and has been the case for the first 2 games. Hopefully we've got enough to get a win on the board today.
Just finally, obviously there's a mixture in there as well of people like Liam Patterson-White and Lyndon James that have played here, especially like for a few years now. You mentioned earlier that obviously we're used to this ground, Sussex maybe not. So what kind of, does that give us an advantage? And obviously with bowling first, taking some early wickets and kind of reducing them to maybe a low target, is that the plan?
That's certainly the plan. We always know we have to turn up and perform on the day. It's obviously good to know the conditions, and the fact that we played here I think helps us. Ultimately we need to go out there in 10 minutes time and do the job.
Indeed. Well, I'll let you go because obviously you've got a long way to go back to that little pavilion. Yeah. All right, wish you well and go well today, mate. Okay. So as Hasib Hamid alluded to there, Notts have made some changes. So let's inform you of the selected 11 for this fixture today. And those 2 changes that you will see on your screen now are basically Brett Hutton has come in, and also, just to remind me, there is another change that is Toby Petman. He has come in as well. So Rob Lord and Farhan Ahmed are out. Brett Hutton and Toby Petman come in. So a bolster in a bit of seam, basically, that we come, and a bit of experience with Brett Hutton as well. So just to remind you that it was the Sussex Sharks that won the toss, and they have elected to have a bat. So you will see the Notts Outlaws make their way out onto the pitch very, very shortly. But just some rules. Obviously, this is a 50-over competition. So the break is due for about 2:30, should I say. But obviously, depending on what happens in the game, that can either go a little bit quicker. But literally, as Has just said there, we are a few minutes away from the start of play. So I'm going to hand you to match coverage now, and play will get underway at 11 o'clock.
Good morning to all our listeners, and welcome to Wellback for Notts' second game of the Metro Bank One Day Cup. They'll be looking to bounce back after their defeat to Leicestershire on Wednesday. They're taking on Sussex, who will be playing their first game in the tournament. Sussex are fresh off their warm-up win against Berkshire in the showcase game on Tuesday. This will be their first meeting in the One Day Cup since 2022, where Notts won by 65 runs. In both teams' opening game. I'll read you through the Notts team very quickly. It's going to be Ben Slater, Freddie McCann, Jack Haynes, Hasib Hamid the captain, Matt Montgomery, Lyndon James, Tom Moores, Liam Patterson-White, Luke Fletcher, Toby Petman and Brett Hutton. So 2 changes. Ahmed and Lord both out, and Petman and Hutton both in. I've been joined My colleague next to me. I've had such good words spoken to me about Dave Bracegirdle.
Oh, really? Well, good morning to you, Carl. What a glorious day. What a lovely setting as well here. Right out in the countryside. Looks a good wicket as well. Good crowd in. Lovely sunny day. And wonderful facilities provided by Notts Cricket Club as well. So thank you to them. It's absolutely fabulous to come to an outground with so much cricket being played these days at the homes of clubs. It's lovely to come to different grounds. And this is, I'm glad it's a lovely day because, it's brought out the crowds. So it should be a terrific day's cricket.
You're most definitely right. It's absolutely wonderful. Couple of clouds in the distance, but blue skies, and it's about time we had some summer weather.
Well, it is. So I'll give you the Sussex side because Sussex have won the toss, as you were saying, Carl. They've decided to bat first. So just in the order they're going to bat, opening with Tom Haynes and Tom Clark. There are two players, two left-handers who would, play in Championship cricket. Ollie Carter has also played in the Championship this year. He's a right-hander. Finn Hudson-Prentice backing up for the all-rounder. Daniel Ibrahim, young all-rounder, in at 5. John Simpson, signed from Middlesex back in the winter. He's been a really good acquisition for Sussex so far this season. 3 county Championship 100, so he will keep wicket. And he will bat at number 6 and skipper the side as well. So he's got a busy day ahead of him. And then some younger players. Henry Rogers, predominantly a batsman. Haven't seen an awful lot of Henry coming into the side today. Bertie Foreman, off-spinner, who had a really good winter, spent some time out in Australia at Manly Cricket Club, and I understand scooped some awards out there. Then in terms of the bowling department, Ari Cavalos, someone I think you know well.
Ari very well.
Good to see Ari. And Henry Crocombe finishing off the Sussex attack. So Sussex are having a really good season there. Top of Division 2 of the County Championship. They're into the quarter-finals of the Blast, but quite a few players away on Blast duty. But Paul Farbrace sees this as an opportunity to give some of these younger players an opportunity, and they'll be really looking to push their claims for a first team place. I should just mention, I don't know if he's listening today, is Danny Lamb, the Sussex all-rounder, who's been in terrific form this season, having moved down from Lancashire, but injured his shoulder last Friday night in the T20 game against Middlesex, and is sadly out for the season. So if you're logging on, Danny, or you're watching the lovely pictures here at Welbeck, the very best of luck for a speedy recovery, and we're all thinking about you.
It's a shame. Good player.
Very good player.
Done really well as well.
He's been excellent for Sussex. And the amazing thing was that he took, just before the incident happened, he took the most brilliant catch at backward point. And then he had another opportunity, not quite such a difficult chance, not a difficult chance, but it was in taking or attempting to take that catch that the injury occurred. So, really bad luck for Danny, and we wish him all the very best.
We do. Never nice to see injuries, ruin a season, especially when you're going well. Just having both sets of players come out to the middle, Notts in there, all green with gold sleeves, and Sussex in, I'll tell you what, that's some fantastic kit. Black trousers with bright pink tops.
Yeah.
I've really enjoyed that. That could be some of the best kit on the circuit at the minute.
Can I give just an email address, because we do get a few emails during play you sometimes, Carl, which is sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. So if you want to send us an email or have a natural way, you're more than welcome to do so. I mean, in terms of Notts and their season, disappointing T20 campaigns, I'd be looking to make inroads in this competition, I guess.
Definitely. It was very disappointing. Didn't quite kick on, and they've had such an amazing record in the Blast, and for them to go out in the fashion that they did, or compete in the fashion that they did, will really disappoint them. They'll be wanting to bounce back. They had a disappointing result in their opening game against Leicester, albeit a Duckworth-Lewis affected game, but that they bowled first that game. They won the toss and bowled first. They've lost the toss and are bowling first today. So they'll really want to bounce back strong. Really set the tone with the new ball. We're going to have Luke Fletcher, the Bulwell bomber, into the attack. Nottingham lad, 35 years of age.
I recognise Luke. A few years ago, he came and did a stint in the commentary box at Hove, and he he's a big fella, isn't he, Luke?
He is a big man.
Shook hands, and my little hands, and Luke's great big hands. So good to see him again.
Well, here we are, about to get underway as Luke Fletcher in and has defended off the front foot to extra cover. It's going to be a dot ball played by Clark. So first ball's a dot. Nice start by Fletch.
Yeah. a couple of young cricketers, Tom Clark and Tom Haynes, good mates as well, spent a lot of their time growing up playing at Horsham Cricket Club down in Sussex. Tom Haynes, who has skippered the Sussex 50-over side in the last couple of seasons, but just wanted to concentrate on his batting. Very highly regarded opener. He's done well doesn't play T20, so he'll be glad to be playing some competitive cricket.
Fletcher in again, and once again, like the first ball, defended out to Lyndon James at extra cover. It's going to be a dot ball, so 2 dots to start to Clark. How's he shaped up in Sussex colours?
Tom Clark or Tom Haynes?
Tom Clark.
Yeah, well, he actually missed the first few T20 games with a shoulder injury that he sustained in a warm-up game, but he's come back into the side. He bats at 3 and he's made runs, and he's also, as the advantage brings, an excellent fielder. Tom Clark bowls a bit of medium pace as well.
Very handy cricketer, sounds like. Fletcher into Clark, who's driving this a bit more forcefully out to mid-off. It's going to be a dot ball, so this is a good start by Fletcher. He was very unlucky not to pick up the wicket of Sol Buttinger early on in the game against Leicester. Fortunately found the edge, and Tom Moores just couldn't hold on. Buttinger went on to get a very well played 75. So we've got 2 slips, Matthew Montgomery and Freddie McCann. And then fine leg, and I'm just going to have to get up my chair to see where the extra fielder is, which I think is that third man. There he is, Fletcher to Clark, who's driving this off an inside edge out to mid-on. Another dot ball. This is a good start. 4 dot balls.
Yeah, very good start. I suppose he's getting used to the 50-over format, having sort of watched so much T20 cricket over the last few weeks. You're quite used to, batters looking to take on the bowling attack early, particularly in the power play. But it's a different game, isn't it, 50-over cricket?
It's crazy. It's amazing how quickly the seasons chop and change. You're back to red ball cricket in a bit. Fletcher into Clark again, who's flicking this off his legs down to Toby Petman at fine leg, and they're going to get back for 2. Toby Petman coming in for today's game. So Clark's off the mark. It's 2 for no loss. And we're scoreboards are underway here at what is an absolutely beautiful, picturesque cricket club at Welbeck. They've done, I don't think we can do it justice of how good a job they've done to make this ground look as stunning as it is. I was here earlier.
Oh, it's just magnificent, isn't it?
Yeah, it's beautiful. Nice and open fields. Fletcher in. Clark
Shot.
Cutting this away. That's a beautiful shot. That's going to go for 4. It's going to ruin what was a beautiful first over. A little bit more width offered by Fletcher, and Clark latches onto that and goes through backward point for 4 runs.
Yeah, lovely shot, wasn't it? Drilled
Stunning.
away through backward point. I know when I was looking this up on the back, it's the first time I've been to this lovely cricket ground, and it was Welbeck Colliery, and I was asking Dave Bracegirdle, the history of it, and I'm assuming there was a colliery pretty close to here back in the day, but it really is a beautiful cricket ground with great facilities. Well, it looks like it's going to be Pittman who's going to open up from this. I think it's the Charlie French end.
Yes. I believe it's going to be Brett Hutton. Again,
right, okay.
New back into the team. Born in Doncaster, 31 years of age. He's got incredible figures. Best for 7 for 26. So very handy little bowler. Through the academy here.
Well, he's a tall man, isn't he?
Very tall man.
And he's running away from us to bowl to the left-handed Tom Haynes. He's in and bowls, and Haynes is wrapped on the thigh pad. The ball bounces out into the offside, and there is no run. There are 2 slips, a third man, backward point, cover mid-off. There's a mid-on, almost looks like a mid-wicket. We're at pitch level here, but I think it's more of a mid-wicket than a square leg. Is there a fine leg out on the boundary? I'm just looking to see. Yes, there is, all the way down at the far end of the ground. Power play rules different in the 50 over than they are for the 20 over competition, as Hutton runs away from us. Tall man into bowl to Haynes, who is stylishly forward and plays that into the covers, and it is a dot ball.
Well bowled. Does get it to wobble around and just nibble off the surface. It's Hudson, not the quickest of bowlers, but incredibly skillful. It's good to see him back in Notts colours. Such a handy cricketer, more than capable with the bat lower down the order, so he'll be raring to go.
Hutton Away from us, in and bowls, and Haynes again is wrapped on the thigh pad. The ball just bounces out onto the onside, and there is no run. To just reiterate that email address, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, if you want to send us a message throughout the day. I think the forecast is good, isn't it? Lots and lots of blue sky, and hopefully no interruptions during the day. This is Sussex's first match in the competition. And it's a really busy schedule, isn't it? I mean, Sussex have got long trips. They've obviously come here, which is a long way from Sussex. They've got to go to York next week, and then down to Neath in Wales, as in comes Hutton and bowls, and Haynes defends down onto the offside, and there is no run.
You're travelling up to York from here? You're going back home?
No, because Sussex play. They've got a game on Sunday at Hove against Warwickshire. So they're going down and then back up again. So
goodness me, get your miles in, everybody.
Yeah, I understand it was a long trip as well for the lads yesterday, driving up yesterday. I think the M25 was awful, and long stretch of the M1 at 50 miles an hour for miles and miles and miles on the M1 at the minute. But there you go. Hutton, number 16 on his back, runs away from us, bowling to the left-handed Tom Haynes, and Haynes tucks this one down towards fine leg. They've taken one, but they won't pick up a second run as the throw comes into keeper Moore. So Haynes is on his way, and the total goes to, oh, that's handy. We've got the screen in front of us, 7 without loss.
That's quite lovely, isn't it?
Yeah, we don't have these sort of luxuries. That's great.
Very nice. It makes scoring a little bit easier, doesn't it? So.
Well, the main scoreboard is kind of to our...
It's behind us, to our right, isn't it? So there's a small one out there, directly opposite us.
Oh, yes, I can see, yeah.
Nothing on it so far. No one's gone and done it.
The sun has just gone in for a moment as in comes Hutton and bowls. And Clark's beaten outside of the off stump, taken low down by Moores. And it's ended a very tidy over by Brett Hutton. And at the end of it, the Sharks are 7 without loss, with Clark on 6 and Haynes on 1.
Really good over from Brett Hutton. Just that nagging length, just getting it to go both ways. Wicket does look a really good one. Lovely colour, straw colour, shiny and white. And usually does play quite well here.
Have you played here?
I have. Played here early on in the season. It was a good wicket. It does a little bit, well, it did a little bit with the new ball. And then it just flattened out a little bit. So
did you make any runs?
I didn't want to mention it. I got 100.
Oh, well, there you go.
I got 100 here. So there's a couple of my friends listening in that have taken me 2 overs to mention that. Luke Fletcher in and defending off the front footers Haynes for a dot ball.
Well, you didn't prompt me, so I didn't know. You didn't give me sort of the cue for that. So
I'm sure I'll get a few jabs, and there'll be a message come through. It's taken him 5 minutes. He's mentioned it already. It's taken him 5 minutes. But no, it's a lovely setting. Outfield's usually absolutely rapid, and it's just one of the really nice outgrounds, and can get quite cold here if the sun goes in and it's overcast. So very lucky that sun is out, sun is shining, and we've got one day cup cricket. And this one from Fletcher is defended off the front foot by Haynes and picked up by Lyndon James at a short extra cover, no run.
I did think with that boundary that, I mean, they're big boundaries here, aren't they? It's a big outfield to defend, and I noticed it's very quick as well. I don't know about in this part of the world, but certainly down in the south of England, it's been ridiculously wet during July, but the outfield, it must drain here really well, because and the outfield's in tremendous condition, and it looks very quick outfield as well.
Liz, they've done a good job here. It's been a terrible July, hasn't it? It hasn't stopped raining. Fletcher in from the far end. It's a splash outside off stump by Haynes, and it goes through to Moores, who takes it at about waist high and passes it on to Freddie McCann at second slip.
Yeah, you'd just be disappointed with that, Tom Haynes. That was Wade played a lot. I was talking to Tom. He's played in all the championship matches this season, but hasn't figured in the T20 side. He's been playing a bit of club cricket, sort of keep his eye in, and he's the regular opener in the championship. So just a chance to have a look at the bowling here.
Fletcher into Haynes, who's defending off the back foot and chopping it down into the wicket, and Freddie McCann takes on the second bounce, jogging in. I don't think it was in any danger to his stumps, but they defend it and play it very late. As I said, we are on ground level here at about just a very narrow, long, well, fine leg, but long on if they bowl from our end. So, viewing to the left of us, it's a little bit restricted by the tent. Fletcher again to Haynes, who's defending off the front foot. Very nice link that by Luke. It's a dot ball. Wicket maybe not as quick as what you would get if you played it at Trent Bridge or Hove or any of the main county grounds, but
Have you been to Hove?
I've never. It's the one ground I'd absolutely
Right.
love to go to.
Well, you have to come down. One of the problems is with being in separate divisions, of course. I mean, that might change next year. You never know. Sussex are going well in the Championship, so it'd be lovely to play Notts twice next season.
Fletcher into Haynes, who's swinging and has just gone through to Tom Moores. That's, you fancy Fletcher's best ball. That's his length. Getting it to just do a little bit from there. Well bowled. It's a maiden over. After 3, it's 7 for no loss. So it's a good start, having been asked to bowl first today.
Yeah. A bit loose, wasn't it, from Tom Haynes? Not, perhaps needing to get his feet moving. I mean, you would know, having played a good standard of cricket, Zach. He's just, Carl rather, he's just looking to play himself in here.
Correct. Just look to, you feel like, I know it looks a big playing surface, but when you're out there, the boundaries aren't as big as you think they are, and with the breeze it can travel a little bit further, so you can always catch up when you get yourself in.
Here comes Hutton running in bowls to Tom Clark, who's plays a solid forward defensive out to mid-off, and there is no run fielded there by Hasib Hamid. So just to reiterate, Sussex winning the toss here. Welbeck Colliery winning the toss and deciding to bat first. Sussex's first match in the competition, not second game. And Hutton, tall man, just down in front of us as we're commentating from ground level here, just behind the bowler's arm from it's the Charlie French end. As in comes Hutton, bowls, and Clark defends out into the offside. Good, tight, accurate bowling here from Nottinghamshire. I understand the far end of the ground is called the Bowls Club end.
That's what I've heard. I'm just busy making a note of which is which. Bowls Club end, Charlie French our end.
Well,
I'm not quite sure
Well, I just wondered if there was any connection at all to the great Bruce French, who kept wicket for Notts for so many years. I don't know. Perhaps someone might be able to let us know.
We'll find out for you.
As Hutton is on his way, bowls, and Clark clips that nicely down to fine leg. Picks up a single to Tom Clark. It's his 7th run, and Sussex go to 8 without loss. In terms of the ground, if people are sort of located all the way around the boundary, I think a lot of them would have bought their own chairs and sitting out enjoying the sunshine. Certainly, sun hats for sun cream, very much part of the day today. But there's a good crowd in. And this is the first of 2 matches, I think, Kyle, isn't it, here?
Play you boys here today and Yorkshire here on Sunday.
In comes Hutton, bowls, all beaten outside the off stump by Tom Clark, who hasn't got moving at all. He didn't really move his feet then, Tom Clark, and that was a bit of a waft outside of the off stump, and he just comes down the wicket and just does a little bit of gardening, does Tom Haynes. He just looks a little unsettled here. Total remains on 8 without loss in the 4th over. Still those 2 slips in place. Nottinghamshire looking to attack in these opening overs with the white ball. Haynes waits and Hutton on his way. Bowls, and Haynes again is beaten outside the off stump. That was a rather tentative push forward by Tom Haynes. The ball goes through to Moores and there is no run.
It's a good link that by Hutton. It doesn't look like Fletcher's getting it to carry really nicely from the Bowls Club end, and then from the Charlie French, and it doesn't look like it's carrying as nicely. That's just bounced through on the half volley to Tom Moores. So that will be quite interesting to see how that plays the rest of today and indeed Sunday.
Hutton bowls to Haynes is on his way, and there's going to be a boundary from Tom. So that was a nice shot, and that's very much one of Tom Haynes' strong areas through that sort of point and backward point position. He was just given a little bit of width there by Brett Hutton and played a nice controlled shot, and that will do Tom's confidence a world of good. He picks up his first boundary of the innings at the end of the 4th over. The Sharks, having won the toss and elected to bat here this morning, are 12 without loss.
It's a lovely shot. you just fancy the ones that he's played and missed at a little bit earlier. He's just tried to hit a little bit too hard, tried to just maybe force the issue. This one just leant on it and timed it beautifully through the covers for 4 runs. Moves on to 5 off 14. Clark 7 off 10. Score 12 for no loss after 4. Still 6 overs remain in this first power play. We're going to have Luke Fletcher still in. He goes short, and this is pulled straight down the ground by Clark. It's a lovely shot. Is it going to go all the way for 4? Hamid's done really well. It's a great chase. He saved 1, and they all count. Never know how much that is going to make a difference in the end. Just fancy Clark didn't quite get all of that. It's just gone down the ground, and Hamid's chased it all the way to the boundary and pulled it in. Good work.
Yeah, it was a strange shot by Tom Clark, wasn't it? There was a touch of the T20s about that.
Yes. White ball cricket.
Yeah.
Maybe it just wasn't that short by Fletcher. He's just flat batted it down the ground. Brings Haynes onto strike, and this is beautifully bowled by Fletcher as it's
very good.
Just beat him all ends up and passes through to Tom Moores. Just gets it to nibble around. Both bowlers have similar sort of pace, similar sort of style of bowling and similar strengths. Just will look to hit a nagging area and nip it both ways, challenging the outside edge and the front pad. Very much red ball cricket-esque. This is county championship, which I'm sure we all will be looking forward to after the Metrobank One Day Cup to have a go in that again. Fletcher in, and this one's straight, and it's wrapped Haynes on the thigh pad. A polite ooh echoes through a couple of the Notts lads, but don't think there was any real interest.
Yeah, you were mentioning the game at Trent Bridge. I guess that might have been 2-3 years ago. I'm just trying to remember when they played in the Metrobank Cup up at Trent Bridge.
Two years ago.
Was it?
Was it 2022?
Yes, it was.
Since 2021, they've only been in the group once, and it was when Sussex ended up finishing top of that group. Fletcher in, and Haynes defending off the front foot, inside edge onto the pad. I feel like Fletcher's just zoned in here, looking dangerous.
That's right, that's when Sussex got to the
Was it the semi-finals
and lost to Lancashire.
Yes.
Yeah, a game that actually they probably should have won. They had Lancashire in all sorts of trouble at Hove. Because with this competition, the winners of the group don't go directly to the semi-finals.
And then second and third play,
right.
Second and third of the other
correct.
group.
Yeah, I mean,
I like it. I think it's a nice initiative for finishing first. Fletcher in, defended off the back foot by Haynes, and it's another dot ball.
I actually think really with the T20 Cup as well, you're playing 14 matches. I'm a big believer really. I think if you win the group,
you should go
to finals day. Yeah,
I agree.
I think otherwise you go to a quarter final and everyone has their day in T20 cricket, and you could win every game in your group
and then lose
and have one off day. I think I think personally that if you win the group, go straight through, and some other method to calculate who else joins. But
I agree. I think you should get a reward for finishing top.
Definitely.
There's a reason you're the best in the group. Fletcher to Haynes, who's driving off the back foot to Liam Patterson-White at backward points. It's a dot ball. Another tidy over from Fletcher. It's going to be 15 for no loss after 5. So they'll be very happy with this for Hamid and the Notts coaching staff.
Well, he certainly will. Yeah, but I know one of the big rewards of a T20, and Sussex will have the reward because they came second in the group of a home quarter-final, which is, very lucrative, certainly as far as Sussex are concerned. But as I say, I think they're, Surrey have won the group, and I think probably they should go straight through to finals day. But they don't. And it's going to be Brett Hutton who's going to carry on from this, the Charlie French end of the ground on the most glorious morning here in Nottinghamshire, as Hutton runs away from us into bowl to the left-handed Clark, who clips that one away. That's going to be a boundary. That's a nice shot by Tom Clark. Beautifully timed. He's a very elegant player, Tom Clark, when he gets going. Pitching around middle and leg, and Clark just helping himself through square leg. Lovely shot. He picks up a boundary. He goes into double figures. In fact, he's already double figure. He goes to 14, and the Sharks to 19 without loss in the 6th.
It's a beautiful shot. Touch too straight by Hutton, and Clark, as effortlessly as you can imagine, just flicks this away on the leg side, and it races away for a boundary.
Still the two slips in place as Hutton is in bowls and Clark this time defends into the offside, and there is no run. For the benefit of our Sussex listeners, I'll just explain about yourself and your accent, because I'll say, hey, who's this fella who's commentating?
So, my name's Carl van Vollenhoven. I actually played a Sussex 2 game back in 2017. Played in
For Sussex or against
for Sussex.
Right.
I played in this competition in 2021, just the same as... Continue now.
Hutton in bowls, and Clark is beaten outside the off stump. Good delivery by Hutton, taken by Moores, no run.
I played in what some would say the first sort of one-day cup where there was the 100 involved, so got to go for Warwickshire. Played 2 games, made my debut in Sophia Gardens, and then played against Notts at Edgbaston, where the man in front of me, Hamid, batted like a dream. He got 100 and something off absolutely nothing.
In comes Hutton and bowls, and he's caught behind is Tom Clark. The wicket goes down, fishing for one that was wide outside the off stump. He really didn't need to play that, Tom Clark, and he's edged that through to keeper Moores, who takes a good catch diving low to his left hand side. And Tom Clark is on his way. He'll be very disappointed having hit a boundary in this over. Didn't need to play that delivery. The first wicket goes down, and the Sharks are 19 for 1, and a reward for Hutton's perseverance, bowling a good line and length in this opening spell.
Fantastic bowling by Brett Hutton. Just gets it to go both ways. This one just going away, and Clark just leaving his bat out there a little bit and takes a faint edge, and Tom Moores takes a good catch diving to his left. Sussex lose their first, and Notts have started really well today. Beat the bat a few times. They've held their line, they've held their length, and they've been rewarded for some really good bowling. So Hutton back into the team and back into the wicket straight away. Well bowled, Brett Hutton.
Yeah, it was. Well, he's just been plugging away, hasn't he, outside that off stump? But I think when Tom Clark has a chance to look at that, it was one that it was almost in slow motion, wasn't it, from this angle? He seemed like he was going to leave it, then at the last minute he decided to play at it. And, a little thick edge through, and he's gone, which brings Ollie Carter to the crease. Right-handed wicket-keeper batter who, certainly for the last couple of seasons, has kept wicket for Sussex in the County Championship, replaced this year by John Simpson. But has played some championship cricket. Just break off for a moment as Hutton is in, bowls, and Carter is solidly forward, plays it down the offside of the track, and there is no run. You can't see these players' haircuts under their helmets.
I've seen Ollie's.
Well, yeah, and I was talking to Tom Haynes out in the middle, and I said, what are you doing with your hair, Tom? And he said, oh, yeah. I said, is that a mullet? And he said, yeah, it is. He said, 1 or 2 have got them now. So I think the chief mullet haircut is Ollie Carter. But Tom Haynes has joined in as well.
Trendsetter.
Yeah, trendsetter. Terrific. In comes Hutton. Over the wicket, bowls to Carter, who's back and across and defends out into the offside, and there is no run. This is bowling from Nottinghamshire this morning. Having lost the toss, having asked about, and it's a good over by Brett Hutton. That's the end of the 6th over of the Sussex innings, and Sussex are 19 for 1 with the man out. Tom Clark, who was caught behind off the bowling of Brett Hutton, and I didn't see how many Tom Clark made. I think it was
He got
10,
14.
14. Thank you.
Tom Clark got 14.
Thank you.
Brett Hutton picking up a wicket in his 39th game. Another one. Ollie Carter, local lad, born in Eastbourne. He's cut off as Fletcher's approaching here, and he's beating
Bold.
Haynes. He's passing through to Tom Moores. It's the length. It's the length that you feel is going to be really difficult, and it looks like it's just going around a little bit, holding up a touch. As Haynes walks on and does some gardening.
So when you played your game for Sussex Twos, who was playing for Sussex in that game?
So Ollie Robinson, Delray Rawlings,
Right, okay.
Phil Salt,
Yeah.
John T. Jenner, who I'm still good friends with because I played with him on the YCs. Who else played that game? There's some really good players in that Sussex side at the time. Still is as Fletcher in, and Haynes is
Shot.
driving this. That's a beautiful shot. A little bit of width from Fletcher. And Haynes flashes this, and all in control, all along the carpet, and all the way for 4. Haynes moves to 9. It's 23 for 1.
Good shot, wasn't it? That's
Lovely.
that's a typical Tom Haynes shot. If he's not looking to cut the ball away through backward point, he's very strong off the front foot. And he'll be pleased about that. He's just struggled a little bit this morning as Tom Haynes, but that was a nice shot. Slightly overpitched. Yeah, that is a good side, the likes of Ollie Robinson and Phil Salt, a couple of international cricketers.
Just a couple. This one defended off the front foot by Haynes and out to mid-off, and no run.
As of course is Delray Rawlins, who
Correct.
played for Bermuda. So
Yeah, it was a good side.
was that a 4-day game? Or?
We played a 4-day game. We actually played against Michael Pepper while he was on trial, because we played against Essex, and it was just before Ollie Robinson had really made his breakthrough and debut into the Sussex first team. And Phil Salt came out, and I think he got 30 off 10, got out. He just was incredible. Fletcher in, and this is driven straight to backward point. He's hit that incredibly firmly as Haynes, but right at Liam Patterson-White, dot ball.
A bit of fielding.
Good work. Meter either side, and he was having to fetch that all the way from the boundary.
Yeah, I was going to say something else then. You were talking about Ollie Robinson, Phil Salt, Delray Rawlins.
John C. Jenner, another international cricketer, played for Jersey. Still does play for Jersey, does John C. So no, it's a very good side. Talent, such talent in the Sussex team. Fletcher in, and this one flash from Tom Haynes, and it goes through to Tom Moores. A little bit wider. You fancy that was the one that went away, meant to go away by Fletcher, and just bouncing, a little bit of extra bounce as it goes over Tom Haynes' bat.
That was that's an area where Tommy was looking to play his favourite shot, that cut shot away through backward point, but not really in position to play the shot.
No, not at all. As fancy that could have got him in a little bit of trouble. It's 23 for 1 as Fletcher approaches again and has struck Haynes on the pad. It's going to be a dot ball. A little bit of an appeal.
Yeah, I've got the feeling it was probably drifting down the leg side.
I agree. We're not exactly behind, but I think it was. After the 7 overs, it's going to be 23 for 1.
Well, I think Nottinghamshire will be very pleased here with the way that they've started. Sussex winning the toss, electing to bat first. Ollie Carter and Tom Haynes having a little natter. Ollie Carter, let's see whether he played in any of the T20s. He certainly played in the last championship match up at Northampton as Brett Hutton. The sun has got him for a moment. Runs in, bowls, and that's a poor shot by Carter. That was wide outside the off stump. And he was looking to crack that one away through the covers. I guess it's one of those, Carl, that hits that through the covers for 4, and I say lovely shot.
Yeah.
And then when you miss it, you say, well, it was a poor shot. But I think that was definitely in the poor shot category.
I agree. I don't quite think that was there to drive. I think he's seen the width and he's gone, I can throw my hands at this, and it's just not the length and just gone away a touch. It's a nicking ball, that.
Yeah. Nutton has been probing away outside of the off stump of both the left and right-handed. He's in again, bowls, and Carter this time is behind that and nudges the ball down to third man and picks up a single. So Ollie Carter is on his way, and the total goes up to 24 for 1 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Nottingham. Do we say live from Welbeck Colliery? Or do we say the John Fretwell Centre, or what do we call it?
I've just always known it as Welbeck Cricket Club.
Okay,
John Fretwell Centre as well.
We'll call it Welbeck Cricket Club. They're doing a great job. Loads of lovely cakes I saw for sale.
Oh, I can't wait.
In comes Hutton bowls, and Haynes drives into the offside, picks up a single fielded by Hamid, who gets in the throw, and Haynes picks up another single. He goes into double figures, and the Sharks to 25 for 1. Yeah, there was a whole array of cakes. Looks like someone's been very busy. They look homemade as well. I can't believe they were bought from the local supermarket.
No, they
and there was a long queue as well.
They come highly recommended.
Do they? Right. Okay.
From the Girdle.
Right. Okay.
So we'll see.
Okay.
He knows all about his cakes.
Yeah, I bet he does.
If you're listening, Dave, I apologise.
In comes Hutton. running away from us. In and bowls, and Carter defends down the ground. The ball hits the stumps and ricochets to Hamid, who fields at mid-off and sends in the throw. But Tom Haynes, fortunately for Sussex, was safely home, running towards the danger end. But it's a single to Carter. He goes to 2, the total to 26 for 1.
Well fielded, Notts' 12th man there. That fancy was going to run away, maybe for 2. Potentially not a boundary. Carter just checking it down the ground. Lovely shot.
I might just have to leave this commentary with you for a minute, Carl.
That's absolutely fine. I will take over as Brett Hudson, wearing the number 16, as the sun's just gone behind a cloud. Runs in to Haynes, who's nicking it away out to third man for a single. Went around gully line, and it's a misfield by Fletcher, and they get back for 2. So it's a little bit sloppy. That will not please Hamid or Hutton, who's now got an extra run to his name. 27 for 1. If you weren't with us earlier, Sussex won the toss and elected to have a bat first in their opening game of the Metro Bank One Day Cup. Brett Hudson taking the only wicket so far. He's here again, and Haynes is defending off the front foot. Out to mid-off, where Hasib Hamid, not his captain, does the fielding. So at the end of the 8th, it's 28 for 1. The man to go, Tom Clark, caught Moores, bowled Hutton for 14. I think we're going to see Luke Fletcher continue. And he is going to be continuing. Luke Fletcher bowled. It's pick of the bowlers for me on Wednesday's defeat to Leicester. Thought he bowled absolutely superbly. Very unlucky not to nick off, or not to have Sol Badinger caught behind. He'll be looking, he certainly seems that he's picked up where he left off from Grace Road, and he's brought that sort of form to Welbeck. Here he is. He's going to be bowling to Carter. Fletcher in tall, and Carter driving outside the off stump, and it's gone through to Tom Moores. I'm sure Fletcher has not had a polite word there. Such a good bowler. He's been around for so long. It's old Fletcher. 80 games. This being his 81st. Can bat as well. It is a lovely sunny day, as I'm sure you can hear next to me the report being done for BBC Radio Sussex. As Fletcher into Carter, who's hit him in front, is a big appeal, but it's just been signalled to be going down the leg side. This one coming back in from Fletcher, so does have such good skills, can get it to go both ways, and this one coming back in and hitting Carter on the front pad, going down leg side. So, not out. He's such a dangerous bowler when it's going around, is Luke Fletcher.
Good delivery, wasn't it?
Was. I do fancy it was going down leg side, though. 28 for 1 as Fletcher in again. Defended off the back foot by Carter. 2 backward points. Dot ball. He's been so economical. 0 for 13 again. He was sort of the only bowler with control at Leicester on Wednesday. He just held up an end, bowled beautifully, and unfortunately 4 knots runs did come at the other end. But he was so economical, just shows his experience. Did say Ollie Carter, local lad, 22 years old.
Yeah, so has been keeping wicket. Will probably keep today, I would imagine.
This one from Fletcher, defended off the front foot by Carter. Dot ball.
Had a few emails in. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. Julian down in Haywards Heath says, good morning, gentlemen. Hoping for a good day's cricket. Nice to hear some of the Sussex youngsters getting a game. Hopefully the first of many glory days in the competition for Sussex, with Tom Haynes and Tom Clark born to run. Well, I know why he's saying that, and he says any more Springsteen quotes. I went to see him last night, and that's why Julian said that. Very good, Julian. I'm impressed. I'll have to try and think of some.
Oh, that's fantastic. Fletcher in full and driven out to Hutton at mid-on off the inside half of the bat. not where Carter would have wanted that to go. I think he fancied that one could go through extra cover. Just potentially nipped back slightly, held up in the wickets a little bit and driven it back. Or we'll say a Graham Smith cover drive to mid-on for no run.
Yeah. So, wasn't intending that to go there, was it?
No.
You say it was very much the inside of the... This has been a good opening spell by Fletcher and Hutton. It really has. It's been a stern examination of the Sussex batters so far.
Fletcher into Carter, who's defending off the back foot. Dot ball. End of 9 overs. It's
good over, another maiden over.
Another maiden over. 28 for no loss. So doesn't look like it's the easiest to bat out there at the minute. So far, the Notts boys have made life very difficult for the Sussex batters.
They have. Good to hear from John Reeve. Thank you, John, for getting in touch. We are right on the boundary edge here today, John, so it's a little difficult to tell exactly where the fielding positions are in terms of particularly the far end of the ground, but I can tell you in terms of the fielders outside of the 30-yard circle in the power play, there's currently a third man and a fine leg as Brett Hutton runs away from us. In and bowls to Haynes, who's forward and plays this to backward point. There is no run. So 2 slips, a third man, 3 wins saving 1 on the offside. Then on the leg side, there's a mid-on, mid-wicket. And a fielder right the way down in the distance on the fine leg boundary. So thank you, John, very much for your email. Good to hear from you. Nick Davey has been in touch. I'll read you Nick's email in a moment. In comes Hutton, tall man, number 16 on the back of his green and yellow shirt. He's in and bowls, and Haynes very, very nearly plays on. It was a casual shot by Tom Haynes. He was looking to play that one away on the offside. He got a big inside edge, and he looks slightly out of sorts here, Tom Haynes. A little fortunate to get away with that. Sussex pick up a single. Haynes goes to 13 and the total to 29 for 1.
Wicket, I fancy, looks a little bit on the slow side. Not quite coming on, and I think it has taken Haynes a little bit by surprise of how slow it is. It looks quite difficult to drive, and we'll just have to bear that in mind when Notts do come out to bat and the way that they bowl.
Hutton in bowls to Ollie Carter. That's a lovely shot by Ollie Carter. That's the best shot that he's played. The ball is racing away towards the extra cover boundary. A very good sliding stop at that. That is an excellent piece of fielding. And it restricts it to just 2. That was a very good bit of fielding. I thought for a moment that was going to run away all the way to the boundary for 4 runs. Nicely timed by Ollie Carter. Is that Hamid?
It is Hamid out there.
That was excellent. Very, very good indeed. The skipper setting the example because that had 4 runs written all over it. Lovely shot, but a very good bit of fielding.
Good work. Chased it down nicely. Kept it to 2.
So Nick's been in touch. He says, I'll read you his email in a minute, just as Hutton comes running into bowl to Ollie Carter. He's in and bowls, and Carter works this one down to third man. As he works it down, it was a thickish outside edge. I'm not entirely sure he intended it to go there. Nonetheless, Carter scurries through for a single. He goes to 5. The total to 32 for 1. Nick says it's been an incredible summer so far, both in the Championship and the T20. I do feel the One Day Cup might be a tough ask with a lot of key players out, but an opportunity for the players who haven't played so much this season. Very much excited to be at Hove on Sunday. That's when Sussex play Warwickshire. So enjoy that one, Nick. I think the weather's set fair, which is good news. In comes Hutton and bowls, and Haynes works out into the offside. And there is no run. Yes, I think the club was saying £20 admittance for all the 50-over games, but you can buy a pass, I understand, for all 4 games for £40. I think £20 for under 16, so really good value. So get in touch with the Sussex Club, and I'm sure they'll sort you out with those tickets. John Malone has been in touch from Bexhill. Hello, John. Good to hear from you. As in comes Hutton running away from us again. Bowls to Tom Haynes, and Haynes is carefully forward, placed into the offside. Need to be quick here. Hamibi is in very quickly. Good bit of fielding again. Gets in the throw and well backed up because that could have easily gone for overthrows. But it didn't do so. Well judged single in the end by Tom Haynes, who goes to... Has that gone up? Yes, it has. To 14 at the end of the 10th over. Sussex are 33 for 1 with Haynes on 14, Carter on 5. So John says, good to see and hear you on the stream. So we have Notts v Sussex from a lovely sitting. The test match is on as well, which he's watching.
That's correct.
He says the Olympics opening ceremony is starting soon. Sun shining and the tide is out in Bexhill-on-Sea. And I need to get to the gym to keep the weight under control. What's a man to do? Keep up the good work. Says John. John, it's lovely to hear from you in Bexhill-on-Sea. I wonder if your day figures a swim in the sea as well. Might do.
Why not?
Yeah,
why not? If the weather is good enough for it, go and do it most definitely. Test match is underway. West Indies are 28 for no loss, and there's a lot of Metrobank One Day Cup games. It's Hampshire against Northamptonshire, Somerset against Kent. This game, Nottingham against Sussex, Leicester against Warwickshire, which is a later start at 2 o'clock. And all those games you will be able to find on the BBC website, and if you want to listen to them as well as us on that website as well. As Fletcher in, and it's a nick behind. Haynes has got to go. Fletcher brings out a lovely celebration. This one a little bit fuller from Fletcher, and Haynes looking to drive it through the covers. Finds his outside edge, and Tom Moores takes a simple catch, just opening up his body to his left, and about chest height, and Haynes has got to go for 14. It's 33 for 2.
Well, I don't think Tom Haynes ever looked particularly comfortable, if I'm being honest. A couple of trademark Tom Haynes shots, a lovely shot through backward point and a cover drive, but as I say, with the T20 being on, he hasn't played an awful lot of cricket, Tom Haynes, and I thought that did show. So a big blow for Sussex, both openers back in the pavilion with only 33 on the board. The new man waking his way out is someone who you know, who's Finn, I think that's Finn Hudson-Prentice coming up. Is that a change in the batting order? We'll just have to wait and see. In the meantime, Ian Scales has been in touch, and he says Trent Bridge has changed. He said that the screen on the live stream says Trent Bridge live. Well, no, we're at Welbeck Cricket Club today, Ian. Beautiful ground. About not far from Mansfield, I think it's fair to say. 10 miles from Mansfield, something like that?
Correct, yeah. Okay. So we're not far at all from Mansfield, just down the road. So
when I come up the M1 this morning, took me off at Chesterfield. So it's Chesterfield, Mansfield. I know Chesterfield's in Derbyshire. But it's up the M1 and turn right, basically, Ian. He goes on to say, why aren't Ward and Hughes opening? Well, the reason is that Harrison Ward is away with the Oval Invincibles in the 100. And Daniel Hughes did actually play as a replacement batter for the Southern Brave the other night. Made runs as well, replacing Finn Allen. But he's having a break for cricket at the moment as Fletcher is in over the wicket bowls and defended by Finn Hudson-Prentice, who has come in at number 4 onto the onside and picks up a single. Does Hudson-Prentice? He's on his way. The total goes to 34 for 2. And I know Daniel was hoping for a bit of time off. He was in his interview. We spoke to him last week after the Middlesex T20 game. He's, I think, looking to do a bit of travelling and maybe taking a bit of the Olympics. We'll see. Yeah. So but he'll be back in good time, nonetheless, for the championship match at Scarborough coming up at the end of August. And of course, the way he batted in the 100 the other day, you'd have thought. I'm quite surprised no one's picked him up, to be honest.
I agree.
In comes Fletcher, bowls, and Carter with a loose drive outside of the off stump, taken by Moores. And this is a really good spell by Luke Fletcher, asking plenty of questions of these Sussex batters.
It's a beautiful delivery by Fletcher. Again, just that length that you almost feel you can get to drive, push through what is a vacant covers with an extra cover, backward points, and a very straight mid-off. So only 3 in the ring on the offside, excluding the 2 slips, and it's such good bowling, getting it to go both ways.
And he's kept the pressure on, hasn't he, despite us being out of the power play. As in comes Fletcher again from the Bowls Club end. Bowls to Ollie Carter, wraps him on the thigh pad. The ball bounces out into the offside. And again, there is no run. He's bowling with good pace here, is Luke Fletcher. Ollie Carter rubs his hip. In fact, I think that ball caught him above the thigh pad. Painful when it gets you there.
Fleshy bit. It's a bit sore.
Yeah.
Won't be nice. There'll be a bit of a bruise there on his way back home today.
I'm not sure this is warming up down here on the boundary edge.
It's lovely.
Might be going to get a change of bowling. We shall see. There's a bank behind us, and you can see all the chairs lined up on the bank with people enjoying the cricket. There's a good attendance here today at Welbeck Cricket Club as Fletcher just waits. They've made a change in the field, actually, which I'll describe in a moment, as in comes Fletcher. Over the wicket, bowls to Carter, who defends out into the offside. They're going to take a quick single. It was a well-judged single by Ollie Carter. And Carter goes to 6, and the total to 35 for 2 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Nottingham. A very good morning wherever you're listening to us from, or whether you're watching the excellent Notts live stream. And I've got to say, actually, quite often when you come to Outground, you're never sure what the broadcast facilities are going to be like. But well done to Notts, because they are terrific.
Done a really good job.
Oh, very good.
In a nice tint, shaded from the sun. I'm sure the sun will come over and might just get a little bit of a tan, which will be much appreciated.
Well, it's great to have the live stream going out from an Outground. So well done to everyone involved, as Fletcher is in from the bowls club end and bowls to Hudson Prentice, who lets that go outside of the off stump. There is no run, so really good bowling here by Luke Fletcher, who has taken 1 for 15 in his 6 overs. I wonder whether we may have a little bit of a breather at the end of the over, the end of the 11th over, and Sussex are 35 for 2. I just wonder sometimes, Carl, whether there's a temptation when someone's bowling as well as these two are, and you're picking up wickets, whether the temptation as a skipper is to say, well, let's even on, because another couple of wickets here and Sussex are in trouble.
They are, and that's exactly what Captain Hamid is going to do. It's going to be Brett Hutton to bowl his 6th, so no bowling changes as of yet. Maybe just fancy seeing they can pick up 3 or 4 quite quickly and put Sussex under pressure straight away. Certainly doesn't look too easy. It's Brett Hutton doing a mini half circle, turns and runs away from us. He's into Carter's, striking him on the pad as this one's come back off the surface. No run. It does look like it's going around a little bit. 2 new balls. If you aren't aware, they do have a new ball from each end. It's been around now for some years, but if you weren't aware, 2 new white balls from either end. So this ball is only 5 overs old, so practically brand new as Hutton. We're in the number 16, in, drive,
shot,
beautiful shot, that's stunning. Ollie Carter at his fluent best as goes straight through the covers for 4, slightly overpitched by Hutton, and Carter, lovely shot, full face of the bat, straight through extra cover, lovely high shoulder as he comes forward on the front foot and punches this past extra cover for 4.
Yeah, beautiful shot, wasn't it? Maybe it's very quick there at mid-off, but he had no chance. And I think Brett Hutton is doing the right thing here. He's pitching the ball up. He's giving a chance. That one was slightly over-pitched, but he's already found the edge, dismissing Tom Clark.
Hutton in again, goes full again, and this one driven down the ground. Hutton's done very well to get a big left mitt on that, diving down to his left. Fancy he saved 4 there. I think that had boundary rope destination all over it. Lovely shot, Ollie Carter. He's looking like he's finding his rhythm. But yeah, sorry to interrupt you there, but Hamid won't be upset with that sort of length. I think with it nipping about a little bit, if one does go a little bit more, or one holds up a little bit, slips are in play. We've seen 2 caught behinds already. So they won't be too upset with seeing Carter drive. He's into Hudson Prentice, who's flicking this to the big Toby Petman, diving on to his right-hand side. Look, everyone's tall for me, but that is a good stop. Finn he does it so often, does Finn. I've seen him do it a lot at his times at the YCs. He walks down, and I've spoken to him a lot about why he does it, and he walks down to get his feet going, get himself moving, and very strong through mid-wicket, scores quite quickly, does Hudson Prentice. Here he is, Hutton into Hudson Prentice, who's trapped on the crease but defending, and it's a dot ball. Just examining his bat. Looks a good one, Finn. I don't know what's wrong.
Well, he was Sussex's leading run scorer in the county championship last year. Finn Hudson Prentice making 879 runs at 48. He hasn't played in the last 2 or 3 T20 matches. But getting an opportunity here today to really stake his claim in this side, and as I say, he's been a key member of the championship side as well.
Highest score of 93 in List A cricket. Hudson in again, and this one off flick through mid-wicket, and they should be able to canter back for a very comfortable 2 as Ben Slater runs around in his gold sunglasses to match the gold sleeves. Keeps it to 2. The end of the 12th over, it's 42 for 2. Brett Hutton, 1 for 27 of his 6, and the big Bulwell bomber, Luke Fletcher, 1 for 15 of his 6, and he looks like he's going to be bowling a 7th here.
Yeah, there's a bit of a discussion going on, isn't there? I wonder whether the discussion might be around the fact, do you keep Fletcher going if he picks up a wicket here? And in fact, he is going to keep going. He's going to bowl his 7th over. I'm just going to change my glasses.
Sun just goes behind the clouds now. It's
still a glorious day.
It is such a lovely day.
It is. And it's always good news, isn't it? You know, there's a lot of effort goes in around the country to outground cricket, and when the weather intervened, it's a real shame. But not today. In comes Fletcher running into bowl to Ollie Carter, who defends down the offside of the track. Is no run. Luke Fletcher gives Ollie Carter a little look. If I was Ollie Carter and Luke Fletcher stared at me, I think I'd just glance the other way, because he's a big fella, is Luke Fletcher.
I was just laughing at Fletcher's facial expression there on the live stream. Just a facial expression like, I've nearly done you there. I'm not quite sure he has, as Ollie Carter's defended it off the middle of the bat, so don't know what more he can do there.
Carter on 11, in comes Fletcher bowls, and that's a nice shot by Ollie Carter. He's clipped that one away nicely through square leg. He's going to pick up at least a couple of runs, and probably 3. The ball, there's a big boundary on that leg side, and they come back for a comfortable 3rd. So Carter goes to 14, getting in his stride, and the Sharks to 45 for 2. If you've just joined us here on BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Radio Nottingham, or via the Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club live feed, the news that Sussex won the toss, decided to bat first, but both openers already back in the pavilion, both of them scoring 14, both of them caught behind by Tom Moores off the bowling of Luke Fletcher and Brett Hutton respectively. Just the one slip in place now. I'll describe the field in a moment's time as Fletcher is on his way from the Bowls Club end here at Welbeck Cricket Club. Bowls and Hudson Prentice, watch that one go by outside the off stump. There is no run. So it's just the one slip, a backward point, cover mid-off. There's a 3rd man just to our right. Then on the leg side, a mid-on, mid-wicket, a deep backward square and a fine leg. We can't quite see the fine leg. We're peeping around the corner of our gazebo here, but there is a fine leg as well on that leg side. A field stretching away in the distance that we can see. And Fletcher making his way in again. Bowls to Hudson Prentice, who plays firmly through the onside. Nice shot, a parry there at mid-on, but it's going to run away towards the boundary. Is it going to go for 4 runs? Yes, it has. Well, that was a better shot than I thought from Finn Hudson Prentice, clipping that one away through wideish mid-wicket. The fielder got a hand on the ball. I think it was Brett Hutton out there, but could only deflect it towards the boundary edge. So a boundary for Hudson Prentice. He goes to 7, and the Sharks still within 1.5 century here. 49 for 2 in the 13th over.
It's a lovely shot, Finn. You saw him walk down to Hutton the ball before. He's just had a little shimmy down the wicket to Fletcher and flicks this through mid-wicket for 4.
Fletcher again, bustling in. Bowls and Hudson Prentice. Watch that one go by. Now that did rather die on keeper Moores. That was a good take actually, because it's never easy for a wicket keeper, and the ball just bounces in front of the keeper. But he got down quick. Looks like he's got blue shoes on, does Tom Moores?
He does. Blue shoes. He played in them in the blast as well.
Quite surprised he didn't get picked up in the 100, Tom Moores, but he
didn't have the blast that he would have hoped for. Okay. Struggled a little bit, as most of the Notts lads did. But they're not the brightest shoes on show in the blast. It was Ben Martindale's bright fluorescent orange ones.
Fletcher in bowls to Hudson Prentice, who gets a thick inside edge. The ball makes his way down to deep backwards. So good running by Hudson Prentice, who's very quick between the stumps and comes back for the second run. There's good running, although the shot itself, he was looking to play that one away through the offside. It was a thickish inside edge nonetheless. Hudson Prentice picks up a couple of runs. He goes to 9, and at the end of the 13th over, Sussex Sharks are 51 for 2. With Hudson Prentice on 9, and I'll give you Ollie Carter's score in a moment. He's just gone off the screen. What we do know is 51 for 2, and Sussex just looking to up the ante a little bit. Good running between the wickets there by Hudson Prentice.
These two look very busy cricketers. I know Finn is.
That was the most expensive over of the innings, 9 coming off of that over.
Correct. Finn's is a very busy cricketer. So you won't let the scoreboard stand still. Still going to be Brett Hutton. He's in here to Carter, who's just being beaten outside the off stump. Once again, it's a really good delivery by Hutton. It's just about 4th or 5th stump, and Carter has to play at it. Just leaves him a little bit and goes through to Tom Moores.
Interesting, isn't it, that Hasib Hamid kept his opening bowlers on here, and I think that's a good tactic. I think they've both bowled really well. I think not to be pleased with the way they've started this game, and these two, the strike bowlers, looking to pick up a couple of more wickets if they can.
That most certainly will be chomping to get another one, as this one is just played down to 3rd man by Carter. Late cut, just all along the floor to Carter. By Carter, I beg your pardon. He moves to 15, score 52 for 2. 2 wickets to 4. Tom Clark and Tom Haynes both nicked off by Brett Hutton and Luke Fletcher. Pretty much identical wickets, really, just coming from other ends. Brett Hutton 1 for 28 and into his 7th over already. Here he is, Hutton in, defended by Hudson Prentice. Dot ball. It's the length to Finn, as we've got Toby Petman going through all the warm-ups, all the arm shaking. As the sun just slowly starts coming out from behind its cloud, starts lighting up Welbeck. There's quite a good round of spectators here today. Chairs filled quite all around the ground, really, as Hutton running away from us, is getting Finn to defend off the front foot, 2 backward point. Liam Patterson-White does the fielding. It's a dot ball. We really are out in the country here. You drive through a couple of old country lanes and take a left, and you think you're going into some farmers' fields, and then you come upon absolutely beautiful ground. I came here earlier this year for a club game for Woollerton Cricket Club. It really did take me by surprise with how stunning it is. One of the lovely outgrounds. You boys are really treated to a special outground in Arundel. That is absolutely wonderful.
Yeah, it is a beautiful. Have you played there?
I have.
Yeah.
I have played there in 2021. In finals day. As this one short by Hutton, dug in and pulled out to Luke Fletcher, who's misfielded it, and this time they don't run 2. Yes, I played there for Warwickshire 2s when we won finals day. We played Sussex in the final. So Travis Head and Phil Salt rocked up in the semi-final. Okay. Thank goodness they didn't play in the final. But they absolutely whacked it around against Yorkshire in their semi-final. We beat Middlesex and we ended up winning. At Arundel, the first time I'd been there, it's absolutely stunning. Really is a lovely outground. And
it's where he made his maiden first-class 100, Phil Salt.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he did, and it was the same. Both he and Tom Haynes made their maiden 100s there.
Wow, it's a beautiful ground, beautifully picturesque, as Hutton is getting Carter to defend off the front foot, dot ball. End of the 14th. It's going to be, well, it is 53 for 2. Hudson Prentice on 10 and Carter on 10. Very tidy work indeed, this. It's quite nicely poised, as I fancy we are going to have a change in bowling, and we are. Tom Moore's helmet, I think it's just been brought on, is it? Or nope, it's going to be retrieved from the boundary. No, it's not. It's just Matthew Montgomery running off. Perhaps he needs a toilet break. He does. So it's going to be Toby Petman into bowl, making his return to first team action. Toby Petman, born in London, 26 years of age. This will be his 5th game.
He's a tall fella, isn't he?
Oh, so tall. Look, I can't call anyone tall, because well, everyone looks tall to me, I should rather say, but
well, not me.
He is very tall. Goodness me, must be over 6'3", 6'4".
Well, he's coming in from the Bowls Club in, a couple of stretches. He's still got the slip in place. I'll describe the rest of the field in a moment. As Pittman is in, bowls to Hudson Prentice, up on his toes and steers that one into the gully. And there is no run. I did have one or two people saying that we're cutting out, but it's I think we're sometimes difficult, isn't it, with the
outgrounds.
Yeah.
We all are
But,
okay with all the lights on.
Yeah,
so
goodness, well, we can't do anymore.
it's
Bear with us.
potentially the Wi-Fi. We apologise if you are experiencing any cutting out. We are out in the countryside.
Pittman again in and bowls, and Hudson Prentice, well, he's going to get runs here. He's going to get a run down to third man. It wasn't at all intended. They're going to come back for the second, then he's going to move on as Hutton comes in and gets in the throw. Well, it was played rather uncomfortably by Finn Hudson Prentice into the slip cordon, fielded there by
Freddie
McCann, who got his hands to it and then had to wring the fingers on his right hand. But picks up a couple of runs, does Hudson Prentice. He goes to 12 and the Sharks to 55 for 2. Petman racing in, tall man in right arm over bowls, and he beats Hudson Prentice with an absolute beauty.
That's fantastic.
That's a lovely
bowling.
delivery, isn't it?
Wow.
Super delivery. I'm just going to change my glasses again.
That's where Toby Pittman is at his absolute best. Really does sprint in and runs in really hard. The tall, fast bowler, and gets it to go around a lot. And fancy that was the correct decision to bring in Pittman and Hutton for this wicket. It looks absolutely brilliant.
Super. In comes Pittman again, bowls, and Hudson Prentice looking to work that one down towards third man, and Ryan hung his bat out to dry, and the ball rattles through into the gloves of Tom Moores, and there is no run. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk if you want to send us an email. Be lovely to hear from you, which is what Terry Owen has done. And he says, hi Adrian, where's Dave? Well, he's off in sunny climes. He's having a bit of a break, Dave Bracegirdles. I don't know if he's listening wherever you are, Dave, but I'm sure he'll be back at a radio near you soon, as in comes Petman bowls and hit off the thigh pad of Finn Hudson Prentice, who's very, very quick between the wickets. He thinks about coming back for the second, but on this occasion it wasn't there, and the score advances by 1 to 56 for 2. So Kyle and myself on commentary duties here today. Just the one slip in place. There's a third man. 3 men saving one on the offside. In fact, they're changing that now. They're putting a sweeper out onto the cover boundary. We are in the power play, which means that Notts are able to post more men outside of the 30-yard circle. 3 men saving one on the off, as in comes Petman bowls, and Carter works that one to one of those fielders at backward point, and there is no run. So nice tidy start from Petman. End of the over. And Sussex are 56 for 2 with Carter on 15 and Hudson Prentice on 12.
Good start by Pittman. Straight into his work, straight into his
Very
line
good,
and length.
Yeah. Got a drinks break now with
Doof and just
15 overs gone.
getting some refreshments.
Yeah, that's a chance to look at some of the scores elsewhere. Around the country. Of course, Test match underway at Edgbaston, where the West Indies are batting, and we'll have the latest score. Let's see if I can get these scores up for you. West Indies 49 without loss.
They're going along quite nicely, aren't they?
They are, yep. Other games in the One Day Cup today: Nottinghamshire 43 for 3 against Northamptonshire. Looks like it could be raining down in... Oh, and it's a 2 o'clock start, the game between Somerset and Kent. Leicestershire Warwickshire gets underway at 2 o'clock as well. So just the 2 games at the moment in the One Day Cup underway, 2 afternoon starts.
Hudson bowling again, and he's defended off the front foot, and they're scampering through for a quick single, but they get in comfortably. So Hudson going to be bowling his...
Has Fletcher hurt himself there?
It's
no, it's not.
Patterson White.
Yeah, just the way that he went down as if he was hurt, but he looks like he's okay. was a quick single, wasn't it? Interesting to hear that Brett Hutton bowling his 8th over. I just wonder if he's going to bowl through here.
Potentially will. I think he's probably where he is at his best with the newer ball. So Lyndon James to bowl at the death, and Luke Fletcher, potentially the 2 seamers to bowl at the death.
Yeah, what's Fletcher bowled? He's bowled 7.
7.
Yeah.
Luke Fletcher's bowled 7. Brett Hutton into Ollie Carter, who's defending off the front foot. Straight back to Brett Hutton, who shows us his football skills. Brings it down, throws it to Sammy King, who's on the field for Matthew Montgomery.
So what's your home city back home?
Home city back home is Johannesburg.
Okay.
So I was born in Joburg.
Yeah.
Went to school at a school called Pretoria Boys High. So went to boarding school. Aidan Markram, Donovan Ferreira, all from that neck of the woods.
Okay.
So know them. Lovely little school. Hutton in again, full, driven uppishly out to Hamid at mid-off. Freddie McCann was interested at short extra cover for a second.
Wasn't far away, was it?
No, it wasn't. But ended up getting through for a quick single. 58 for 2. Carter moves to 16. Hudson Prentice 13. So that's home. Same school as my dad went to.
Right.
So it was almost... My dad went there, I went there. So lovely little school. Still got mates for life from there. So they're on holiday at the minute, I believe. Well, no, they should be back. They've got a big derby date tomorrow. Hudson in, driven to backward point by Hudson Prentice. It's going to be a dot ball. And they're playing... So there's a school called Uffies, which A.B. de Villiers and Faf du Plessis went to.
Well, that's got a good pedigree then.
Great pedigree. And they're known for their rugby. Well, they're known all for their sport massively, as of Pretoria Boys High. And they're playing each other. The school's across the railway line in Pretoria, next to the rugby ground Loftus Versfeld. So I'm sure there will be quite a few thousand turn out to that rugby game tomorrow. As Hutton in here, back at Wellback, who's been flicked out towards deep square leg by Hudson Prentice for a single. Once again, Freddie McCann at wicket was slightly interested, but went way too square. Brett Hutton into his 8th over, 1 for 32, picked up first wicket of the day. And Tom Clark,
He's bowled very nicely, hasn't he?
he's bowled beautifully. He's bowled absolutely brilliantly. 59 for 2. You're listening on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Sussex, online, the BBC Sports website. It's Hutton into Carter, who's defending, and a bit of a thickest inside edge goes out, and they're going to scamper back for 2, and Lyndon James has misfielded it. So they end up getting back comfortably.
Do you know what? I think if he'd have fielded that cleanly, I think Carter would have been in all sorts of trouble. He decided.
I
mean, the ball was in Lyndon James' hands, wasn't it? It's maybe a classic example there, Kyle, of just when that happens, just momentarily taking your eye off the ball. Carter decided to come back, but I think it was a very, very dicey second run had that ball been fielded cleanly. Nonetheless, Ollie Carter's going to change his gloves. He's on 18 at the end of the over, so 61 for 2. As the sun momentarily goes behind some heavier cloud that's drifting across the ground. Still quite a lot of blue sky around, but certainly it's cloudy, and it has been for a good part of the day. And it is going to be Petman who's going to carry on from the Bowls Club end of the ground. There seem to be a lot of cars parked there, but I imagine there's obviously a Bowls Club there as well.
The Bowls Club is just to our right, almost at extra cover.
Okay, I can see the Sussex coach there. The sun glinting off the coach. In comes Petman Bowles to Hudson Prentice, who forward works this one into the covers, and there is no run. We're in the 17th of the 50 overs. The field, still the one slip in place. There's a third man. 3 men serving one on the offside. There's a point cover mid-off, a mid-on, and on the leg side there's a fine leg, a deep backward square, mid-wicket. And a mid-on comes Petman. In and bowls. Oh, that's good delivery. That's a really good delivery. He's hit the pitch really hard there, you know, and that's got really good carry through to Tom Moores, who took that not far away from shoulder high. That was a rapid delivery.
It's well bowled, Pittman. He's a difficult person to get forward to just because of that height. And just getting Hudson Prentice stuck on the crease. It was a back of a length delivery and does get it to move around, and it's obviously just squared Hudson Prentice up a little bit. Only the one slip in though. He's almost at a second.
Pittman again, racing in bowls, and he's wrapped on the pad. I suspect he got a bit of inside edge on that, and Pittman actually didn't appeal, and Hudson Prentice looking to get forward. A little inside edge onto pad. But he's causing one or two problems, and I have to say the Nottinghamshire seamers have bowled really well here this morning.
They've bowled beautifully. Just making life very difficult. You fancy it's not the wicket that it looks like an absolute beauty, but maybe a touch on the slow side.
Pittman in bowls, and Hudson Prentice is beaten. That's a second lovely delivery of the over, just leaving the right-handed Hudson Prentice, taken by Tom Moores, and there is no run. Now, I've had an email in on Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk from Mark Pittman. Now, I don't know whether that's a dad, but he says Toby and Finn know each other really well. They both played for East Grinstead for many years. They even played grey cricket together in Adelaide together 2 years ago.
Must be Toby's dad.
Toby was actually brought up in Sussex and played for the Sussex sides for several years from his dad watching in the office. There we go. In comes Pittman bowls.
Amazing.
Played into the onside, and there is no run. So thank you for getting in touch, Mark. So there we go. You see the powers of the internet. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Let us know what else you could do. I don't know whether your office, Mark, is somewhere down in Sussex, but great to hear from you. And I can tell you that Toby is bowling very well here.
Bowling beautifully. Really has looked incredibly dangerous with the ball. Looks like he could take a wicket at any time.
Pittman in bowls, and Hudson Prentice will be even keener to avoid getting dismissed by his good friend. The ball goes through to keeper Tom Moores at the end of another very tidy over. At the end of the 17th over, I think Nottinghamshire at this stage will be the happier of the two. You have to say until both sides are batted, you never really know. But certainly the feeling here is that these Nottinghamshire seamers have bowled really well this morning. The question mark is here whether Hutton is going to bowl himself out. He's bowled 8 overs and he is going to bowl out. I reckon he's going to bowl right through his 10 overs.
I agree. I like that. I really like that. Keep him on. Ball looks like it's still doing a little bit. You don't need to make a change if it's working. I feel like, as I said earlier, Brett Hutton at the death probably not going to be a strong suit, and the ball's not going around that much in the middle overs. Might as well just bowl him through here.
I also wonder as well with seam bowlers whether you just get out of rhythm. If you're bowling well, why not keep on bowling?
Agreed. I know that's certainly the case for spinners. Hutton in, and he's beat
bowled
Carter outside the off stump. It's a gorgeous delivery. We've seen that a few times today. Just that nagging length, just getting it to nibble around a little bit. That's absolutely fantastic bowling.
We discussed it a few times this year during the T20 with Ollie Robinson, who's clearly not in England, sat up at the minute, but has been playing for Sussex in the T20 and bowling really, really well. And as to whether sometimes when you're bowling that well, whether you just bowl your 4 overs straight out when you're asking questions, and particularly if you're taking wickets.
It's certainly the case at the minute as Hutton in, and once again beats Carter. That's a little bit short and a little bit straight, and this one just leaving Carter as it goes through to Moores, who's just suggesting, maybe implying there should be more than one, should be more slip than just Matthew Montgomery, who's now just talking through Moores what he'd be doing out there.
Well, that was a lovely delivery, wasn't it? Just
stunning.
And it makes you, as I say, you never know until both sides. Perhaps there's a little more in this pitch than
Sussex thought.
Yeah.
No, I agree. Montgomery always had a third slip there. There's Hutton in and Carter defending off the front foot. He's almost at a third, almost 2.5, maybe not exactly third. So got Tom Moores, the wicket keeper. Matt Montgomery at second slip, backward point. Liam Patterson White, extra man on the offside boundary. Not quite sure who that is. And you've got Freddie McCann at extra cover. Lyndon James at mid-off. Captain Hassan Mahmeed at mid-on, and deep square leg Ben Slater, and fine leg Luke Fletcher. Hutton in, beats Carter again. That's a cracking ball. If you put a handkerchief down, I'm pretty sure Hutton's found it 4 times. Kevin Shine smiling away, writing on his little notepad. pretty sure he's pretty pleased with what he's seen so far from the bowling outfit. I think they've been absolutely magnificent.
Well,
today.
that's 3 times in this over that Hutton has gone past Carter's outside edge.
It's good bowling. Really is so consistent. Getting it to nibble around. Can he do here? Hutton in. Bit fuller and flicked out to fine leg where Fletcher does the fielding.
I'm not entirely sure that Ollie Carter was in control of that shot.
No, don't think he was. It just almost looked like he broke his wrists there as it came back in, just more out of necessity than want. 62 for 2 now. We're in the 18th over. You're listening on BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Radio Nottingham. Or indeed you're listening online wherever you're listening from around England or potentially the world. It's Hudson. That was last ball of this 9th overs. Let go by Finn Hudson-Prentice outside the off stump. So tidy over, 1 from that. 62 for 2 after 18.
Well, it's an excellent spell of bowling, isn't it, by Brett Hutton. 9 overs, 1 for 35. He's continually beaten the outside edge and asked questions of these Sussex batters. And you'd imagine now, having bowled his 9 overs, I can't believe he's just going to come back for 1 more. So
No.
this really has been a very, very fine spell of bowling. And I think Nottinghamshire will be very pleased having Sussex winning the toss, electing to bat first. And certainly the bowlers have been on top this morning.
They have indeed.
Well, it's going to be Toby Petman who's going to carry on from the bowls end, bowls club end of the ground, I should say. Still that 1 slip in place. And he's running in tall, right arm over the wicket to bowl to Ollie Carter. He's in and bowls, and Carter defends out into the covers. And there is no run, fielded there by Lyndon James. The 2 men up for Sussex, if you've just joined us. The 2 openers, Haynes and Clark, both for 14, both caught behind by Tom Moores. Clark off the bowling of Brett Hutton and Haynes off the bowling of Luke Fletcher.
It's been a great showcase of outground and cricket, and I think why so many people really do enjoy watching the One Day Cup.
In comes Petman again, bowls to Carter. Now, I don't know if that was an inside edge onto pad that ballooned in the air. There were some cries of catch it. Petman came racing down the wicket. The ball was in the air, but it dropped where if there'd been a short leg in place. And I think Ollie Carter probably did get a little nick on that, maybe onto the pad, and the ball just bounced up onto the onside. And there is no run. So Sussex just going along here at about 3 and over. Yeah, 3.38 and over. They'll want to up that as the game progresses. But as I say, I think Notts have bowled really well here this morning. Petman in again. Over the wicket bowls to Carter, and that's a play and a miss outside the off stump. And just a hint here of these two wanting to get on with it. But
Bit of pressure being built up, isn't it?
I think there is a bit of pressure. Sussex will feel we're, almost up to the 20 over mark. They've already had 1 of the 3 power plays, and at the moment scoring runs doesn't look easy. And whether that's due to the pitch perhaps, or whether it's due to the fact there's been some excellent Nottinghamshire bowling this morning. Petman back to his mark.
It's been really good from Toby Petman, continuing where Fletcher left off.
In and bowls, and Carter defends onto the onside. They've taken 1, and that's all they'll take. Brings Hudson-Prentice on to strike. Ollie Carter 20 off, is that 37 balls? Yes, it's a little while. And I think in this competition, once you get yourself in and set, you're probably looking for one of these two to go on and play a major innings. Hudson-Prentice 14 off 27.
Correct.
Still the slip in place.
It's a bit of smell of bacon drifting through
Oh,
from.
yeah, isn't that nice? They're just bringing the sweeper up from the cover boundary. So now those 3 men in, saving the 1 on the offside, and 2 on the leg side as Petman races in over the wicket bowls, and Hudson-Prentice with a play and a miss outside the off stump. Again, looking to guide that one down to third man. The ball rattles into the gloves of Tom Moores, and again there is no run.
Finn just signalling that Petman's getting quite a bit of extra bounce from the surface. He's hitting the surface really hard and bowling a difficult length to get away here. We've mentioned it a few times, he's a very tall lad, so that extra bounce makes it that little bit more difficult to get to the pitch of the ball.
Petman in again, bowls, and Hudson Prentice is forward and defends a ball that would have hit the stumps, played out into the offside. And that's another very good over as far as Nottinghamshire are concerned. Just the one run coming off of that over. At the end of the 19th over, Sussex are 63 for 2, so plenty of wickets in hand for Sussex, but the run rate is becoming a problem. They're scoring at just over 3.3 and over.
I'm glad we've got someone that can do math in the commentary box today.
I cheated.
My math is nowhere near where it needs to be and should be. All my math teachers back in South Africa will be saying, he didn't pay attention in class, that's why. It's not the case. So we're going to have Brett Hudson to bowl his 10th and final over this afternoon. He's been absolutely phenomenal. Such great skill and control. 63 for 2. He's going to be bowling to Carter, who's defending off the front foot, and he's off a thickest outside edge down to third man for a single, so he gets himself onto the non-striker's end and says, go on Finn, you face this. I'm done facing this for the day. I don't fancy any of this. Goodness me, he does have a good mullet, doesn't he? He's just taken his helmet off and he's got an absolutely amazing mullet there. Whether or not I could pull that off, I'm not sure. I don't think that I've got that in my locker, but goodness me, that's a good mullet. Hudson, 1 for 36 so far. Bowling here to Finn Hudson Prentice, who's defending off the back foot out to backward point for a dot ball.
Just looking here at Toby Petman, his dad's been in touch, Mark. He was actually born in Kingston upon Thames in Surrey on the 11th of May 1998, so I don't know whether the Petman family lived in Kingston or whether that's just where the hospital was.
Hudson, top of his mark, starts the slow run, gradually getting quicker away from us. To Hudson Prentice, who's dancing down the track, hitting it over mid-off. I think it's going to end up trickling over the boundary rope for 4, and it does. So sign of intent that from Hudson Prentice, not wanting to get dictated to, not wanting Hudson just to bowl at him. Been putting balls in the same area now for 9.5 overs, and Hudson Prentice looking to add some impetus to the Sussex innings. Runs down the wicket, lofts it over mid-off for 4.
He wasn't completely in control of the shot, was he?
No, I think he's tried to go a touch straight to there.
I mean, with the mid-off up, with Lyndon James there up, I mean, it's there is plenty of space to play that shot, but he didn't get all of it by any manner of means.
He didn't. Hudson, how can he come back? Goes a little bit shorter, and Hudson Prentice just flicking this out into the leg side where Hassan Mahmood does the fielding. They get through for a single. 69 for 2 now. Hudson 1 for 49.
I was looking, Toby Petman's best figures here were 4 for 44 against Surrey.
Correct.
I'm presuming that was here.
Was?
It says at Mansfield, so I'm presuming it's Welbeck.
That's Welbeck.
Cricket Club.
Yep.
And he also went to Oxford University, so he clearly listened to his maths
Clever
lecturer.
boy. He's a clever boy, is Toby. Yep, he most certainly did listen to all his lecturers and teachers. Hudson into Carter, who's flashing outside the off stump, and
well bowled.
it's well bowled, but he's just left his bat out there to dangle. Nagging length again by Hudson. 69 for 2. Carter on 21 and Hudson Prentice on 19.
Well, I guess the Sussex seamers will be looking at this thinking, well, maybe there's a little bit in this.
Yeah.
But Henry Crocombe, Ari Carvelis, there are 2 spinners in the Sussex side. The leg spin of Archie Lenham
I look forward to watching him bowl.
And the off spin of Bertie Foreman.
Hudson. Last ball of his spell in and defended off the front foot by Carter.
Very good spell.
Fantastic spell. It brings it into Hudson's spell. 1 for 41 off his 10 overs. And
I think he's bowled better than that, actually.
I agree. Brilliant from Brett Hudson. Really, really good work. Has ripples of applause go around Welbeck just to signal good work. And as most fast bowlers do, he's going to go off the field just for perhaps a refreshment,
Well, he could quite easily. I mean, his figures are 1 for 41. That quite could easily be sort of 3 for 35.
Easy.
He's beaten the outside edge on numerous occasions. As far as Sussex are concerned, the good thing is here that they've still got plenty of wickets in in the bank. But as I say, they're going along here at just over 3 and over. As in comes Petman coming into bowl to Hudson Prentice, who drives nicely through the covers, and that's a nice shot by Finn Hudson Prentice. The ball races away for 4 runs. You have a pitch there by Petman, and Hudson Prentice has been waiting for a looser delivery, and he drills the ball through the covers for 4 runs. Nice looking shot. He goes to 23, and the total to 73 for 2.
Absolutely glorious.
I love the stories about cricketers who end up playing against each other.
Yes, I also do.
Who have known each other from junior cricket. It's terrific.
I wonder who's on top in this battle.
In comes Petman, bowls and down the leg side, and do you know, I think that's the first wide of the innings.
It is.
So that's pretty good going. Coming in the 20th over before a wide is conceded. First ball down the leg side, 74 for 2. Interesting as well, isn't it, when a boundary's just been hit, that maybe the bowler then just thinking, well, I don't want to bowl another one off on, half volley on the off stump, so just straying down the leg side a little.
Just a bit of an appeal from everyone, just to...
Yes, I know, just to put the umpire off.
It's definitely hit it's hit something. Well, it can't be a wide.
Petman in again, bowls, and Hudson Prentice shoulders arms, gets back gloves high out of the way, and good carry again through to Tom Moores, who takes the ball round about chest high, and there is no run. Oh, there goes Harry.
It's going right for runs. Yeah. Going right for runs. You're just telling me that I know it. I was speaking about a club side that Harry used to play for us. Used to play for Jeppe Quondam in the Johannesburg Premier League.
Okay.
And just speaking about their unusual habits. More on that in a minute.
In comes Petman, bowls, and Hudson Prentice was thinking of driving at that ball and made a late decision to let the ball go through to Tom Moores. Again, there is no run, 74 for 2.
Harry's club side, they used to take their, don't know if they still do, but used to take their own little score box, one of those little portable ones that can change over by yourselves, and sit on the opposite side of the field, and every boundary that was hit, they used to count it. So if it was a 4, count to 4, and then go shot, 4. If it was a 6, do the same thing, and didn't last for 2 or 3 overs. It lasted for the full 50, so long day.
Petman in bowls, Hudson Prentice defends the ball, good length, punches away on the offside, and there is no run. Harry Carvelos, Sussex's leading wicket taker in the county championship last year, took 35 wickets at an average of 22.
He had an amazing Royal London.
Yes, he did.
In 2022,
yes,
didn't
he did.
Absolutely phenomenal. That's what got him signed, didn't it?
Yep.
Came here on was it a 3-week contract?
He was here. He played. I think he made his debut at Lords actually in a championship match.
He scored 50 that day, didn't he?
He did score 50. In comes Petman, bowls to Hudson Prentice, who's forward defensively, plays it out into the offside. Good response here from Toby Petman, having been hit for a boundary, then bowling the wide. Then bowled 3 dot balls, 4 dot balls. Yes, he did. He scored a half century. And that was during it was that really hot spell of weather we had about a couple of years ago.
Oh, it was absolutely amazing.
Yeah, and it was a game at Lords, and Middlesex won the toss on the hottest day of the year and decided to field, and no one could quite understand it. Petman racing in, tall man, bowls to Hudson Prentice. I think that's probably come off of the thigh pad. We'll wait for the umpire signal. And indeed it is signalled as a leg bye. So end of the over, end of Petman's 4th over. Good figures, no wicket for 8. And at the end of the 21st over, Sussex are 75 for 2.
Good over for Sussex. 6 coming off that one.
I'm going to have to do an update in a minute. So I'll just turn myself off and I'll leave the commentary with you for a minute, Carl.
We're going to have a change in bowling. We have to have a change in bowling as Brett Hudson has finished his quota. We're going to have Lyndon James into the attack. Lyndon picking up 3 wickets on Wednesday. Slightly expensive. Going at 10 and over in his 10s. So he's went for 100. Lyndon James, born in Worksop. Best figures of 5 for 48. He got me out actually. Lyndon into Hudson Prentice is running down the wicket and gone down the leg side. He's going to have to re-bowl that as Lyndon. Yes, that was that Edgbaston, that fifer. Tried to ramp him. Don't know why I did that, actually. Kicked it in front of all 3. We got absolutely hammered that game. believe Slater got runs, Hamid got runs, Montgomery got runs. I think everyone got runs. I was bowling, so quite easy when that is the case. Lyndon James turns, wearing number 8, into Hudson Prentice, struck him on the pad. And they scamper through for a quick leg by. Is it a leg by? Finn was signalling something on the bat, but it's not. Leg by. It's Lyndon James. It's adopted Stuart Broad's number. He's going to be bowling. Well, he is bowling from the Charlie French end. So we've got all the Notts coaching staff next to us. Busy analysing. Kevin Shine, the bowling coach. Stephen Mullaney. Lyndon James into Carter, who's playing this late, down to third man for a single. I'm going through all the statistics and how many balls have hit the stumps, how many balls have been in the right area, pitch vision and so on and so forth. I'm sure they've bowled absolutely beautifully this afternoon. Well, they have. I'm sure the statistics will back that up as well. 78 for 2. It's in Prentice 23. Carter 21. Lyndon James running in. Slow gathers. Fired this down the leg side again, and he hasn't just got his radar right as Lyndon. He's gone wide. He's gone one leg by wide, one leg by wide. So just repeating it. In fact, that shouldn't be a leg by. It should be a 1 run to Ollie Carter. So not quite sure why it says leg by on the screen. Hudson Prentice waiting. This short wide. Oh, nearly dragged on by Hudson Prentice. Lyndon James picked up Lewis Hill like that against Leicester. Went full and wide, and Hill dragged it on. This one short and wide, and Hudson Prentice nearly dragging this one back onto his stumps. Gets away with it. They've just corrected that now, so did go wide, leg by 1 wide dot. So here we go. Lyndon James in to Hudson Prentice. Get his nip back slightly. Inside edge, and that's unlucky. That's going to trickle away for 4. Lyndon's not quite happy with Luke Fletcher's efforts out on the boundary. He's bowled 7 overs. Running around there. Unlucky. Well bowled Lyndon James. Nipped back. Inside edge from Hudson Prentice. Goes out down towards fine leg and ends up trickling around the boundary rope for 4. Luke Fletcher having to run around. He's had quite a fine leg there. 79 for 2. Hudson Prentice now moves to 27 of 41. He come back here. 2 balls left this over. Into the wicket and defended off the back foot by Hudson Prentice. Dot ball. There are an array of games going on around the country. Got the test match on. West Indies are batting first. I'll read out the scores. West Indies 74 for no loss after 21. Got 100 cricket a bit later. Read you out who's playing as Lyndon James turns and goes into Hudson Prentice, who's playing this off the back foot down to third man. Run the first one hard, but Toby Pittman not going to let that get back for 2. So the end of the 22nd over. Missed an over on my scoring now.
Yes, 22
84 for 2. Adrian just does his report. We've got Northern Superchargers against Trent Rockets. They are playing that at Headingley, so we've got the men and the women earlier. Hampshire playing against North Hants. Hampshire 84 for 4. Somerset and Kent is the later kick-off. In this game, Sussex at 83 for 2 against Notts. Leicester against Warwickshire at Upton County Ground. Grace Road, it's a 2 o'clock start. But here you're at Welbeck. Beautiful outgrounders. Toby Pittman is going to be continuing. Hudson Prentice, it's full and flicked out into the leg side where Hamid does the fielding, but can't cut off the single. 86 for 2.
I'm sure we're going to be well looked after.
The sun is coming out again. There are a few clouds about. Hopefully there is no rain forecast, but just sticking my hands out, it is a lovely temperature.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit of a breeze. Pittman in, and got this one just to hold up a little bit. Square Carter up a tad and goes out to sweeper for one. Adrian, how was your you're having to phone in, aren't you?
Yeah, we do. So we have to do updates every hour. So on the half hour, just to the listeners down in Sussex. So we got a bit of equipment here we thought might work, but we're doing it on the phone, so it's fine.
Okay.
But if you want to get in touch with us, please do so. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, and we've already had quite a few emails this morning, so keep them coming.
We do enjoy them. Petman in to Hudson Prentice, who's driving and beating Patterson White to his right, who's diving away. Slater out on the sweeper boundary on the offside. Keeps it down to a single. He's wearing a pullover there. It's Benny Slater. Not quite sure it's pullover weather.
So where do Notts go after this? You've already had one game in the competition.
They're at home. Well, they don't move from here. They've got Yorkshire.
Okay.
They've got Yorkshire on Sunday. And back here, looking forward to coming back here for that, and looked after again. Petman in and defended out to backward point for a dot ball.
Yes, I was saying, so Sussex back home to play Warwickshire on Sunday, then back up here to York.
That's a lovely ground.
Is it? I've never been to York.
It's absolutely stunning.
Yeah, I mean, it would have made a lot of sense, really, wouldn't it, in terms of fixture organisation, to play here
and then go to Yorkshire,
and then go to York. It would save an awful lot of petrol if they're going all the way back to Sussex to come all the way back up again. So
makes loads of sense, doesn't it? Makes your lives difficult. That's why they're doing it. Petman in, Carter shuffling across, hit it up, and this is going to be a simple catch.
Oh. Well, he got it in the end. I'll tell you what, he very nearly did drop it, but he's taken the catch, and just a shot there from Ollie Carter that just suggested he's got himself tied down, looking to get on with it. And in the end, it was a straightforward catch to Widishman on, but very nearly spilled.
Was indeed. Carter just shuffled across the wicket, looking to hit it over mid-on. The extra bounce from Petman just hits the top of the bat, and Hamid runs around and almost thought to myself, well, this is so simple, this is so easy. Takes the catch and falls onto his knees and nearly spills it in the end.
He would have got a little bit of stick if he'd have put that one down, I'm sure.
He would have. So Carter's got to go. He's gone for 23. Sussex are 87 for 3 now.
Well, this is a change in the Sussex batting order. We had Dan Ibrahim in to come at 5, but I suspect the skipper probably feeling that Sussex need to get the scoreboard moving here. John Simpson is coming on. He's been in terrific form since he signed last winter. 300s in the county championship. And one thing you will notice with John Simpson is the way that he runs between the wickets. He's like a hare. So he will be looking to get things moving along, but not on top here. Kyle, I mean, the run rate is sort of edging up towards 4 and over.
Yeah.
But
you'd fancy just looking at the wickets and you would think 240, 250. It doesn't look like it's a wicket that's easy to walk in from ball 1 and go bang 4, bang 6. It looks a little bit difficult.
Yeah, I did make a note at the end of the 22nd over of the score, which was a bit of a miss for me.
80 at the start of this over, it was 84 for 2. We're 87 for 3 now.
Okay.
What's the end of the over? Sorry, on the scorecard here. It's not the end of the over. It's got one left. Sorry, got a little bit lost there. So 87 for 3. Simpson, and wasted no time in getting the finger up, did the umpire. And Simpson's got to go first ball, and this has been a fantastic over. Picked up 2 and 2 balls as Petman. 87 for 4.
Well, he's on a hat-trick. He's having sort of given John Simpson a big build-up, saying how well he's played this season. He's on his way, and now Sussex are in a bit of trouble here, because looking down the order, there's Dan Ibrahim, who's a young player, Henry Rogers, Bertie Foreman. So big responsibility here on Finn Hudson-Prentice if Sussex are going to mount any sort of defendable score here as Dan Ibrahim comes wandering out. You better commentate on this ball, because this could be a hat-trick, and it's always for the home commentator to commentate when it could... well, actually, it's the end of the over.
It's the end of the over, so you have it, Adrian. Come on.
He's going to have to wait.
Lyndon James? Well, it could be a team hat-trick, I guess. But
what do you feed your bowlers up here? Because they're all tall lads, aren't they? Lyndon James is tall as well.
I wish I grew up here. I'm never been a bit taller.
So Sussex in trouble. Losing 2 wickets in 2 balls. Simpson on his way, first ball. And Nottinghamshire here are in a great position. Sussex 87 for 4.
Well on top here, aren't they?
Yeah, they are, certainly are.
After losing the toss and being asked to bowl first.
I just wonder whether Lyndon James is just asking there. I'm not sure whether he wants his slip to go more to a second slip position as he runs into bowl to Finn Hudson-Prentice in and bowls, and Hudson-Prentice watches that one sail by outside of the off stump, taken by Moores, and there is no run. I just wonder whether we might see Finn Hudson-Prentice. I mean, they were just looking as if they wanted to get on with it a bit, Sussex, but I just wonder those 2 wickets. And Hudson-Prentice will know, looking down the rest of the order, that there's quite a lot of inexperience to come. Henry Rogers, Bertie Foreman, Archie Lenham, then into the bowlers Carvelos and Crocombe.
It's a young team, isn't it?
It is a
really
young side. It is a young side, which is why it's important that the more senior players make the runs. In comes James and bowls, and Hudson-Prentice is forward and plays down the offside of the track, and there is no run.
Dan Ibrahim. I haven't had the privilege of watching any of his cricket. I know he's incredibly young.
Yeah, he's
19 years age.
Yeah,
born in Burnley.
He was, although the family come from Sussex. Made his debut when he was 16 up at Headingley. Scored a half century. James in bowls to Ibrahim, Hudson-Prentice looks to turn that on the leg side. And he succeeds in playing it to mid-wicket, does Hudson-Prentice, and there is no run.
High score of 56. He scored 3 50s. So 1 on debut.
Yes, hasn't figured in the county championship so far, Daniel Ibrahim. In fact, last year he had a disappointing series, only making 109 runs, averaging 12. Having made a very promising start to his Sussex career. Yeah, he's 20 in August as the ball is cut away by Hudson-Prentice, but there's a sweeper on that cover boundary. So just a single. Sussex go to 88 for 4. So much relying here on Finn Hudson-Prentice, who's on 31 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Nottingham. You may be watching via the Nottinghamshire Cricket Club live stream. If you are, a very good morning to you. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk if you'd like to send us an email.
Please do. Love to read out a couple of emails.
Well, it's good to hear from Toby Petman's dad, wasn't it? As in comes Lyndon James, over the wicket, bowls down the leg side, and that's, having said the first wide was bowled by Toby Petman, I think that's the 3rd wide that Lyndon James has bowled.
I believe so. Just trying to get it to come back in there, this Lyndon. Just starting it a little bit too straight. Just fancy, wanted to hit Ibrahim on his shin first ball. His feet don't move. Difficult. Get a big lunge forward, so just fancy the LBW.
In comes James and bowls and let go outside the off stump by Dan Ibrahim, taken by Moores. There is no run.
Was when he made his debut, Ibrahim, did he that really impress? Was he really spoken about going through the academy?
Yeah, and played his cricket at Preston Nomads Cricket Club just outside of Brighton. You know, highly rated. Made that 50, but perhaps last season he picked up an injury, a shoulder injury from memory that kept him out of the side for a while. And comes James and bowls, and he nudges that one wide of second slipper. That's going to run away down towards the boundary for 4 runs. And I think Lyndon James was asking the second slip in just go a little wider, and an involuntary shot from Ibrahim. He goes on his way with the boundary, and the Sharks to 93 for 4.
Lyndon is for 2 boundaries now, both one off the inside edge, one off the outside edge. Can be such a cruel game if you're a bowler. Races away for 4 and he's probably won that battle. Just hurts your figures, doesn't it? Toby Petman here. He's on a hat-trick. Be bowling to his good mate Finn Hudson-Prentice. Goodness me, what bragging rights that would be. Finn Hudson-Prentice. The real glue here, the only batter.
I'd have thought he'd have a slip and a short leg in here, or a couple of slips, a gully. I don't think that's going to happen in a limited overs game.
Petman on a hat-trick. 2 Finn Hudson-Prentice goes full. It's driven down the ground and it's going to go for 4. Glorious shot. Lovely shot, Finn. Over pitch by Pittman. Just looking to produce an edge. And Hudson Prentice just drives it down the ground, easy as you like, and picks up a boundary.
Well, Hudson Prentice would have enjoyed that, wouldn't he, against his friend?
Most definitely, especially on a hat-trick ball. Would have absolutely loved that. Finn moves on to 35 and is batting quite beautifully here. You fancy if Finn needs to bat the majority of these overs now. Pittman in, goes full again. Hudson Prentice flicking this one out, and it's good work out there on the boundary by Jack Haynes to keep that 2-1 with the slip in place. They do have no mid-wicket, so just a deep, mid-on deep square leg and a fine leg on the leg side. And a more conventional first slip, third man backward point. Sweeper who's just come up now for Ibrahim. Mid-off. We're going to have 2 slips in play for Dan Ibrahim. Really looking to attack here. Pittman 2 for 16. Looking really handy as he's in here, the tall fast bowler, and being driven out to another tall fast bowler in Luke Fletcher for a dot ball. Good work. 98 for 4. Sussex, if you weren't with us earlier, won the toss and elected to bat. First man out was Tom Clark, bowled Hutton, caught Moores. And Tom Haynes, in very similar fashion, was out, caught Moores, bowled Fletcher. Ollie Carter, very recently, out, caught Hamid, and LBW Simpson, bowled Pittman. This one defended off the front foot by Dan Ibrahim. It's going to be a dot ball.
Just reading about Charlie French, a highly regarded pillar of Nottinghamshire's recreational cricket scene. Born in 1954, former wicketkeeper batsman on call to Trent Bridge Titan Jake Ball, an elder brother to former Notts and England wicketkeeper Bruce French, was renowned as one of the greatest amateur players of his generation, playing for Welbeck Cricket Club from the 1960s through to the 2000s. So there we are. He was related to Bruce French.
Good shot that, as Pittman in, down the leg side, and it's going to have to be re-bowled. It's a great shot. You said that without even... The first thing you said is he must be related.
He was a multi-talented sportsman, represented England's schoolboys at England under-15, and a handful of second 11 appearances for the Green and Golds, before taking the opportunity to travel across the United States, where he briefly played semi-professional soccer in Florida.
Talented man.
Yeah.
Pittman into Ibrahim, who's flicking this one out to deep square leg. Oh, I fancy that was quite tight.
Yeah, it was.
I think if that wraps him on the pad there, I think Ibrahim could have found himself in a bit of trouble. Very straight.
He says as chairman here, he worked alongside friend and club president John Fretwell to move the club from the historic home to develop a new and improved facility at the now known John Fretwell Centre in 2004. So there we are. Charlie
Amazing.
French, yeah.
That's a lovely little
And he also,
story.
In fact, someone got in touch and said, is it named after the bat maker? And I'll come on to that in a minute.
Like this. Pittman into Hudson Prentice, who's driving
Sharp.
this through the covers, and that is going to be another boundary. Touch wider, touch fuller, and Hudson Prentice is all over that. Jumps on any width. He's quite strong square of the wickets. He really is a busy cricketer and does not like to be bogged down, and that's a lovely shot by Finn. It takes the score to 104 for 4 at the halfway mark. Finn Hudson Prentice moves to 40.
We feel that Sussex are still slightly behind here, and much depending on Finn Hudson Prentice. He's very much the senior player in the side. And he will know that he's got himself in, that you want to go and make a decent score here. I've just lost my pen. What have I done with my pen?
Has that fallen on the floor?
Was there a minute ago, wasn't it? That was me when I was looking up about Charlie French, the bat maker. So I might just have to pinch your pen for a minute until it.
You know what? You can.
Until it turns up. It's probably dropped on the floor here.
It's somewhere. It can't have been eaten.
No.
We are.
So, in terms of Charlie French, bat maker, so Terry got in touch and said, is it Charlie French, the bat maker? And it goes on to say, Okay, so beyond his lengthy working career at collieries in Welbeck and Creswell, taking voluntary redundancy from the National Coal Board at the end of the 1980s, Charlie became a highly successful bat-maker while continuing to make a lasting impact on the recreational game in Nottinghamshire, recognised in the naming of the Charlie French End at Welbeck. So
Wow.
that's a wonderful. Just picked that from the Nottinghamshire website. So Charlie French, and we're very honoured to be sitting at the Charlie French End.
We sat at pitch level here at Welbeck Cricket Club.
I found my pen. You'll be pleased to know.
I've just realised I've got another one. I forgot about that.
I'm impressed.
Clips onto the book.
So, are we going to see spin for the first time today?
We are indeed. Liam Patterson-White.
Who's going to come in bowling his left-arm spin from the Charlie French end. He's going to be bowling to the right-handed Dan Ibrahim. Sussex 104 for 4. There's a slip in place. There's a short fine leg, mid-wicket, mid-on, backward point and an extra cover. The fielder's on the boundary. Just have a look at those in a minute as Patterson-White is in. Left arm around the wicket is in and bowls, and forward comer is Ibrahim defensively play down the track, and there is no run. So there's a long off. There's a sweeper on the cover boundary. There's a deep mid-wicket. I would imagine there's probably... Is there a cow corner? No.
No cow corner.
In comes Patterson-White. In and bowls. And Ibrahim is on his way. He's caught at slip. Immediate reward for the spinner. Perhaps a little bit of turn there for Patterson-White. Edged by Dan Ibrahim. And Sussex lose their 5th wicket and are in deep trouble here at Welbeck. 104 for 5. And Ibrahim is on his way for just 5.
Beautiful delivery. That is a proper spinner's wicket. Proper left arm off spinner's wicket. Lovely. Flight, bounce, turn, and Ibrahim just looking to defend this. To be honest with you, he's got quite a good ball. Nicks off, and Matthew Montgomery takes a good catch at slip there. 104 for 5 now, and Sussex in a little more than a little bit of a spot of bother. They're in a bit of trouble here.
Well, they are. And it's one of these younger players to come out, and they just have to support Hudson Prentice here. He's the man who's in. He's 40 not out. Henry Rogers, another of the young sort of production line of Sussex players. But his job here is to keep Hudson Prentice company and try and build some sort of a total, because at the minute Sussex are in deep trouble.
Correct. They would just be thinking, bat time, bat until the 35th, 40th over. Take scoring out the game for a little bit. Don't worry about the scoreboard. Runs will come. Just dig in a little bit. Don't want to be getting bowled out. Earlier, Liam Patterson-White and was brought into the attack. He's got best figures of 5 for 19. He's taken 2 5-wicket hauls as well. So he's an incredibly handy cricketer, and good to see him on the field.
In comes Patterson-White bowls. I think that turned as well.
That has turned and has bounced a little bit. That will be...
Played away comfortably by Rogers out to the fielder, sweeping on the cover boundary. Well, Sussex have got a couple of spinners in this side. The leg spin of Archie Lemon, the Lenham, I should say, not Lemon, and the off spin of Bertie Foreman. But that one looked like it did turn.
It spun here when we played earlier on in the year. Not massively, but it did spin and bounced a little bit. So slip is really in play here.
In comes Patterson-White bowls, and down the wicket comes Hudson Prentice, plays down the onside. There is no run.
Finn will be very proactive here. He doesn't like to be dictated to. I can imagine Finn will be itching to hit this over long on. In saying that, Liam Patterson-White will be very happy if he tries to do that.
In bowls, and Hudson Prentice defends out in the offside, and there is no run. I mean, he'll be very mindful here that Wolfin Hudson Prentice, that the responsibility is his to get Sussex to post some sort of a total. Patterson-White in again bowls, and Hudson Prentice defends with a very straight back out into the offside. A very tidy opening over from Liam Patterson-White, conceding just the 1 run and picking up the wicket of Daniel Ibrahim, who was caught by Montgomery at first slip for 5. And at the end of the over, Sussex are 105 for 5, exactly halfway through their innings. No, sorry, that's 26 overs gone, isn't it? My apologies, 105 for 5.
Toby Pittman to continue. Why not? Why not? Earlier on, Brett Hudson bowled out, 1 for 41 in his 10, and We had 5 bowlers so far. Fletcher, Hutton, Pittman, James and LPW, or Liam Patterson-White. Rogers on strike here. He's 1 off 1. 2 slips in place for him.
He's 18, Henry Rogers.
Looks one of Sussex's many youngsters. Pittman in, and Rogers defending off the front foot. Out to Liam Patterson-White at backward point. Dot ball. Rogers. How did you watch the game that they played against?
No.
The showcase game. Did you?
No,
did you
I
watch
didn't.
any
No,
of
I
that?
didn't. I didn't. No, he made runs
Would I be correct in saying that this is Henry's debut
in.
this day cricket?
Yes, I thought he played a game at Worcester last year. I need to check my records. Maybe Zach Leon Cachet played that game, so it would be.
Pittman in, and Rogers just defending this out to mid-on for a dot ball. I've got it as. Yeah, he was born in Guildford.
On April Fool's Day.
Wow. That's pretty good. Young lad. Again, another one of your amazing academy graduates. Henry Rogers. He's on 105 for 5. Run rate just under 4 as Pittman comes steaming in, goes short, and Rogers, as calm as you like, slaps this off the back foot through extra cover for 4. Glorious, beautiful cricket shot, Henry Rogers. Pittman going a little bit short and width on off, and back foot drive to 4.
Good shot, wasn't it?
Lovely shot.
Well, no nerves about that at all. That was beautifully played. I mean, for a young cricketer, this is a real opportunity, isn't it?
It is.
You know, plenty of overs left.
It is.
A chance to really show Paul Farbrace what he can do.
Pittman in, Rogers waits and defended out to backward point for a dot ball. What's that? Is this Rogers' debut? You still looking?
Yes.
Oh, I've got it as it is a debut.
Yeah, it is.
It is his debut. So
Yeah.
he's off the mark in list day cricket. I'm sure that will be his first of many. It's always a good feeling.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Henry Rogers, and congratulations to the family on they're listening in on his debut. Hard work is paying off, but Adrian, you're 100% right. It really is such an amazing competition for handing out opportunities. As Pittman in, and he's beat Rogers all ends up. That's an absolute wonderful delivery.
Good ball.
Rogers stuck on the crease, and Pittman just getting this to angle away from him. Beautifully bowled. There's so many cricketers that have impressed in the Royal London one. Oh, it's not the Royal London anymore. Beg your pardon. The Metrobank One Day Cup, and have over the last 3 or 4 seasons have gone on to earn themselves longer contracts or contracts off the academy or trialists. Ari Carvalhos is one of them. Pittman in, goes wide, and Rogers just having a feel for that, and goes through Tom Moore's end of the over. It's 109 for 5 after 27.
Yeah. Just reading here about Henry Rogers. Played for England under 19s last year. Made a half century against Ireland. What else can we tell about Henry Rogers? As you were saying, born in Guildford. Attends Hurst-Pierpont College and plays his club cricket at Cookfield Cricket Club. Liam Patterson-White is in around the wicket, comes in and bowls to Hudson Prentice, who nudges that onto the onside. There is no run. 104 for 2 at the end of the 27th. Sorry, 109 for 5. I'm sorry, what am I talking about? At the end of the 27th. Patterson-White in again, bowls, and Hudson Prentice sort of half sweep, plays it down towards fine leg and picks up a single. Does Hudson Prentice. He goes to 40 off 55 deliveries. Brings Henry Rogers on strike. Still that slip in place. As Patterson-White is in again. Bowls to Rogers, who's, well, very nearly bowled and very nearly caught behind. He was looking to make a bit of room there. Played that one away through the offside. Taken by Moores, and there is no run. Strange shot that one. Looking to force the ball away on the offside. There's no rush here. Patterson White in, bowls, forward comes Rogers, plays defensively out into the offside, and there is no run. Patterson White really does rattle through his overs, and immediately he's moved his mid-off back to long-off, and the cover fielder comes more to an extra cover position. 5 men inside the circle. Patterson White in again, bowls, and Rogers defends, plays the ball down the offside of the track, and Patterson White fields off his own bowling, and again it is a dot ball. But at the minute, Nottinghamshire have suddenly got the squeeze on Sussex. Sussex swung it just shy of 4 and over. Henry Rogers wasn't ready. In fact, there's another change in the field. I think that's Luke Fletcher who's going out from that sort of shortish fine leg position down to the boundary. As in comes Patterson White, bowls, and Rogers plays firmly to extra cover. There is no run. Good tidy stuff from Liam Patterson White. He has just bowled the 2 overs, figures of 1 for 2, and Sussex at the end of the 28th over are 110 for 5.
Really good bowling by Patterson White. He's keeping it very tight to the stumps and just changing his pace ever so slightly. Some fired in a little bit quicker, some a little bit slower. Another change in ends for Lyndon James. So Lyndon James going to be bowling from the bowls club end. So change of ends for Lyndon James, potentially a change in fortunes. Finland's apprentice, 41 of 57 and 110 for 5 are Sussex. Here is Lyndon James, goes wide, and Hudson Prentice throws the kitchen sink and the bath at that, and it goes through to Tom Morse for a dot ball. Goodness me, swung hard.
Well, signal as a wide.
It was very wide from Lyndon James. Bowled a fair few here today. He struggled a little bit against Leicester on Tuesday, albeit picking up 3 wickets and a couple of big wickets in Lewis Hill and Jinke Rahane. Turns, starts running in, does Lyndon James. Gathered into Hudson Prentice, looking to drive this down the ground and doesn't get near it, and Hamid does some good work out there, running around to his right, slides, gathers the ball and fires it into Sammy King, who's...
I think he set an excellent example in the field,
Yeah.
right from early on, where he chased that ball down here to long off. It looked like it was going to be 4 runs.
Yeah, he really is. He's throws himself around, gets himself in good positions and shies away. Sweeper now out for Rogers as James in and goes straight, and Rogers defending off the front foot. Dot ball. It is becoming quite evident that it is a reasonably difficult wicket to come in and force the issue off. We saw that this time, this stage of the game against Leicester, the field was spread, there was no slip, ball wasn't doing anything. Looks like the ball's just holding up a little bit in the wicket, maybe a tad too paced or on the slow side and nipping around a bit as Lyndon James goes short to Rogers, who drives this through the covers, and Ben Slater's got some work to do out there, which he can't do, as that's gone for 4. We saw him play one off Toby Pittman, very similar fashion, off the back foot, straight bat through extra cover. This one, with sweeper out, has beat sweeper, running around to his right for 4. He hits his second boundary. It's an absolutely glorious shot.
That was a lovely shot, wasn't it?
Such a lovely shot. He looks like he's got a lovely little temperament as Rogers. James in, goes a bit fuller, and Rogers just defending this one out to backward point for a dot ball. 116 for 5. Hudson Prentice 52, Rogers 9. So 21. At the end of this over, there'll be 21 overs remaining. Run rate of just over 4. So we're looking at around the 240 mark, potentially, if things carry on this way. Not will obviously be hoping to chasing a little bit less than that if he can pick up a few more wickets. James in and gets this one to come back a little bit, but Rogers equal to the task, defends this one out to mid-on, where Captain Hamid picks it up. Dot ball.
Lunch in the test match. The West Indies are 97 for 3, so they lost 3 wickets.
Oh, they've lost 3 wickets quickly.
Yeah, 2 for Gus Atkinson, 1 for Mark Wood. So at one stage, having been 76 without loss, the West Indians going to lunch 97 for 3.
Where are they playing?
Edgbaston.
Oh, lovely. James, in.
Oh,
And he's
bowled.
beaten him up. Beats him on all ends up. Beautiful ball. Lovely ball, Lyndon James. Again, just getting it to angle a little bit in and just straightens a little bit. Beats Rogers. End of the 29th. It's 116 for 5. Still in power play 2.
Yes, and you're listening to live cricket here on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Nottingham, from the lovely Welbeck Cricket Ground, where Sussex won the toss this morning, elected to bat first, but it's been a struggle throughout. Haynes, Clark, Carter, Ibrahim and skipper Simpson all back in the pavilion. And a rebuilding job required here between Henry Rogers and Finn Hudson-Prentice. Liam Patterson-White's going to carry on. From this, the Charlie French in, he bowls, and forward comes Hudson-Prentice, just smothering the spin, plays it out into the offside, and there is no run. Just looking at the field here, is the long off in place? Yes, there is. Just away to our left-hand side, and a long on as well. Patterson-White in bowls, and Hudson-Prentice down the ground, just checks the shot and plays it down here to mid-on, fielded by
Sammy King.
Thank you.
Number 1.
Yep, number 1 on the back of his shirt. Hudson-Prentice goes to 43, and Sussex to 117 for 5. Patterson-White in again, bowls to Henry Rogers. Just plays it onto the onside, and there is no run. Interesting that therefore with the new batter in, that the long on and long off both come up into a one saving position. Captaincy this by Hamid. In comes Patterson-White again, bowls to Henry Rogers, who works this one backward a point. There could be a couple of runs in it here. Yeah, Hudson-Prentice very quick between the wickets, although it was Henry Rogers who was running to the danger end. But Hudson-Prentice applauds his partner for going back for that second run. He goes to 11, and the total to 119 for 5.
Good bowling, Patterson-White, and very good running. This one fired in a little bit quicker, and Rogers just playing it very late, beats back at point, and they get back for 2.
Patterson-White in again, bowls, and again work by Rogers through that cover area, picks up a comfortable single, does Henry Rogers. He goes to 12, and Sussex to 120 for 5. Sussex just starting to pick up the 1s and 2s here. That's what they need to do. They need to keep the scoreboard moving along. Yes, they do. They need to do that. Still keep the slip in place, though. Patterson-White is in again. Bowls, and Hudson-Prentice is very carefully forward. Plays that into the offside. He does rattle through his overs, doesn't he? Liam Patterson-White. He's bowled 3 overs. Excellent figures of 1 for 6. And at the end of the 30th over, Sussex are 120 for 5.
20 overs left. We've spoken a bit about, come from 2020 cricket, and 20 overs remaining.
Well, you'd have thought that, Sussex, I mean, I don't know anything about this ground, the wicket, but just looking, it looks like a quick outfield, looks like a decent enough pitch. You've got to be in excess of 200. I'd have thought to have any sort of defendable total. So there's much work for Sussex to do here.
They'd look to try and hopefully, they'd want to try double that. As Lyndon James into Rogers, and who's slashing this one away out to the sweeper boundary in the offside, and get a single. 121 for 5. Said there are quite a few games going on around the country. A couple of later starts as well. I'll read those out for you. We've got Hampshire. Or carry on with that now, as Lyndon James is tearing into Finn Hudson-Prentice, who's guiding this away and beats backward point. And they're going to get back for 2 as Brett Hudson runs around to his right to collect the ball. 123 for 5. Hampshire have recovered. They're now 150 for 5 after 30. Playing against Northants. Somerset and Kent is the later start at 2 o'clock. They're going to be starting in around about 50 minutes. Leicester and Warwickshire is also a later start. We're starting at 2 o'clock as well. So, and then the game here. Lyndon James in, and Lyndon James has nearly picked up the outside edge of Finn Hudson-Prentice, looking to just drive this away in the offside, and just beat him.
Yeah, good delivery, wasn't it?
He's bowling really nicely.
Yeah.
Yeah, when he gets it right, he's a very dangerous and handy bowler. I've been really impressed with Hudson Prentice's innings here. He's showed great maturity, great level-headedness.
And he's the only batter really who's with a decent strike, 45 off 63.
James into Hudson Prentice down the leg side, and it's come off the pad.
He's just annoyed with
He's
the
not
fact
happy with that.
No, he's not. But he'll know here, Finn, that this job is far from done. It's imperative for Sussex that he stays there. You're the man who's in. There's another 19 overs to go after this. If Sussex could score at 5 and over, that's going to get them around 230, 240, which you feel will be absolute minimum.
James into Hudson Prentice, dances down the wicket, hits it straight back at the bowler, and the shy at the stumps.
Bit
of a smile from the umpire.
Well, you're entitled to do that, and certainly Finn Hudson Prentice does like to take a step down the track.
Does indeed. He hits it straight back at Lyndon James, who then thought, you know what, you're out your crease, I'm going to throw it back at you.
Yeah.
I'm going to have a dip at the wickets. Miss them. Whether or not, if he hit, he would have been out. Not really in the angle to tell you. James, into Hudson Prentice, stays in his crease this time and drives it out to young Freddie McCann for a dot ball. The end of the 31st over. It's 123 for 5, so 3 coming off that Lyndon James over. Tidy stuff.
Yes, live cricket here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Nottingham. You may be watching via the Nottinghamshire Cricket Club live stream. You can see a picture of the ground, a bit of heavier cloud around, but it's all quite high and lots of blue sky and lighter skies around as well. So the ground is looking a picture. And the home side will be delighted with the way that things have gone so far here today, having been asked to bat. The only partnership of any note really, 54 between Carter and Hudson Prentice, but Liam Patterson-White's into his 4th over. He's in and bowls, and Henry Rogers, the 18-year-old, works it on the onside to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Patterson-White again. Does get through his overs very quickly off half a dozen paces in and bowls, and Rogers down the pitch, and he drives, and he's going to get caught at long off, and he does get caught. Well, I'm afraid it wasn't the greatest shot by Henry Rogers. He's got plenty of time in this innings. He's looked to hit the ball down the ground over long off. Good field placing again by Hamid, but he didn't get that at all, and the ball rather looped towards mid-off. The mid-off field having to run back and take the catch.
Freddie McCann.
But Freddie McCann taking the catch, making it. I mean, it came over his shoulder, and he made it look very simple. But I think at this level, you'd expect that to be taken. And Henry Rogers, a disappointing end to what I'd looked a very promising innings.
Did indeed. I think he's done him in the flight there. He's gone a little bit slower, and I think Rogers was looking just to swing that away into the leg side, out into the vacant deep mid-wicket area. And a little bit of bounce, a little bit of spins, taking that to mid-off, where we saw Freddie McCann take 3 catches earlier against Leicester on his debut, and takes a good one there. They are never easy running over your shoulder, and that is a good catch. So 123 for 6 here. Brings form into the crease.
Yeah, so Bertie Foreman, this is his 3rd list day game. So he spent a lot of the winter over playing cricket in Manly in Sydney. What a beautiful place that must be to play cricket. And picked up a number of awards over there, did Bertie. Now he can bat, there's no question about that. As can Archie Lenham, who is...
Will Archie come in before Ari?
No, I think Bertie Foreman... Oh, yes, yeah.
Archie will come in before Ari.
Ari will be at number 10. So we've got the 2 spinners coming. So Bertie Foreman coming in at 8, Archie Lenham at 9. Both of them can bat. But it's really about supporting Finn Hudson Prentice here. And I'm just not quite sure Henry Rogers picked the right ball to try and hit over the top.
I don't think that's really in the game situation. Just tick it on. If you're going to try and go over any fielders, probably straight would have been the better bet with the spin and bounce. Not going a cross-batted shot. Bertie Foreman has played 2 games.
Yeah.
High score of 35. But 2 games, you can't really judge that at all.
I haven't watched an awful lot of Bertie play, but he he's a very competent player. Mind you, I said that about John Simpson, so perhaps I should be a little careful what I say. John Simpson, who was unfortunately out first ball today, the Sussex skipper. But it's going to be Patterson White, who's in again around the wicket bowls to Bertie Foreman, who plays it off the hip down towards fine leg. They picked up one. They're thinking about coming back for the second. Well, I think that was probably a good call from Bertie Foreman. The last thing that Sussex need here is a run out. And Foreman is on his way. Sussex go to 124 for 6.
Foreman, left-hander, just ball spinning back into him, just tucks this off his hip into the leg side, and he ran the first one very odd.
He did.
Sprinted away, and I think it was the right decision.
I've seen him come in as 12th man on occasions, Bertie Foreman, as in comes Patterson White bowls to Hudson Prentice down the leg side, and that's signalled wide. So one more to the total, 125 for 6. I watched him when he's doing fielding practice, that sort of thing. He's very, very fast, Bertie Foreman, and you can see he's jumping up and down. He's all energy. In comes Patterson White bowls, and that's down the leg side, swept away by Finn Hudson Prentice, all the way down to the fine leg boundary. Is it gone for 4? No, it's not. It's fielded way down in the distance. Very good work by Fletcher, way down in the distance, who prevents the boundary. Hudson Prentice goes to within 3 of his half century, total to 127 for 6.
Good work, Luke Fletcher, running around to his right.
Patterson White in again, bowls, and Hudson Prentice drives through the covers. They've taken one. Again, they'll think about 2, but it certainly isn't there as the throw came in from the cover boundary. One more to the total. Hudson Prentice to 48. 128 for 6. Sussex winning the toss, just to remind you, batting first, but really in trouble from the off. Clark 14, Haynes 14, Carter 23, Ibrahim 5, Simpson without scoring, and Rogers for 13. A bit of debate here about where the field's going to go for the left-handed Bertie Foreman. They're just moving the fine leg a little squarer. In fact, they're almost to a deep square, and they've also got a short fine leg. Still the slip in place. Patterson White around the wicket, in and bowls to Foreman, who nudges that off the hip onto the leg side, and there is no run. End of the over. 127 for 6 at the end of the 32nd.
Another good over from Patterson White. He's bowled.
Very good.
He's through 4 here. He's 2 for 10. So where they struggled against Leicester, they've really, really been on it from the get-go today. Haven't bowled many loose deliveries that have made life very difficult for the Sussex batters. Finn Hudson Prentice, the shining light so far for Sussex on 48 not out off 68 balls. Bertie Foreman new to the crease. He's on 1, score 128 for 6. Lyndon James is to continue from the bowls club end. He's bowling away to Hudson Prentice, who's defending off the back foot. It's a dot ball. Young Freddie McCann, who's really impressed me personally over the last couple of games and days. His debut in T20 cricket up in Headingley, and then debut at Grace Road in the 50 over competition earlier. He's really looked good, looked like he's belonged from the get-go. An extra cover. Very young talent. James in, and Hudson Prentice just flicking this away on the leg side. Are they going to scamper back for 2? They aren't.
Well fielded. Very good.
Good work out there by Jack Keynes. They're pushing him hard, aren't they? They're looking to take him on. Is that something that Bertie Foreman does a lot?
Well,
look to run really hard.
Yeah, I mean, these two are very quick between the wickets. Finn Hudson Prentice, he is quick, and so's Bertie Foreman. And Sussex need to try and turn these ones into 2. That was a good bit of fielding, wasn't it? I mean, there was never 2 there.
No.
Throw right over the top of the stumps as well.
No, there was never 2 there. So it's good work, though. They're always looking for, there's a bobble, there's a misfield or something, then you can scamper back for the 2. So left-handed, Bertie Foreman on strike. To tall Lyndon James, who's defending off the front foot. Is Foreman out to short extra cover? That will be a dot ball.
Played that quite late, didn't he?
He played that very late.
I thought for a moment he was going to be out LBW, but he managed to play it late into the offside. There is no run. Have you been to Manly?
I've never been to Manly.
Right, it's beautiful. Yeah, so if you get to play cricket out there for a winter, I need to talk to Bertie and see what he enjoyed, but it is a beautiful...
So I'm guessing you...
Yeah, I have. Yeah, it's lovely. Yeah, in Sydney Harbour. It's beautiful.
James in. Oh, and this is inside half of the bat, looking to punch through the offside by Foreman and just stopped, hold on the wicket, inside half of the bat into the wicket. No run. Whenabouts did you go there?
But a couple of times actually, lucky enough. And I was there in January, so perhaps I should have caught up with Bertie.
That's going to be my next
I should have done. Yeah, I should
have.
have caught up with him. But you can get the ferry from Circular Quay in Sydney out to Manly, and it's a beautiful place.
Nice
so
ground.
if he was, I didn't see the cricket ground.
James into Foreman, who's been beat all ends up. That's beautiful. He looks like he's got his line. He looks such a dangerous bowler when he gets it right, as Lyndon James.
That's a good delivery, wasn't it? Just moving away from the left-hander. Yeah, I should have gone and found it, shouldn't I?
It should have.
Should have had a walk around and found the cricket ground. But,
no, it's...
Bertie wouldn't have thanked me. Might have thought I was spying on him.
True.
And I was on holiday, so...
How long were you there for?
I think we were there for about 4 days in Sydney. Yeah, beautiful.
Nice.
Lovely city.
James, in again to Foreman, down the leg side.
It's going to be a wide.
It's going to be a wide ball. 130 for 6.
I think that's his 5th wide. I
believe so.
James.
He has bowled quite a few wides.
I was impressed with the Nottinghamshire bowling because it was 20 overs before a wide was bowled.
Correct, Lyndon James. Was it James? It was Lyndon James that bowled the first wide. Had their radars on. Do you go away to Australia often?
No. It was just a holiday.
Oh, stunning.
Yeah.
James into Foreman, who's driving this through the covers. Out to Sweeper. Once again, they run the first one very hard.
Yeah, good fielding again, though, isn't it? They were looking to come back for the second, looking to put the pressure on the fielder, but again, what's that? 33 overs gone.
33 overs gone. It's 131.
Well, I think Nottingham should be very happy here. I mean, Sussex picking up 3-4 and over, but I don't know. The feeling I get is that they're going to need a lot more than they've got at the minute to be competitive. 17 overs left. If they could score a 5 and over, that gives them another 85? 85 on that. That gets you sort of 220, 230. And I guess at this stage, Sussex might take that. They might take that and at least give themselves something to bowl at.
Interesting field position here. Matthew Montgomery looks like he's going to go in at is it a short leg or is it a leg slip? It's going to be a leg slip. So
what a terrific field for at this stage in a 50-over game. Over 34 coming up. We've got a slip. Looks like a leg slip.
Is it day 4 at Wellback today? Day 4? No, it's day 1. Liam Patterson-White. Going to be bowling to Foreman.
He is with a slip and a leg slip, and he still wants a change here. Does Liam Patterson-White? No, he's he's happy with it. Is so slip, leg slip, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, all saving minors. In comes Patterson-White, bowls to Foreman, who plays it down the offside of the track, and there is no run. There's a deep.
It looks like a
deep
backward point.
Yeah, I would say deep backward point almost. Comes Patterson-White, bowls and Foreman. Well, that's very nearly a brilliant piece of bowling and a brilliant piece of captaincy, because he's played that to that fielder who's in there at that leg slip position, who dived across, and he's got a little squarer now as a result of that. But very, very nearly that little plan working for Nottinghamshire. Patterson-White in again, bowls to Foreman, who sweeps on the full down to the deep mid-wicket boundary, picks up a single, does Bertie Foreman. He goes to 3, and the total to 100. Goes to 2. No, goes to 3. I'm sorry. Total to 132 for 6. Well, when a plan works, and it very nearly did work for Liam Patterson-White.
Was very close, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Just turned round the corner. Montgomery was interested for a bit.
Patterson-White in again, bowls to the right-handed Hudson Prentice, who clips this one through square leg. They've taken one. I think they'll look to come back for 2 here. Yes, indeed they do, because it's quite a long way to come in from that offside boundary from, was that?
Hudson Prentice is 50.
It is Hudson Prentice's 50, and a good job Sussex that he's made them as far as Sussex is concerned. He goes to 51 of 71 balls, raises his bat towards the his colleagues in the pavilion, over to the right-hand side from where we're sitting. But Finn will know that the job is only half done here.
Most definitely. Finn will need to kick on from here. He needs to bat the entire innings, you feel.
Patterson White in again, bowls, and Hudson Prentice checks the shot, plays it down the offside of the track. Patterson White athletically fields away to his right-hand side. I can see Luke Fletcher warming up down in front of us. He's bowled 7, I believe, of his 10 overs. I'll check that in a minute. Patterson White in bowls, and Hudson Prentice defends onto the onside, and there is no run. Luke Fletcher, 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 24 so far. And looks like he's had the call from the skipper. It looks like he's going to bowl the next over from the Bowls Club end of the ground. Listening to live cricket here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Sussex. Sussex here looking to post some sort of a defendable total. They're 134 for 6 after 34 of the 50 overs, and really being kept afloat by Finn Hudson Prentice, who's just gone through to his half century.
Finn is 6th 50 in List A cricket. He would love to convert that to a nice big score here for Sussex.
He's never made 100. He made 99 in the Championship.
Oh, goodness me.
That was for Derbyshire.
Well, he would have.
Did you say 93?
He made 90. He made 93 in List A cricket.
I think that was against Notts, actually.
Well, here is Luke Fletcher. 2 foremen back into the attack, and it squared him up completely. Well, he's got that.
I'm not sure how that ended up there.
Well, he's cut Foreman into an absolute S there. As Foreman squared up, looking to drive this to mid-on. It's come off a thick outside edge. It's then gone and beat backward point, and they scamper through for 1. Wow, bowled. Does so much with the borders, Luke Fletcher. Brings Hudson Prentice back onto strike. He's 51 of 73, 135 for 6 now. So here he is off the back foot, and they're going to scamper through for a quick single here. Hudson Prentice pushes out to mid-on. They won't mind this as it brings Bertie Foreman onto strike. The young left-hander. Where's the number 13? Some might see that as unlucky. It's one of my numbers. It's one of the numbers that I enjoy. Sun is just playing with us a little bit. It's gone behind the clouds. A couple of dark clouds above. Nothing threatening. Here is Luke Fletcher. 2 foremen. It's beaten him. All ends up. It's got to just go away from him. Too good, Luke Fletcher. Beautiful ball. Foreman just signalling back to Finn. And just gone away from me. Back into you, Finn, but it's gone away from me. I'm a left-hander. It's left me. 2 slips in place. So Matthew Montgomery at first, conventional first slip, and Freddie McCann at conventional second slip. Fletcher into bowl here. Does he have a man out on the offside? He doesn't. So here he is. Fletcher into bowl. Foreman advances down the track and defends it back to the bowler. No run. So Fletcher has got no men. Just having to peek around the corner. There's no men out on the offside. So he's got third man, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and fine leg, as well as his 2 slips. In fact, mid-wicket is going out to deep square leg. So Foreman fancies playing across one. He can drop it into the leg side and potentially run through for a quick single. Fletcher will very much like that, as here he is, the Bulwell bomber, steaming in. And this is cut away, and it's good work at backward point by Liam Patterson White. Well fielded. Didn't touch that. That was 4. It had 4 runs written all over it. Diving stop to his left. Liam. LPW. Good work. 137 for 6. Foreman moves to 5. Hudson Prentice. Very well played. 52. 34. overs bowled. After this one, there'll be 35, 15 remaining. Here is Fletcher. 2 outs and Prentice. Goes short and he's going to have to re-bowl that one. Over Finn's head. Signal the wide. Also be signalled 1 for the over. So still 1 ball remaining in this. 35th over. Fletcher in his 8th over here. Wonder if he'll bowl 2 and leave himself 1 for the death. What will Hamid do? Definitely Lyndon James will bowl at the death if they're going to maybe go Toby Petman to replace Fletcher after this. Liam Patterson-White will continue bowling his 10. That's what I would do. Fletcher in, and that's a good leg struck. Hudson Prentice on the pad, and I think it's hit him on the fleshy bit, so that will be a little bit sore. Don't rub it, Finn. Come on, be hard. He's rubbed it. Is he rubbing? Yep, there he is. He's rubbing it now. End of the 35th. It's 138 for 6. So Fletcher's through 8 overs. Only picked up the 1. You're listening here on BBC Radio Nottingham and BBC Radio Sussex, or you may be watching a fantastic live stream brought to you by Notts. Liam Patterson-White. It's been absolutely brilliant earlier on today. Simpson called correctly, won the toss and asked Notts to have a bowl first, which they've indeed done, and done very, very well earlier on. Tom Clark and Tom Haynes were both nicked off by Hutton and Fletcher respectively. Ollie Carter was caught by Hamid after a great spell of bowling by Toby Petman. The very next ball struck Simpson on the pad from just a bit of a dialogue between bowling coach Fletcher and Kevin Shine. We've got Liam Patterson-White bowling to Foreman, who's sweeping this one out to deep mid wicket for a single. 1 run. But yep, John Simpson was struck on the pad. Next ball by Toby Petman, and he departed for a golden duck. Dan Ibrahim was caught by Matthew Montgomery at first slip by Patterson-White. And then Henry Rogers hit one straight up in the air off Liam Patterson-White a couple of overs ago. And this one has been hit straight up in the air, and it's going to land in no man's land. Well, Finn was looking to drive this straight down the ground off Patterson-White over Fletcher, who's in the ring at mid-on and has just spun a little bit and it's taken a leading edge, and it's gone over extra cover and landed in the gap between long off and sweeper, and they get through for 2. 141 for 6 now. This one in and defended the front foot by Finn Hudson Prentice. He's on 54. Foreman on 6. Patterson-White into a 6th over here. 2 for 17. Bowling. Such great control. Here he is. Fired down the leg side, and that's got it. Nope, it's gone for 5 wides. It's going to go for 5 wides. On ball by Liam Patterson-White. Looking to change it up, looking to mix it up. I don't mind the option. I like the option from Patterson-White, but fired this down the leg side and much needed 5 runs. 146 for 6. I thought the score might just tick over 150 there. It hasn't. So 146 for 6. Patterson-White in. And shoots through, and Hudson Prentice has done well to keep that out. And it's a dive from Foreman as it was a quick single as Hamid nearly directed. Would have been interesting, but shied at the stump and good backing up, and they get through for a single. So a lot happened there just for 1. Ball shot through by Liam Patterson-White, and Hudson Prentice just playing it off the back foot, and Hamid running around to his left, picks it up, shies at the stumps. Foreman dived. Missed the stumps, but because Foreman was down on all 4s, couldn't get back up and come through for the second as the ball travelled out to deep square leg, where Toby Petman picked it up and fired it back in. So that all for 1 run. 147 for 6. Liam Patterson-White now coming over the wicket. To the left-hander, who's defending off the front foot, out to deep backward point, where Brett Hutton falls over as he tries to pick that up. 148 for 6 now. 1 ball left in this one. update still
All done.
all done and dusted?
Yeah, we've got to do some this afternoon as well, but that's the first bit out of the way.
Patterson wide in, goes slow and wide to Hudson Prentice, who drive this out to Hamid. Dot ball. End of the 36. It's 148 for 6. Hudson Prentice on 55 and Foreman on 7.
Well, it's like Luke Fletcher having bowled that over is now not going to bowl the next over. So it's going to be the return of Tony Beckman, I think, from the Bowls Club end of the ground. Interesting that the not bowling coach, Kevin Shine, just going and having a word with Luke Fletcher over on the boundary edge, just away to our right-hand side. Well, as I say, you know, the sort of the feeling is watching this that Sussex are well under par here. But you never know.
You never know until both sides are batted.
And it may well be that Finn Hudson Prentice has judged this perfectly, and it's a pitch that's just giving a little bit of help to the bowlers. But sort of, you know, to the naked eye and the way it's played, I think Notts will be very, very pleased with the way this has gone. Anyway, Beckman is going to come in from the Bowls Club end of the ground. Tall figure racing in, bowls to Bertie Furman, who defends onto the onside. And there is no run. Thank you for your messages that have come in via email. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. Lovely to have your company on a lovely sunny day here at Welbeck Cricket Club. Sussex winning the toss, batting first, but have never really got going, if the truth be known, and very heavily reliant now on Finn Hudson Prentice, who is still there on 55. As Beckman runs in towards us, bowls, and Foreman drives to mid-on, and there is no run. Good tidy stuff again from Nottinghamshire. Foreman, left-hander, wanders away towards square leg, number 13 on the back of his shirt. Finn Hudson Prentice waves towards the pavilion. I think he wants some more gloves brought out.
I think he does.
Yeah, just waving to his teammates who are sitting over there on the pavilion to our right-hand side. Beckman in again, bowls, and Foreman drives, and a very good. I'm extremely impressed by the Notts fielding today. It's a very good stop by Liam Patterson-White at backward point. Such an important fielding position in limited overs cricket, but he was down very quickly because that could have easily run away for a couple of runs.
Saved 4. I think there's no one out there, so really good bowling by Pittman. Fantastic.
Yeah.
Fielding as well, backed up. It's all about backing your bowlers up, and they've done that today so far, if not.
2 for 27 in his 8th over is Toby Petman. He's in and bowls, and defended by Hudson Prentice out into the offside. And there is no run. A live crow of no, which you probably heard as we sit here in a gazebo on the boundary edge.
Sun's back out again. People on the banks have got lovely straw hats and sunglasses and sunscreen.
The good news is we're in the shade.
I agree.
Well, you might like the sun. I don't know whether
I love the sun. I do enjoy the sun.
Okay.
I think I might have to venture and go get my sunglasses for the second innings.
In comes Petman, bowls, and good delivery again that would have hit the top of off stump, and all Hudson Prentice can do is defend. He looks as if he was looking to work that one down towards third man. But in the end, he just plays the ball into the ground, fielded at backward point, and there is no run.
He's trying to be nice and busy as Hudson Prentice. He's just trying to work its away and keep the scoreboard ticking. 149 for 6.
Well, Finn will know here that, if he were to get out, that, Sussex...
trouble.
But they might struggle to sort 170, 180. Petman in, bowls, and Hudson Prentice lofts this one away, and that's going to be the first 6 of the innings. That's gone many a mile, I think. Yes, it has. Lofted away, 6 runs. Good shot by Finn Hudson Prentice, clipped away over mid-wicket. And he goes to 61, and Sussex at the end of the over to 155 for 6.
Glorious shot, Finn Hudson Prentice. Toby Pittman, it's not such a bad ball at all. And maybe a touch straight, and Finn just flicking it away. Glorious. Lovely shot.
Well, the way he's played that shot makes me think this is a good deck, and Sussex will need considerably more than 155. They've got Bertie Foreman's been bought out a drink, as has Finn Hudson Prentice, by Sean Hunt, the left-arm seamer, who is on 12th man duties. There's a couple of other players up here. Zach Lee and Cachet was up here as well for Sussex. who the players are sitting on sort of some benches in front of the long pavilion over on that far side of the ground here at the Welbeck Cricket Club. But Liam Patterson-White is going to carry on from this, the Charlie French end of the ground, and he's going to be bowling to Bertie Foreman.
Liam has picked up 2 wickets so far today. Change of angle again. His leg slip has come out now. Back to a more conventional field, so normal slip, square leg in the ring. Here he is. He's in, and Foreman driving this down the ground. They run the first one very hard, and they're going to get back for 2 as it's a misfield outside, long on by Freddie McCann.
Well, it just goes to show putting that pressure on, doesn't it? You know, running the first run fast. I know it's one of the old adages in cricket, but it just puts a bit of pressure on the fielder, and perhaps Sussex haven't done that quite enough.
Good running. In slow from Patterson-White and defended off the front foot by Foreman. Dot ball. I've been impressed with the way that these two have looked to rotate the strike and looked to score their runs. Never easy coming to rebuild in, bit quicker, and Foreman down. Hit him on the pad, and fancy Liam Patterson-White's got away with one there. Anything on that. There's no one at 45. They've got a deep backward square, but it would have raced away for 4. Patterson-White turns, comes in, and getting Foreman to defend off the front foot. Dot ball. Liam Patterson-White 2 for 26. So far he's into his 7th over. I think Liam will probably be bowling through. Then Lyndon James and the other 2 bowlers in Fletcher and Petman to finish as he dances down the wicket here and flicks this into the leg side, where they pick up a comfortable single. 158 for 6. Foreman moves on to 11 off 23, and Hudson Prentice on 61 off 82, going along quite nicely.
What's it, partnership now?
Partnership
33, is that right?
Believe so. Must be.
Yep.
12, just over 12 overs to go as Patterson-White in again, and Hudson Prentice defending comfortably off the front foot. Hits high up on the bat, rolls back to Patterson-White, who exchanges ball for cap, and at the end of the 38th, it's 158 for 6.
Yeah, partnership of 35, I should say, between these two. Henry Rogers, the last man out, for 13. It's going to be another change of bowling. It's going to be Lyndon James who's coming on from the far end. I think it is.
It is Lyndon.
Just got the...
They're just chopping and changing.
They are. So Luke Fletcher bowled an over, Toby Petton bowled an over, and now Lyndon James. 5 overs, no wicket for 26. He's coming into bowl to the left-handed Bertie Foreman. The sun disappears from view momentarily as some heavier clouds appear as James is in, bowls to Foreman, who reaches for that one outside of the off stump. The ball was taken by Tom Moores in front of where perhaps first or almost second slip would have been, but no wide signalled. So a dot ball.
Just getting it to go across the left-handed Foreman, and Foreman, you feel, just looking to get off strike, push it into the covers, just lets the bat just follow it as it passes bat and goes through to Tom Moores.
Petman again. Sorry, James in again. Bowls to Foreman, who drives nicely through the covers. He can pick up a boundary here. Bertie Foreman, he does. Drilled away by Foreman. Nice looking shot. He goes to 15, and Sussex to 162 for 6. Just slightly over pitching there was Lyndon James, and driven away through the covers. Across this very quick outfield. And a boundary to Bertie Foreman. Sussex need a few more of those over the next 11 and a bit overs.
They do, but these two are slowly starting to build something, yeah?
James in again, bowls. Oh, Foreman's beaten all ends up. Good delivery, wasn't it? Just pushing forward, and the ball whistles past the outside edge through to the gloves of Moores. There is no run.
Well bowled, Lyndon.
Very good.
That's where we'll be wanting to stay, wanting to keep it all the time. Just nagging away, good length. Foreman feet not really going anywhere, caught in the crease, and just plays down the line, and the ball just leaves him slightly. Good bowling.
Very good. James again. Running in over the wicket bowls, and Foreman works this to backward point. Another very good bit
Been
of
busy
fielding
there.
there. He's excellent in that position, isn't he, Liam Patterson-White?
Almost as busy as the M1.
Well, he made an excellent stop in the previous over, and that wasn't an easy stop. He had to get down quickly to field the ball, and again, he's prevented runs because you're quite right, Carl. There's no one behind him, so he's got a big area to cover. Sussex had a very good backward point in Danny Briggs, who's now at Warwickshire. The amount of runs that Danny Briggs saved at backward point.
What a cricketer.
In comes Jones again, short, and Foreman looks to hook and then looks at the umpire as if to say, "Oh, is that a wide?" Well, it isn't.
Did you watch a lot?
Bertie Foreman rehearses the shot. Sorry.
No, I'm sorry. Did you watch a lot of Danny Briggs growing up through the age groups at Sussex?
Yeah, I mean, he was at Hampshire. And then came to Sussex and spent 3 or 4 seasons there before moving on to Warwickshire. People at Sussex were very disappointed when he left. You know, he's a fine cricketer, lovely guy as well, Danny Briggs. And comes James Bowles. Oh, and again he beats Foreman. Well taken by Tom Moores. That bounced just in front of him, and there is no run. End of the over. 162 for 6. 39 overs gone. Hudson Prentice on 61. Foreman is on 15. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC Radio Sussex and Nottinghamshire. Myself alongside Kyle. You pronounce your surname, Kyle, because I'll make a mess of it.
Kyle Van Vollenhoven?
Well, I ought to better do that. I don't mean to be rude.
No, not at all. It is an absolute mouthful.
Right.
Liam Patterson-White to continue. 162 for 6. Hudson Prentice 61.
Interesting, Carl, that Nottinghamshire have gone, with 4 seamers and just the 1 spinner. Sussex with 2 spinners in the side.
It does look like it has spun.
Yeah, there are other seam options. I mean, they've got Crocombe, Carvelos, they've got Hudson Prentice, Ibrahim, and Tom Clark, who can all bowl. All seamers.
Patterson-White in, and Hudson Prentice sweeping this fine, but Pittman gets down there, does some work and keeps it to a single. Yeah, it is interesting. I think what Liam Patterson-White's got it to bounce and spin, so Lennon and indeed Foreman will be quite excited with that. Obviously, Matthew Montgomery can bowl if required. I doubt he will be bowling at this stage of the game. In his Patterson-White, and Foreman pushing it back to the bowler. No run. 163 for 6.
Just noticed a couple of Sussex players who might have played in this game are playing for Scotland in their match against Namibia. Charlie Tier and Brad Curry playing for Scotland today.
Slower from Patterson-White and driven down the ground, and they've gone wide of mid-on. They should get back for 2, and
Or run.
They do. Good running. Good running. Slower from Patterson-White, and Foreman flicking this, beating mid-wicket, who is Hassan Hamid, to his right, and with the spin of the ball just taking it wide of mid-on, and they get back for 2 comfortably in the end. 165 for 6. This one fired into the pads, and they end up trotting through for an easy single as it comes off. Well, Foreman just flicking it away on the leg side for 1. Foreman moves to 18 now. Looks a very tidy little cricketer.
Yeah, he does. Yep. He's a busy cricketer.
Yeah, he looks a busy cricketer.
Yeah.
And Hudson Prentice, a very well played 62, sort of anchoring the innings here. What they would do to get him out. Here he is, driven off the back foot. They should get 1. Are they going to get 2? No, they will not. Good fielding, Jack Haynes. Don't think again there was ever 2, but these 2, every single ball that goes out into the outfield is a little bit bobbly, but every single ball that goes out into the outfield, push the fielders hard, and if there's a misfield, they get back for 2. 167 for 6. Patterson-White into Foreman, who's driving this uppishly to Hassan Hamid for a dot ball, who takes it on the bounce. End of the over, it's 167 for 6. Hudson Prentice on 63. Foreman on 18. Patterson-White has now bowled 8 overs, 2 for 32.
I don't know how many international matches have been played in Dundee, but that's where that game is playing. 239 for 3. Charlie Tier made 16. They're just yelling out some instructions to Luke Fletcher, who we could tell him has bowled 8 overs. You talk about reminded me. You talk about Michael Pepper.
Yes.
Yeah, he played in that game you were talking about, where he played an innings, probably one of the best T20 innings I've seen a couple of weeks ago down at Hove.
I wanted to ask you a little bit
He made
about
100.
that.
It was a brilliant, because Essex were in all sorts of trouble. They were 90 for 5, needing 230 odd to win, and they got over the line, and he was magnificent. It really was. I mean, I've seen some pretty high quality innings. You think of the likes of Luke Wright, who have made some wonderful innings down at Hove, but that was right up there. It was a really good knock. In comes James, bowls to Hudson Prentice down the leg side. Must have flicked a little bit of pad taken by Tom Moores, and there is no run. But it really was a brilliant innings.
Yeah, he. What I saw of him in that game, I thought he looked pretty good, and he's had an unbelievable summer so far.
Although, having said that, Essex won at Hove. That was 2 games before the end of the competition. They looked odds on, and it just goes to show how T20 changed. In the end, they didn't. Yes, they. Hang on. No, they did qualify. No, they came 5th.
You Sussex have had some absolute crackers in the blasters, yeah.
And comes James bowls to Hudson Prentice, plays it into the onside. They've taken one. They're going to come back for the second. They're going to move on here. Wolfin Hudson Prentice, and that throw comes in. Well, it was a brilliant bit of fielding. The throw came in. Tom Moores whipped off the bails, and well, we can't see from here. We've got a dreadful view, but it looked to me as if he was in. Just about. Very good bit of fielding out there by... Who's that out there? Matt Montgomery. Yeah, very good indeed. Excellent throw. Well gathered in by Tom Moores, wasn't it? Who whipped off the bails. Well, he demolished the stumps, actually. In fact, Hudson Prentice looked like he might have hurt himself in running his bat in. But he picks up 2 more, and Sussex have got to do this. He goes to 65, 169 for 6.
Just such good running. It's the intensity that they're batting at. Just keeps you in the game if you can't find boundaries.
James in again, bowls. That's going to be down the leg side, and that's going to be 4 wides. And he looks disappointed with himself, Lyndon James. Tom Moores with absolutely no chance whatsoever, and the ball races away for a boundary. And this is turning into quite a profitable partnership for Sussex. Finn Hudson Prentice. In fact, that's the 50 partnership between these two. 51. This partnership coming when Henry Rogers was out, when the score was on 123, and Sussex just easing towards something. And might think they've got something to bowl at. I still feel they're well under par, but at least from where they were, if they can get themselves somewhere over 200, 230, perhaps 240, they might feel that they've got, I say, something to bowl at.
Most definitely.
Hudson Prentice waits, and James is in again. Running in over the wicket, bowls, and Hudson Prentice plays this firmly through the offside to the sweeper on the cover boundary, who misfield. I don't know if it bobbled there slightly, but nonetheless Hudson Prentice comes back for a second run. But I just think it goes to show the virtue of running that first one fast.
Definitely.
It definitely bobbled in front of the field up there, no question about that.
It has bobbled in front of Sammy King, but they've run the first one hard. If they jog that first one in misfields, then that's when you can't get back for 2. But they've run the first one hard, bobbled, touch, go, it's 2 all of a sudden. It's fantastic.
176 for 6. James didn't get pulled. Hudson Prentice looking to pull that one away over mid-wicket. Misses the ball, goes through to Moores, and there is no run. No, it's been a good T20 campaign for Sussex. It's a great shame that Daddy Lamb is going to miss the rest of the season with the shoulder injury he picked up against Middlesex last week. But Tamal Mills has taken over the captaincy this season, and he's been terrific.
He's a fantastic cricketer.
Well, yeah, and they've had Ollie Robinson available as well, which has helped. In comes James over the wicket, bowls, and Hudson Prentice takes one hand off the bat, plays the ball down to mid-on, a rather unorthodox shot. Nonetheless, he picks up a single. He goes to 68. And at the end of the over, is that the end of the over? Yes, it is the end of the... No, it stops. No, sorry, 177 for 6, because there was the wide, of course. James been a little expensive. 0 for 40 in his 7th over.
Will you have Jofra Archer back for the quarterfinals?
Well, Sussex are certainly hoping so, because he's playing in the 100. In comes James over the wicket, bowls, and again Foreman ends up working that one to backward point, and another very good bit of fielding by Patterson White. It is the end of the 41st over, and Sussex are 177 for 6. Yes, Sussex will certainly hope so. He hasn't been able to play in any of the group games, but Sussex will be very much hoping that he can play in the quarterfinal. It's a home quarterfinal as well, at Hove against Lancashire, so it should be a full house. And I think that is just before England play a number of they've got some T20 internationals. In fact, it's bad planning because there are 2 T20 internationals against Australia either side of finals day, which seems bonkers to me. So on the Friday and the Sunday, there are T20 internationals.
Oh wow! So
so anyone who's any international players who are picked for England whose sides do get to the final of the T20 won't be able to play, you would imagine. But as I say, hopefully Jofra will be able to play in the quarter-final, which will be a big boost for Sussex.
That would be a real shame if your international players don't get to go to finals day.
Yeah, but it's not going to be easy against Lancashire. I mean, they've got a good side, haven't they?
They've got a very good side.
Good side. Phil Salt will be coming back to his
I was about
his
to say
club.
Phil Salt will come home.
Luke Wells. So there'll be some old faces back at Hove. So that should be
Phil Salt against Jofra Archer and
that might be fun.
Tyrone Mills.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, it's set up beautifully, as is today. There's a little bit of a fight back here from Foreman and Hudson Prentice. Hudson Prentice 68, Foreman 18, 177 for 6. Patterson White be bowling out here. Slow approach to Hudson Prentice, driving this straight back to the bowler, dot ball.
Another former Sussex man in the runs today, Ben Brown, the former Sussex skipper and wicket-keeper, 109 not out for Hampshire, who were 230 for 6 in their game.
Patterson White in and Hudson
Well
Prentice
bowled.
once again driving this back. Just held that back a little bit.
Yeah, he did.
A little bit slow, a little bit short, so Hudson Prentice nearly hitting it straight back to the bowler.
Terrific spell of bowling this, isn't it? In his 9th over, 2 for 32.
It's been brilliant. Here he is, slow and wide and driven out into the covers. They once again run the first one hard, but Jack Haynes has been very tidy indeed out there. Picks it up cleanly and just throws it back to the bowler. 178 for 6. Yes, Liam Patterson White on the back of his shirt has just got the name White written, so I'm not quite sure why. His surname is Patterson White. Maybe they couldn't fit the
Perhaps it doesn't fit on, yeah.
Maybe it's not fitting on. Got it to fit on the T20 top. Here he is, Patterson White, wearing 222. He's got it. Foreman flicking this out to Hutton, who's on the one at square leg, so Foreman works it straight to Hudson, dot ball. It's been a good little innings by Foreman, sticking with Hudson Prentice. Patterson White in and Foreman paddling it away, and Moore's done well to stop that and get through for a... Is it a bye? It is a bye. So, well done, Tom Moores, because it's not easy. Foreman's gone down to lap that away. There's no 45, and he's missed it. And Tom Moores, I fancy, may have just been hit on the shoulder there, or kept it only down to 1 bye. Good work. Patterson White in. Hudson Prentice off the back foot, pushes out to Matthew Montgomery at extra cover. No run. 179 for 6 after 42. You've got 8 left here, and it's really nicely poised. Finn Hudson Prentice is batting absolutely beautifully, and he's joined by Foreman. Finn's on 69 and Foreman on 18.
I just wonder when Finn Hudson Prentice decides it's really time to put the foot to the floor here, because there's 8 overs remaining. I think he'll feel that Sussex haven't got enough. But with 8 overs remaining, if Sussex could score another 50 or so, we may just wait another couple of overs before maybe some sort of an onslaught. It's going to be James running in towards us from the bowling club. Foreman looks to drive that one through the covers, picks up a single down to third man. They're coming back for the second. This is good running by 30 Foreman, who's very quick between the stumps, picks up a second run. He goes to 20, the total to 181 for 6. The fielder down here at third man just needed to move to his right a little to field that, but Foreman ran the first one quickly and was very quickly back for that second run.
It's good running between the wickets.
It is, yeah,
really good running. Touched, went straight away, backed himself to get in. He moves to 20, 181 for 6 now.
James again. That is it and bowls. That shorter ball balloons over the head of Bertie Foreman, and is that going to be signalled as a no ball? Yes, it is. Bertie Foreman was certainly expecting that, and he gave the umpire a long, hard stare. And the umpire duly obliged. Umpires in this game, Richard Illingworth and Rob Bailey. I can never tell umpires
Neither
apart.
can I can't.
I think umpires should have their names on the back of their shirts as the players do.
I agree.
James in bowls to Foreman, who works this one away through backward point. They pick up one, they're thinking about two, but on this occasion there isn't a second run out of the boot. Throw comes bulleting in from deep backward point. One more to Bertie Foreman. He goes to 21, Sussex to 184 for 6. This partnership now worth 61 between these two.
It's a fantastic partnership considering when they walked in at 120 odd for 6.
James in again over the wicket bowls, and Hudson Prentice drives to backward point. A more comfortable stop on this occasion for Liam Patterson-White, who saved a lot of runs in that backward point position today. Hudson Prentice goes down the wicket, does a little bit of gardening. 7 overs remaining after this one.
Still looks a little bit too paced, the wicket's not, or maybe just not quite coming on the way they would like it to.
And comes James getting bowls, and Hudson Prentice plays it onto the onside through mid-wicket. They're thinking about they're going to come back for the second. This is very good running. The throw comes in, and I think that could be very, very tight. But fair play to Bertie Foreman, who was very, very quickly back for the second run. Perhaps he's in training for the Olympics, Bertie Foreman. I don't know. That was very, very quick. The throw came in from me, but it was a good throw.
Was it a direct hit?
I don't know. Either way, it might well have been, but Foreman was back. And the total goes to 186 for 6. In the Test match, the West Indies now 119 for 5. I'll give you the details of that in a moment. James is in again, bowls to Hudson Prentice, who drills that away through extra cover. They've taken one. They'll think about coming back for the second. Oh, there's going to be a run out here. Bertie Foreman was halfway back. Walls whips off the bails, and Bertie Foreman is run out. And that's a very, very fine bit of fielding out there on the extra cover boundary. I think Bertie Foreman turned blind then, Carl, and there really wasn't a second run there. He was sent back by Finn Hudson Prentice. Bertie Foreman is gone for 21, and Sussex are 187 for 7. I think that's going to click over to.
Well, fantastic work by Ben Slater out on the sweeper boundary. Driven out into the offside by Finn Hudson Prentice, who's turned and then sent Foreman back. There was never two there.
No.
Never two. Foreman's touched and gone, and he would have been run out by about 4 yards if he had gone all the way to the bowler's end. Slater's fired it into Lyndon James. Lyndon James has then picked it up, turned around, has thrown it back to Tom Moores, and run out Bertie Foreman, who's been sent back.
Good bit of fielding, wasn't it?
Great bit of fielding. 187 for 7. So Foreman's got to go for a very well played 21. So it says run out Slater / James there, but really good work by Ben Slater. Lyndon James. Good cool head not to panic, and good clean throw to Tom Moores.
Well, it was a partnership that's just sort of given some Sussex, maybe just a little bit of hope. Partnership of 64 between those two. There's only really been 2 significant partnerships, haven't there? 64 for that wicket, the 7th wicket, and 54 between Carter and Hudson Prentice for the 3rd wicket. So the new man coming in is Archie Lenham, the leg spinner, who can certainly bat. Can Archie? So Sussex with a bit of lower order defiance needed. They won't want to be bowled out before they're 40 overs, that's for sure. In comes James, bowls, and Foreman defends to mid-on. And there is no run. End of Lyndon James' over. He has no bowled. 8 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 48. And at the end of the 43rd over, Sussex are 187 for 7.
Archie Lennon, the leggy. He will be very much looking forward to bowling on this wicket. I think Liam Patterson-White has got quite a bit out of it. Maybe not in massive spin, but enough.
I mean, the way this competition works out, and when you look sort of, down the years of 50 over cricket in this format, you can probably afford, can't afford to lose more than 2.
Patterson White to continue, and Finn just defending it out into the covers. Looks in a little bit of a spot of bother. Looks a bit uncomfortable.
He does, yeah.
I don't know if he's hurt himself when he
I don't know if
dived
he's hurt his back or something. He doesn't look quite right, does he?
in from Patterson White, slow and wide, and Hudson Prentice just cutting this into the offside for a single.
Yeah, I thought he looked a little uncomfortable at the end of the previous over. Seemed to be doing some stretching. He has been troubled by back problems in the past. He just doesn't seem to be walking particularly freely. Let's hope he's okay.
Let's hope so indeed. He would want to bowl on this wicket as well. This looks like his sort of wicket. So Archie Lenham, the leg spinner, facing Liam Patterson White, who's getting him to defend off the front foot out to mid wicket. Top ball, 188 for 7. It's from a Sussex point of view. It's a shame that run out came. It's just sort of pushed back the explosion that could have happened. Patterson White slow to Lennon, who's again pushing it out to cover for a dot ball.
Good captaincy this, isn't it? You know, he's got the players in on the one. I mean, Archie Lennon will be desperate to push the one and get Hudson Prentice on strike.
Patterson White in his last over goes to Lennon, goes short and pushed out into the offside for a single, where Archie Lennon was jogging through comfortably, and Finn just reminded him you need to run hard.
Absolutely he did, and you know, you just can't afford to jog singles in limited overs cricket, can you? And I think, you know, Finn made a point of absolutely sprinting that single.
He did. He has done for a while, as Patterson White in and Hudson Prentice just defending off the back foot. A very good spell by Liam Patterson White.
Excellent spell.
He finishes with figures of 2 for 35 in his 10 and picked up the 2 wickets of Ibrahim and Rogers. So Patterson White is through his 10. We'll have to see a change in bowling from the Charlie French end. Well bowled, Liam. Brilliant work. Still going to see Lyndon James. So Lyndon is most likely going to continue out there. And then we're going to see Fletcher and Pittman from this end in terms of a split. Here he is.
Running into bowl to the right-handed Archie Lenham. He's in and bowled, and Lenham clips one away through square leg. They pick up one. They're thinking about coming back for the second, but it isn't there. And then a good bit of fielding throw coming in right over the top of the stumps. Archie Lenham is on his way. 180. Sorry, he goes to 2. The total to 190 for 7. Is that right?
It is.
Yeah.
I think it is. It must be. Got a single off Liam Patterson White's ball,
Yes,
so it must be.
189 for 7. There we are. It's caught up. James in bowls. Hudson Prentice takes a step down the wicket and a big swing and a miss. A howl from Tom Moores as the ball just misses the stumps. And there is no run. Well, he has got little option here now, Finn Hudson Prentice. 5 overs to go after this one. Still 3 wickets remaining, and I think he'll feel that a quick, 20-25 here could be invaluable for his side. Correct.
Just trying to force the issues. It has resulted in a field change as well, so it means Luke Fletcher, who was out at third man, is going to come into the ring, and Hassan Hamid, who was in at mid-on, is going to go back to the boundary as Finn was looking to take that downtown over long on.
James in again, bowls, and Hudson Prentice plays it onto the onside down. They'll think about running 2 here. Archie Lenham can get a move on back to the non-strikers, and the throw comes in. That's well run. Good cricket by Finn Hudson Prentice, who is definitely looking uncomfortable out there. Don't quite know what he's done, but he's leaning on his bat. It could have been a result of that earlier run where he ran his bat in and seemed to, sometimes it looks to me like he's limping.
I think he's hurt his leg of some sort.
Yeah, I mean, possibly when you're diving in, possibly he jarred his bat into his leg or something, I don't know, but he's definitely in some discomfort out there, is Finn Hudson Prentice, which would be a blow for Sussex, because certainly he would have been one of the bowling options as well. In comes James over the wicket, bowls, and Hudson Prentice is beaten, looking to drive that one away through the offside, and there is no run. 192 for 7.
Finn 75 off 103, so striking it quite well in the context of this game. Just over 5 overs remaining, so he'd be thinking if he can get them to 220, maybe 230,
Yeah, I mean that's my
They'll
feeling.
be in the game. They'll
Well,
definitely be in the
my
game.
feeling is it's under par, but at least it gives you something to bowl at. In comes James Bowles to Hudson Prentice, who eases that one down towards fine leg. Can't quite see whether it's good bit of field. They're going to look for a third. Oh no, there isn't a third there. As the throw came in, and
Brett Hutton.
yeah, I think Brett Hutton's hurt himself as well. He's okay. One or two looks towards Brett Hutton nonetheless. A couple of runs to Hudson Prentice, who goes to 77. 194 for 7.
Been a really good knock.
Right, well,
from Hudson Prentice.
Well,
So
and
much.
it's had to be. Without that, Sussex would have been in all sorts of trouble. James again over the wicket, bowls, and Hudson Prentice drives firmly through the offside. The ball races away, and that's going to go for 4 runs. Lovely shot by Finn Hudson Prentice, who we think is carrying some sort of an injury, but nonetheless, he goes to 81 and Sussex to 198 for 7 at the end of the 45th.
Finn moves on and into the 80s, and it is going to be big Luke Fletcher to bowl from the Charlie French end. He's got 2 overs remaining.
Hasn't bowled from this end. So
No, he hasn't,
no.
so it's a change of ends for him. He's going to be bowling to Archie Lennon. 5 overs to go here. 30 balls. Finn would be thinking at least a runner ball 230. At least. I think Brett Hutton has done himself a mischief here. Don't know what he's done, but looks like he's done something to his pinky.
Yeah, it looked to me like he hurt his hand, and one or two of the Notts lads looked a little concerned. Yeah, he's having word to the umpire, so he's leaving the field. Is Brett Hutton? So let's hope that he's going to be okay. Doesn't seem in an awful lot of distress, does he? But maybe it's just tweaked a finger. He's running off the field. And there are 5 overs to go. Yeah, Finn Hudson Prentice, you were quite right. Top scorer in this day cricket is 93. His highest championship score is 99. So, well, I say he's not. He won't be thinking about that. What he'll be thinking is he needs to get Sussex to some sort of decent. 5 overs to go.
Correct. 5 overs to go. 30 balls left. Here he is.
Here comes Luke Fletcher running in, bowls to Bertie Foreman, who nicks behind. And Luke Fletcher, well, they decided on the bowling change. And first ball, Luke Fletcher picks up a wicket. Nicked behind by Bertie Foreman. Another catch for Tom Moores. And Sussex lose their 8th wicket. 198 for 8. So well done the skipper, bringing back big Luke Fletcher. He picks up a wicket with his very first ball.
Well bowled, Fletch. He picks up his 2nd. Nicks off Lennon. Just pushing outside the off stump. Just trying to get Hudson Prentice back onto strike so he can do some damage, and guides it straight into Tom Moore's mitts. They lose their 8th. 198 for 7. Fletcher picks up his 2nd. He's 2 for 28. Perfect start to the over.
Well, here comes your friend, Harry Cavalos, making his way out. I'm presuming it's Harry. Yeah. Well, Sussex will want to make sure here they bat their overs. I mean, that's something in one-day cricket or limited overs cricket. You want to bat your 50 overs or your 20 overs or whatever it might be. And this just might delay Finn Hudson Prentice in terms of trying to perhaps launch some sort of an onslaught in the last few overs. Even pushing the ball around, if you've got 4 overs to go, if you can pick up, 4, 5, 6 singles and over, and make that another 30 runs or so, 25 runs, at least it gets Sussex, 220, 230. You don't want to be bowled out for, 205 or something like that and leave overs in the hopper. So, the new man is Harry Cavalos. And he's going to have the dubious pleasure of facing Luke Fletcher, who was saying has picked up a couple of wickets already in this innings. Fletcher waits at the end of his run. Harry Cavalos is ready, and Fletcher makes his way in over the wicket, bowls, and Cavalos is straight away off the mark, playing the ball to mid-wicket. They pick up 1, and that's all they'll pick up. Sussex to 199 for 8. Yeah, so Brett Hutton, 10 overs, 1 for 41. I think he bowled better than that, if I'm being honest.
I agree.
Toby Petman,
fantastic.
8 overs, 2 for 33. You'd imagine that he would bowl his 2 overs out. Lyndon James, 9 overs, 0 for 57. Not quite his day today. And Liam Patterson, right, excellent figures. 10 overs, 2 for 35. As in comes Fletcher over the wicket, bowls to Hudson Prentice, who pulls a short delivery out to deep mid-wicket. They've taken 1 and they'll settle on a single. Hudson Prentice goes to 82 and Sussex to 200 for 8, hence the ripple of applause around the ground. Saw 1 or 2 Sussex supporters who'd driven up this morning for the game.
No,
That's loyalty, isn't it?
That's fantastic loyalty.
Yeah, yeah.
That's good.
A couple of them making their... Well, a lot of grounds these supporters wouldn't have been to before, so I know a few are travelling down to Neath for that game, or wouldn't have played at York before either, so a chance to see some new cricket grounds. As in comes Fletcher, bowls to Carvelis, who plays very straight into the covers fielded at cover by... Is that the skipper there, Hamid?
It is Hamid at cover.
Yep, and there is no run. 2 balls left in the over, then 4 overs remaining. Sussex are 200 for 8 as Harry Carvelos surveys the field.
These two are good mates. I know they do spend quite a bit of time together off the field. And Harry is really no mug with the bat, so more than capable of sticking around here with Finn.
In comes Fletcher, bowls to Carvelos, who drives nicely, as if to make the point. He drills the ball away through extra cover, and that's going to go away for 4 runs. Lovely shot by Harry Carvelos.
Stunning shot.
Yeah, it was. Drilled the ball away through extra cover for 4 runs. And Sussex to 204 for 8. Yes, he originally became a dad, didn't he, Harry?
He did. Congratulations.
Yeah.
If George is listening. Absolutely brilliant. I know, and I'm pretty sure he is an absolutely amazing dad. He's absolute champion, this man is. Really, I've got a lot of time for him. He's a proper fighter as well. So he'll be in the fight here.
Fletcher in bowls to Carvelos, gets the ball high on the bat, punches the ball to mid-off. He picks up a single. He's going to pinch the strike at the end of the over. Sussex are 206. Let us come up already. 205 for 8 at the end of the 46th over.
Fletcher picked up the wicket of Lennon, which has brought Harry to the crease. Hudson Prentice, 82, not out. And there's going to be Toby Petman to continue here.
I just wonder, Finn Hudson Prentice, I mean, he's made a wonderful knock here, Finn Hudson Prentice. What over did he come in? He came in after 10 overs and 1 ball when he walked to the wicket.
It's been out there a long while.
Yeah, I just wonder whether he just might be thinking, well, we want to use these overs up.
It's imperative that
well, it is.
you don't leave overs out
if you
there.
could pick up or run a ball from now on, that's another 24 runs. It gives you 230. So my feeling is that's under par, but it just gives you a chance.
Agreed. Petman steaming in to Carvalhos, who's swinging away, looking to take this down over deep mid wickets. He's just signalled again. A bit of extra bounces in there.
I think Finn Hudson Prentice probably coming down and just saying, just pick up the one here, Harry.
Let me do this.
Yeah.
Let me do this.
It should be the tactic, really. In fact, there's a change in the field. I can see the mid-wicket who was saving one has now gone out to deep mid-wicket.
He's a tall man, is Harry, so should get on top of it. Just needs to knock it on his head. Give, as you've said, give Finn the strike. Petman steaming into Harry, who's working this away onto the leg side. They run the first one very hard. I can't imagine they're going to get back for 2. Good fielding out there by Sammy King.
Very good.
Good work. And it moves the score to 206 for 8. Finn on 82.
And does he go for it here, or does he wait a couple of overs?
I think he will wait. If he gets a ball he feels that he can latch onto, I think he'll throw the kitchen sink at it. I think Petman's going to go into the wicket here. Finn giving himself room, carves this over backward point. That's going to be 4.
Shot.
Lovely shot, Finn. That's beautiful batting. Clever batting. Toby was always going to go into the wicket, and with the field set deep on the leg side, deep mid wicket, long on, deep square leg, fine leg. Finn's given himself room and hit it up and over backward point for 4 runs. I'm just checking deep. Fine leg must be out. He's not in the ring, so he has to be on the boundary. Finn moves to 86. The score 210 for 8. There's a change in field now. Deep backward. Points gone out, and fine leg is now coming into the ring.
He's got to get him inside the circle, hasn't he?
So here he is. What? Toby Pittman dish up. Slower ball. Finn's gone over fine leg. And is it going to be cut off? It's not going to be cut off. 4 runs. Toby Pittman goes slower ball. Finn walks across his stumps. And it helps it up and over fine leg for 4. Well bowled, Toby Pittman, but equally as well played by Finn Hudson-Prentice. Moves to 90, 214 for 8.
Well, we were saying earlier on, weren't we? He's never made 100 in any form of cricket, Finn Hudson-Prentice. 93 is his best List A score. 99 his best county championship score. And he's played an innings that's kept Sussex, well, it's given them some hope.
Pittman to his good mate in. Finn dances down, and he's picked out mid-off.
And he's not going to make 100 today.
He's not. He dances down the track, looks to hit this over mid-off, and he's picked out Lyndon James, who takes 3 or 4 steps to his right and takes it at about head high. And Finn Hudson-Prentice has got to go for 90. No, it was all set up for you, Finn. It's a great knock, though. Can't take anything away from that. Fantastic batting. He has really helped Sussex get to the score that he's got to. And as you can hear, there's a really big round of applause by everyone here at Welbeck today. Just to take into account that is a phenomenal piece of batting from Finn Hudson-Prentice. He's got to go.
He just got caught betwixt and between there, didn't he, with that shot, whether to come down the wicket and belt the ball over mid-off, and in the end he rather steered it. Watch it again to the fielder at mid-off. So we'll have to hope that Finn Hudson-Prentice isn't injured. Just looked like he was struggling a little bit towards the end of his innings. Anyway, the last man comes in, who is Henry Crocombe, and Sussex have still got 19 balls left to face in this innings, and they'll want to make the most of those 19 balls. A run a ball gives you, 235-ish.
That's all that they would need to do. It would be absolutely criminal for them to get bowled out here. They need to. They don't want to leave balls out there. They don't want to leave potential runs out there.
No, definitely.
So Toby Pittman into Crocombe, who's on strike, and
good figures. Toby Pittman 3 for 42.
Fantastic. He's bowled beautifully today. I think all the seam bowlers they've been really good.
Yeah, perhaps with the exception of James, 9 overs for 57. So Henry Crocombe, I haven't seen much of Henry this season. What can he do?
Here he is. Pittman steaming into Crocombe, who has touched the walk down the wicket and flicks it off his pads.
2 there.
And they're going to get back for 2. This is good running. It's a tight throw and they dive, and Tom Moores can't quite gather it. Maybe not the best throw by Jack Haynes, but they get back for 2. Good running. The end of the 47th, it's 216 for 9. And if that's the way they're going to play it, I think they've got it spot on.
Yeah, well, Luke Fletcher, I think he's going to bowl his final over. 9 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 35 for Luke Fletcher. He's just sort of reorganising his field. If you're just joining us here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Sussex, a very good afternoon to you. 3 overs remaining. Sussex, having won the toss this morning, deciding to bat first, with the exception of Finn Hudson-Prentice with an excellent innings of 90. Ollie Carter, the next top scorer, with 23. And I just think the feeling is here on a big ground with the quick outfield that Sussex are quite a bit under par here. However, we shall see. Luke Fletcher to bowl his final over, comes running into bowl to the right-handed Ari Cavelos. He's in and bowls short, and Cavelos pulls that one away onto the leg side, and he is caught at short fine leg, and Sussex haven't batted their 50 overs. And as you say, in limited overs cricket, that is almost criminal. It was pulled away, caught at short fine leg. Luke Fletcher picks up his 3rd wicket of the innings. Excellent figures, 9.1 overs. 2 maidens, 3 for 35, and Sussex have been bowled out here for 214, which I think, Carl, they'll be disappointed with that total, but also disappointed they haven't batted their overs.
Most definitely. Good slower ball bouncer by Luke Fletcher. into the wickets and got it really high. Carvalho's not really looking to take it on, but just trying to paddle it around the corner, gets a top edge, and Pittman takes a good catch running around. Only one to really get in and do some damage was Finnard St. Prentice, who got to 90. Sussex all out for 216 here after winning the toss and electing to bat. I think they may have, don't know yet until both sides have batted on it, but they may have left themselves a touch short.
I think unquestionably, as I say, you can never tell with these things until both sides have batted, but my feeling is that there was a little bit in the wicket, wasn't there, early on? A bit of spin as well. Sussex will be hoping on Archie Lenham and Bertie Foreman can bowl well, but I think 214 in a 50-over match, you're under par, really.
I agree. But we're going to take a break here at Welbeck Cricket Club, where when we resume, we'll see Notts look to take on the task of chasing 216 runs. They'll need 217 runs to win and win their opening game of the Metro Bank One Day Cup. But we're going to go get some lunch and potentially a cake.
That'd be nice.
It'll be lovely. See you in a bit. Hello and welcome. We're back. We resume here with Notts chasing 217 to win in their second game. Sussex is first.
Yeah.
And want to get their... We want to get a win under their belt in this campaign.
Well, I think the feeling, talking to some of the Sussex supporters around the ground during the break, was that Sussex haven't got enough runs here. And I think that was something that we certainly felt, wasn't it? But,
yes. Look, I think we will see after both teams have batted on it.
Yes. Well, it's going to be Ari Cavalos who's going to get us underway. Bowling here from the Charlie French end. Bowls and cut away, and the first ball goes for 4 runs. Overpitched by Ari Cavalos and just smashed away through backward point by, is that Slater?
It is Slater.
Lovely shot for 4 runs.
Slater.
Too much width.
Correct. A little bit floaty from Carvalhos.
Well, and Sussex haven't got many runs to play with, so you can't afford too many loose deliveries. But that 2 slips in place. I mean, Sussex need wickets here. I don't think they're going to win this game by trying to contain Nottinghamshire. They will need early wickets. As Cavalos, the skipper to jump, is on his way over the wicket. Bowls, and Slater is back and across and steers that one to mid-wicket. And there is no run, fielded there by Henry Rogers.
Ari signed 2 years ago now. In this competition, absolutely tore it up to get signed.
He did.
Best figures of 5 for 16. He is, as I said, he's a very wholehearted cricketer. Will go until the end.
In and bowls to Slater, who lets that one go outside the off stump, taken by John Simpson, and there is no run. He just bowls a good nagging line and length as Ari Cavalos, and well, as you say, he bowled beautifully in the 50 over competition, bowled well in the championship last year, perhaps a bit unlucky not to play too much this season. But Sussex have had a couple of very good overseas. Jaden Seals, the West Indian, for the early part of the season, and then Nathan McAndrew, the Australian. And in comes Cavalos, bowls, and forward comes Slater, plays it back down the track, and there is no run. So 3 dot balls to finish the boundary. So good response from Ari Cavalos.
Well, that's a bit better. I've got my sunnies on now.
Oh, there you go, you see.
There you go. Struggled the first innings. The sunnies are out the second innings. And now we are away. This is summer. Ladies and gentlemen. Sun is breaking through here at an absolutely glorious cricket club.
In comes Cavalos, bowls to Slater. It again defends down the onside of the track. There is no run. So 4 dot balls from Ari Cavalos to follow that loose opening delivery. I'm presuming that Henry Crocombe will open from the Bowls Club end. I was saying, of course, that I thought that Ollie Carter would keep wicket. Of course he won't, because John Simpson will be keeping wicket. The Sussex skipper and wicket keeper, and he's waiting, crouching down as Cavalos runs away from us. In and bowls, and Slater plays that to backward point. There is no run. So tidy enough from Ari Cavalos. After that initial 4 runs at the end of the opening over, Nottinghamshire are 4 without loss.
4 for no loss. Decent start, good comeback from Ari.
Yeah, indeed.
First one went for 4. So, followed it by 5 dots. Ben Slater, a little bit on Benny, a little bit on these 2 really. It was a bit bizarre to see them go into the rain delay against Leicester, both batting, and walk out from the rain delay and then not batting. And you can't get dismissed in the change room. But what had happened was they had just retired them in what was a rain-affected game. So Freddie McCann playing in his second game. He's really impressed. Freddie McCann, born in Nottingham, local lad, came through the academy, plays for Papwick and Limby Cricket Club. Really did impress. He only got 20 odd, 23 I think it was, 23. We're going to have
Henry Crocombe
bowling to Freddie McCann. From the Bowls Club end, Crocombe into McCann, who's defending off the back foot. He looks quite sharp, doesn't he? He looks quite quick.
Yeah, Henry Crocombe is sharp. Again, he's another one of the bowlers who's had very limited opportunities this season, mainly because I mentioned Jaden Seals, I mentioned Nathan McAndrew, Ollie Robinson. Hasn't been picked for England so far this summer, so Ollie's been available. So some of these younger bowlers haven't had too much of an opportunity. Henry Crocombe, one of those. So he will see this as a massive opportunity to get himself into the side for the rest of the season.
Crocombe, short, wide, hit cut away in the air, and it's taken on the bounce at third man, I believe.
Yeah, Ari Cavalis down there.
Ari does the fielding. Crocombe probably wouldn't have come across Freddie McCann much, but he's incredibly strong square of the wicket. Is Freddie McCann. Absolutely loves width. Very strong through there. Ben Slater, Derbyshire born, 32 years of age, highest score of 148 not out, 17 50s and 600s. Crocombe into Slater, who lets this one go through. He's averaging 52. This really is his format, Benny Slater. He's so prolific at the top of the order. We've seen him drop down the order in Red Bull cricket now, 2-3. Used to open. Duckett's not available. He does go back up there, but top of the order in List A cricket and 50 over competitions. Such a dangerous player. Crocombe into Slater, who's just going to tuck this one off his hip on the leg side out into mid-wicket, where he gets through for a single. Archie Lennon running in and doing the fielding. 6 for no loss. Earlier on, if you are just joining us, Simpson won the toss, called correctly. Don't know what he called. If it was tails, maybe it was tails never fails.
That's what they say.
That's what they say, and put Notts in, well, elected to bat first. But more than that now is Crocombe in to McCann, who's dropping this into the offside, and a slight misfield there allows them to sneak through for a single. 7 for no loss.
I think it's Archie Lennon out there, and is it Archie? No, it's Bertie Foreman.
There's a Bertie Foreman at backward point.
And Sussex can't afford that. They've got to be absolutely on their money here. I noticed Finn Hudson Prentice out in the field, so I don't know whether he did pick up a little nick or a little niggle, but he's out there, so that's good news for Sussex, because he'll probably need to bowl as well.
Crocombe into Slater, and he's beat him. Beautifully bowled, stunning line, quick. Slater having to play at that just in case it came back in. End of the second, I beg your pardon. It's 7 for no loss. Slater on 5 and McCann on 2.
He does bowl with good pace, Henry Crocombe.
He's quick. He's real quick.
Interesting you picked that up.
Lovely, really tall,
Yeah.
high action. Looks easy, looks fluent. It's very pretty on the eye.
He's one of these young players who, for 2 or 3 seasons, played an awful lot of cricket when Sussex had gone almost entirely to youth. And Henry Crocombe played a lot of cricket, but now with Paul Farbrace in, a bit more experience in the side, Henry's going to have to really work hard to get back in the side. But certainly bowled with good pace, and that was an impressive opening over. Ari Cavalis is coming in from the Charlie bowl. And look, a catch by Ari Cavalis, and the first wicket goes down. Sorry, taken by Henry Crocombe, and the first wicket goes down, and a wicket for Ari Cavalis. It was just clipped away by Freddie McCann, and the catch was taken at mid-on by Henry Crocombe, and a full shot. And you were talking about maybe the pitch being a little too paced. Maybe that stopped a little bit on McCann. He clipped the ball away to mid-on, and the first wicket goes down, and Sussex have got a breakthrough.
It's a big wicket that McCann's got to go for 2. I don't know whether or not Ari rolled his fingers across it or if it did just hold up in the wicket, but very early on the shot, and very, what a lot of people would talk and call it is a soft dismissal, caught mid-on. Good catch. It was going quite quickly.
It was
running around, and he's gone above his right shoulder, taking it to his right. Notts lose their first. They're 7 for 1. McCann's got to go, and it should be, and it is, Jack Haynes, former Worcestershire lad.
I was going to say, is that the former Worcestershire player?
It is. Jack Haynes is signed over the summer. Good player is Jack Haynes. He's been good. Born in Worcester, 23 years of age. This is played 12 games. This is 13th. Highest score of 153. 250s and 100. When he gets 100, he goes big. So Jack Haynes walks to the crease.
Well, it's just what Sussex needed.
Correct.
Was a very early wicket, and I did wonder when that first ball was driven away for 4. I thought, all crumbs, but just gives them a chance to get back in the game. As I think the general feeling was at 2-160, just not enough runs. But you never know. We have said consistently through the commentary, you never know till both sides have batted. But we shall see. And Harry Cavalis has got the knack of picking up wickets.
Does indeed.
He's waiting now as in comes Cavalis, bowls to Haynes, who eases that to backward point. Good bit of fielding there by Finn Hudson-Prentice. And all of a sudden it's noticeable, isn't it, when a wicket's taken, suddenly the fielding side, everyone looks, as if they're really up for it again.
Correct. That's a good, I think that's Ari's length, that just back over length. He's a tall lad, he hits the deck quite hard, does get it to shape a little bit. The first ball that went for 4, it's a little bit floaty. He's back in that length, he's got 2 slips. Ringed offside field.
In comes Cavalis over the wicket, bowls. Oh, that's a chance. It was a very sharp chance. It was clipped away off the toes. That is a chance. It's been put down. I think that's Henry Rogers in there. Was clipped away. I think he got his hands to it, and I think that goes down as a chance.
I think that's carried. I'd really do. It was a full ball on the pads, and Haynes has hit it out the middle of the bat, low, and Rogers diving forward, I think has just got underneath it. It hasn't managed to hold on to it.
In comes Cavalis again, bowls. Haynes lets that one go, taken by Simpson. And there is no run. I was mentioning earlier, we were talking about ex-Sussex players, and Ben Brown in the runs today for Hampshire against Northampton, down at Southampton, 139 not out. Hampshire making 285 for 8, so well done, Ben.
It's a good player.
He is a good player.
Really good player. Fluent, such a fluent watch, isn't he? He's jealous that you got to watch him as much as you did.
Cavalis runs away from us. In and bowls to Haynes, who defends into the slip cord. And it's a tidy over from Harry Cavalis. A wicket and 3 dot balls to finish, and it might have been a wicket and another wicket as well, as our scorecards go flying away.
Everywhere.
Yeah,
bit blustery. But
gorgeous. We'd have settled for this, I'm sure, and just really pleased for everybody at Welbeck Cricket Club, because it's a huge effort to put on these games at Outgrounds. And I was just talking to some of the Sussex supporters at lunch. Cavalis in bowls, let go outside the off stump, taken by Simpson. There is no run. That's the end of a good over from Harry Cavalis. I reckon that's a wicket maiden.
It is a wicket maiden.
And at the end of the over, Nottinghamshire are 7 for 1. With Slater on 5, the man out. That over was Freddie McCann, who was caught by Henry Crocombe at mid-on off the bowling of Harry Cavalis for 2. Thank you. And everyone was saying how much they thought the facilities were great. They thought the ground was lovely, and everyone likes coming to Outgrounds. That's the point.
I do. It is going to be Crocombe into Slater, who's letting this one pass through to Simpson. Just watching it on its way as Crocombe just pushing it across. Jack Haynes is just getting his bat inspected. Does he get through the bat gauge?
Yes, it does. Well done the umpires, keeping an eye on everything.
It's good to see that.
Yeah, making sure it's legal and correct.
Maybe he just thought that, goodness me, Jack, that bat does look a little bit too good.
Oh, someone's moving behind the bowler's arm. It's the first time we've had any interruptions today. I'm quite surprised, because a big black sight screen. There's someone to the side of the sight screen. Is that a camera down there that's moving around?
Not entirely sure what that is. As Crocombe in, and this is nicked down on the floor. They're going to get back for 2? No, they're not. It's good work out there by Ari.
It was.
Ari Carvalhos.
Yeah, he was very quickly round at Carl, wasn't he, and got the throw in.
Yeah.
And you can just tell that, the body language from the Sussex fielders, I think they'd have probably felt that they were a bit undercooked, but that early wicket and keeping the 2 slips in, the 2 Toms in there, the 2 openers, Tom Clark and Tom Haynes. But he's bowling with good pace here, is Henry Crocombe.
He is indeed. He's firing it down. He's going to be bowling to Jack Haynes now, yet to get off the mark. It's 8 for 1. Crocombe, long approach into Haynes, who just defends it off the back foot. Rolls out to backward point. No run. Crocombe, I've really feel like I know this action from somewhere. He looks familiar. Looks like I've seen it before. Very tall, upright man wearing the number 5. Sussex in their pink, bright pink tops. This one from Crocombe is...
He's got him.
Oh, he's nicked him off. He's nicked Jack Haynes off. Crocombe's got his first wicket. Haynes, a very loose shot. It has to be said. It's outside the off stump. His feet go absolutely nowhere. He flashes at one and a very faint edge taken by Simpson. Haynes goes for a duck. And this is really far from ideal for Notts, who still staring down the barrel a little bit, need this win. Chasing 260 and they're off to the worst possible start.
Well, we said Henry Crocombe was bowling well, and I've been made to eat my words so far, because I certainly felt that 216 was not enough for Sussex, and that might well prove the case. But clearly Paul Farbracer said something in the interval, and Sussex have come out so to hear all guns blazing, picking up a couple of wickets, and well, if nothing else, that'll put some doubt in the Notts batters' minds. But here comes the skipper, who will be very keen to stop the rot, I'm sure.
Hassan Abid, 27 years, Bolton born. Played international cricket for England. Obviously, he's played 38 list A games. Highest score of 114. Once again, that was against me.
Was it?
That was a tough day out in the office.
Right, okay.
650s and 200s. He is an absolutely glorious player and is no mug when it comes to facing the new ball. Very experienced at doing that. Opens in the county championship. So walking out in the 4th over, he is very adapted, very adequately equipped to deal with this. He's taking centre. 8 for 2. Hamid and Slater, Notts' 2 most experienced campaigners out there at the moment, and especially in terms of their batting order. These 2 are the foundation that they tend to build upon. Crocombe into Hamid, who goes off the back foot straight away and defends. Short pitch delivery by Crocombe. It is really, he's firing it down. It's coming down quite quickly. It's a very fast delivery, and Hamid quickly on the back foot. Doesn't really have time to go back. Just brings the bat up in defence. He defends it about chest high, dot ball. So 8 for 2. Crocombe 1.4, 1 for 4 so far. Crocombe in to Hamid, and
good ball.
It's a very good ball. Hamid just letting this one go and just signalling that it's nipping around a little bit. And Notts in for a fight here. After 4 overs, they 8 for 2.
Well, it's been a good start for Sussex, and as I say, 1 or 2 bowlers with a bit to prove here, and that's one of the advantages when the side are going well. But I guess players come in and they think it's an opportunity, and they want to grasp that opportunity if they can. Not sure too many did with the bat, but Carl's just going to do some work on our gazebo. As in comes Carvelos over the wicket, bowls and tucked away by Slate. That's a very good bit of fielding. That's excellent, very good indeed. I think that is Archie Lenham out there, who was very quickly round and prevented a single being taken. So there was a 4 off the opening ball of the innings. Off the next 23 balls, there's only been the 4 runs. But there have been a couple of wickets. Well done, Carl. He's doing a great job sorting out the gazebo.
I think I've stopped it flapping in the wind. We'll soon find out.
Carvelos away from us, in and bowls. And just out of the reach of John Simpson behind the stumps. Attempting to cut that one away was Ben Slater, and that was only inches away from John Simpson, who was leaping goalkeeper style and couldn't quite lay a glove on it. The ball has run away for a boundary. It's not a life for Slater because it didn't go to hand, but I tell you what, that was a full shot.
Very close to being number 3 in the power play. A little bit of extra bounce from Carvalhos, and Slater driving. It's only about a whisper away from Simpson's right mitt.
Carvalhos in again, bowls, and Slater defends back down the track, and there is no run. So good start here for Sussex on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Sussex. You may be watching via the Nottinghamshire live stream. Very impressed with all the different camera angles, and
It is good, isn't it?
very good indeed. Yeah.
I apologise if anyone is experiencing it to be a little bit glitchy. We obviously are at outground, so it's not always going to be perfect.
Cabellas in bowls, Slater defends into the onside, and there is no run. Good bit of fielding edge. I think it's Bertie Foreman out there actually chasing in. And
It
there
is.
is no. I'm told that the commentary on the stream is coming through loud and clear. So
Oh, brilliant. So it's just, if you're listening on BBC Radio Nottingham or BBC Radio Sussex, or indeed online live on the BBC website, we are at outground, so sometimes we do it can be a little bit jumpy. We're 8 for 2.
Carvelis, and again bowls to Slater, ball well pitched up, and he's settled into a nice line of length here, Eric Carvelis, hasn't he?
We have indeed. Seems to have honed in on where he wants to be and where he
Yeah.
just such a dangerous bowler. You did mention it earlier, and I don't really want to repeat it, but I don't think people understand. He's got such a knack of picking up wickets at important times, doesn't he?
He does. He's got this tall approach to the wicket. I think his knees up bowls, and that's drilled away through the cover. Slightly overpitched that by Eric Carvelis, and Ben Slater been waiting for that and drills the ball away through the offside and picks up a boundary just as we were praising Eric Carvelis. So a second 4 conceded. It is the end of the over. And at the end of 2 boundaries coming off of that over, and
It should be.
Nottinghamshire should be 16 for
should
2.
be 16 for 2.
Yeah,
Yes.
at the end of the 5th.
16 for 2.
Yeah.
2 boundaries, one very streaky one, and one glorious one from Ben Slater, who moves on to 14. Hamid yet to get off the mark. Crocombe to continue from the Bowls Club end.
Well, of course, this is in the power play.
I've just seen now, I've done a little bit of research. His best figures are 4-4. What was it again? Crocombe.
In 50 over cricket.
In 50 over cricket. He's got a little bit on that now as he's steaming in here to Hamid, who's letting this one through to Simpson. It's going to be a dot ball. He has got figures of 4 for 63. Those are his best figures. So definitely can bowl. He really is. He's played 18 games.
Yeah.
22 years old. So an absolute youngster. Another one of Sussex's young stars on show. See a lot of young stars in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. This one in full and defended out towards backward point where Finhudson Princess comes in, swooping in, cuts off the single. You got any emails in?
Not since lunch. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. If you'd like to get in touch with us, lovely to have your company.
Please do.
Lovely to have Toby's dad in touch this morning.
Crocombe to Hamid, who's
Shot.
pushing this through the covers. That's a lovely shot. Just a little punch. Archie Lenham's after that and tags it down. And they run through for 2. It's a lovely shot. Just a little punch off the front foot and Hamid gets off the mark. It's 18 for 2. Target is 217 knots chasing to win their opening game of the Metro Bank One Day Cup. Sussex looking to open their account as well. And next ball from Crocombe, just left alone outside the off stump. Passes through to Captain Simpson. Where's the number 9? Nice and comfortably.
Because the power play in this sort of cricket is, if it's the first 10 overs, you're only allowed 2 fielders outside of the circle. But there's also a batting power play, isn't there?
I think they've changed that now. So there used to be a batting power play where you could take Crocombe in, left alone by Hamid. There used to be a batting power play. I remember years ago you could take it between overs.
But you can't do that now.
No, you can't do that now. So it's 3 power plays. First one, overs 1 to 10, where you allowed 2 people out. Second power play, overs 10 to 40, where you allowed 4 people out. And then the last power play, overs 40 to 50, where you allowed 5.
5, yeah.
The batting power play was great fun, though.
It was, because you could elect to do it.
Which was awesome. That's well bowled by Crocombe. He's got a Mead lunging forward on the front foot, defending out to mid-on for a dot ball.
Let's see if we had any more emails in, Carl.
End of the sixth over. It's 18 for 2, and we've got an email.
Joe has been in touch. He says, "Hi Adrian, who is the other commentator with it?" Well, it's Kyle, and for the second time today I'm going to ask Kyle to pronounce his...
Kyle van Vollenhoven.
Thank you.
There we go.
Who is with us today. So great to meet Kyle, and he's a good friend of Harry Carvelos, who's going to bowl now for Sussex. So it's the end of the sixth over, 18 for 2 as Carvelos is on his way, bowling to Ben Slater, and Slater lets that one go, just sliding across the left-hander into the gloves of John Simpson, and there is no run. You called it correctly this morning. You felt there was a little bit of help and movement for the seamers, and so that might have just carried on. So
Yeah.
new ball from each end helps.
It does indeed, and it looks like it's a little bit stoppy, maybe not quite as flat as it looks, and just not as true, which is just been on show with the 2 wickets that have fallen today so far in this Notts innings.
Carvelos in and bowls to Slater, who drills that down the ground. That's a lovely shot. That's going to be 4 runs. You can chase that all you like, but I don't think it's going to stop it going away for 4 runs. That was over pitched and drilled away down the ground by Slater. That was a lovely shot. Henry Crocombe was in hot pursuit, but he was never going to catch up with that. The outfield is fast. And
Outfield is rapid.
Yeah, and it's in terrific nick as well. Considering, in essence, this is a club ground. I mean, if you turn comes a club cricket, you're playing here, you're thinking, wow.
Yeah, it is absolutely stunning. I've done such a phenomenal job here. Is everybody involved at Welbeck?
Carvelos in again, bowls, and Slater clips out some more runs here, clipping through square leg, and he's going to pick up another boundary, I think. They're in hot pursuit over there. There's a good bit of fielding out there, actually, by Bertie Ford. When the throw comes in, they're coming back for the third, and that's good running by Ben Slater. Good bit of fielding, good throw. And has Slater hurt his arm? He's dropped his bat. I'm not so sure he hasn't hurt his arm, you know. He looks in quite a bit of discomfort there. He dropped his bat as he completed the run. Now, I don't think... Well,
He looks very uncomfortable.
he looks incredibly uncomfortable. He's feeling the top of his right shoulder. Is Ben Slater. He's looking towards the dressing room. Let's hope that's nothing too shit. He's now wheeling it around. Maybe he just sort of... perhaps a muscle injury or tweaked something when he played that shot, but he certainly looks a little uncomfortable. These Nottinghamshire shirts, from where we're watching from, they got the green and the yellow sleeves. Looks like they've also got cat t-shirts on.
It
doesn't
does. It does.
I thought that when Luke Fletcher bowled, I thought, why is he doing that? Carvelos in bowls to Hamid, who's forward and just plays down the offside, and there is no run. Either of these two would be big wickets for Sussex.
Massive. You feel like these two are the players that people like Montgomery, Moores, James, Patterson White will bat around. They'll just bat time, and they will of course score quickly.
Yeah.
But they will anchor the innings, and the rest will come in and play around them. So this is a very big partnership in the context of this game.
Carvelos in again, bowls, and Hamid is forward, plays to backward point. There's no wrong. Well bowled, Harry, is the cry from the Sussex fielders. I've got to do an update in a minute, Kyle, so I think we've got time to finish this over. Yeah, only one more to go in this over. I need to report on Kent as well, who are struggling down at Taunton. In their match, we cover Surrey, Sussex and Kent in our afternoon programmes as Carvelos is ready and runs away from us, running over the wicket, bowls, and Hamid defends, and he's going to get a run. No, he's not going to get a run. It was well stopped, actually, at second slip by Tom Clark. So it is the end of the over. I'm going to disappear for a couple of minutes, and I'll leave you with Kyle.
End of the 7th over. It's going to be 25 for 2. Quite tidy bowling by Ari. A little bit of an expensive over. 7 coming from that one. Ari's bowled 1 for 19 off 4. I said it's 25 for 2. 2 wickets to fall where McCann bowled Carvalhos, caught Crocombe, and Haynes nicked off by Crocombe, caught Simpson for a duck. So here is Crocombe. He's tearing away into Slater, who's playing this late and off a thickish outside edge down to the boundary, and Ari's done some good work again, running around on the boundary to keep that in, haul that in, keep it to 2. 27 for 2 now. He's very nicely poised this game. Notts chasing 217 to win. Earlier on, Simpson won the toss and elected to bat first. Not obliged by bowling out Sussex for 216. Crocombe in, goes short to Slater. I don't know if that's hit him. I think that may have hit him on the back of the bat. The umpire is signalling. No, it's hit him on the helmet. So they're going to have to go through all the procedures here. I did say Crocombe was bowling really fast, and he's bowled this one short. Slater got in the front, went to go and pull it. It's just climbed on him a bit too quickly. It's hit him on the helmet. It's gone off the helmet down towards third man. So they will go through for a leg bye, I believe. It should be. And the physio will come out and just will check the helmet, will inspect. Is it okay? It's done its job. It's kept him safe. He's still okay. They'll ask him a few questions. Some of those questions will range from, who are you? My name's Ben Slater. Where are you playing? I'm at Welbeck Cricket Club. Who are you facing? This lad, that ball's quite sharp. So no, he looks okay. It's Ben Slater. They look like they might be actually changing helmets here. And they are. So that helmet has taken a bit of a pounding. So usually with these helmets, they're absolutely phenomenal, are the helmets nowadays, and so much engineering and so much technology goes into it. But usually they are only built to take one big full contact blow. So once it's done that, it's protected its wearer, and if it cracks, and then the helmet is then compromised and would need to be changed, which is indeed the case on this sense. But Ben Slater's all okay, so that will be a leg bye. Score on 28 for 2 now. Hamid on 2, Slater on 24. It's Crocombe into Hamid, who's defending under pressure off the front foot. It's going to be a dot ball. My co-commentator Adrian does his reports for BBC Radio Sussex, Kent, Somerset. Henry Crocombe has been absolutely fantastic. I think he's really looked the real deal. 3.5 overs, 1 for 9. Bowled with some real quick pace, and that one no exception. Is this one quick into Hamid, who's pushing this out to Finn Hudson-Prentice at backward point for a dot ball. Finn, who batted absolutely beautifully today. Deserved 100, but got caught on 90 at mid-off in the 47th over.
I wonder if he's thinking if he's ever going to get 100 in any form. As you were saying, 99, 93, 90.
Oh, goodness. It was there for the taking. It's Crocombe into Hamid, who's defending again off the back foot. Well bowled by Crocombe, who's bowling a hard length here. Not pitching any up, and just back of a length, and it's coming through at about tummy height. Just above your waist, so about tummy height, and Hamid not being able to really go forward or back, is getting in good positions and defending from the crease. So this is a good little battle, this Hamid. 2 of 14, so he's digging in a little bit here. 28 for 2. Crocombe in, and Hamid looking to pull this away. He has pulled this away. Fine leg should get round in Carvalhos, and they'll only get back for 2, so a little bit aggressive intent showed by Hamid then. Finishes the over off, so it's 30 for 2 after 8. Hamid on 4 and Slater on 24.
Slightly ugly shot, wasn't it? From
Not
Hamid?
pretty.
Very un-Hamid-like, really.
Correct.
It's a bit interesting to see what John Simpson does here. I think he'll keep his opening bowlers going, because Simpson will know another wicket here, and Sussex are right back in the game. On the other hand, he's got 2 spinners in the side. He's got Lenham and Foreman in the side, and he won't want to leave it too late to bring those on, because, you know, if you're bringing spinners on when the game's almost up. So he will be, you know, it'll be an interesting juggling act here for John Simpson, how he's going to play it. Ari Carvalhos is going to bowl the next over. He's already bowled 5 overs, and he's running away from us. Comes into bowl to Slater, who defends into the offside. Happily, none the worse for his blow on the head. 30 for 2 off of 8. At the same stage, Sussex were 28 for 1. So, sort of even Stevens pretty much. The sun has just gone in momentarily. A bit more cloud around. There's probably more cloud around. Well, certainly over the ground, there's lovely blue sky and high level clouds. But way to our right, there's some rather darker, more menacing looking clouds. Let's hope they stay where they are as Carvelos is in. Bowls to Slater. Clips us one away. As a misfield. Well, it doesn't cost Sussex a run. It's Bertie Foreman in there, diving away to his right. But covered by Henry Crocombe, who was very quickly round from mid-on to field. John Simpson sees that as a sign just to reorganise his field. Tom Clark, who's probably the best fielder in this Sussex side, is going into mid-wicket. So there was a square leg, a mid-wicket, a mid-on, a fine leg and a third man of the fielders outside of the circle. In comes Carvelos, bowls, and forward comes Slater, plays it out into the offside. And there is no run. So just a reminder, 2 fielders only are allowed outside of the 30-yard circle for the first 10 overs of the innings. And apart from that, there's a slip, 3 men saving 1 on the offside and 3 on the leg side. But Tom Clark is in very tight there at mid-wicket. So he's a very fine fielder, Tom Clark, who's close enough so he won't be walking in from there. He'll just have his hands on his knees as Carvelos runs away from us. He's in and bowls, and Slater drives beautifully. That's a lovely shot, and that's going to be 4 runs. Not a lot of point chasing that one for Ollie Carter, and the ball just dribbles into the rows of spectators who are lining the boundary here at Welbeck Cricket Club. As Carl was saying, there's also a bank away to our right-hand side, which is very sort of a la Arundel, really.
It is. It's lovely.
Arundel got that lovely bank with the panoramic view across the ground. And there's a bank. It's not quite as high a bank here, but it's still a bank, and people lined up on their chairs. There were some chairs put out, and I think other people might have bought their camping chairs or deck chairs, whatever they are, to enjoy the cricket as the wind just gets up a little. And Carvelos around the wicket, bowls to Slater, who drives to mid-off, fielded there by Ollie Carter, and there is no run. So good recovery by these two, because 8 for 2 when these two came together. Now 35 for 2.
It's a good little fight back.
It is. No.
They needed that. They couldn't really afford to lose another one. They did nearly lose Slater off Carvelos' bowling with the top edge.
Yeah, got a few more emails. As in comes Carvelos round the wicket, bowls, and another lovely shot by Slater. And this may not go for 4. Ollie Carter is in hot pursuit out towards the boundary. It's going towards the boundary rope. Well, it does go there. It shows you how fast the outfield is. Driven away, and I suspect that John Simpson may make a change here. He's just coming trotting around from behind the stumps, and I think we are going to get a change of bowling. I think Ari Carvelos is coming out of the attack, and I suspect we're going to get Bertie Foreman, who's going to be coming. Let's have a little look. Is it going to be Bertie? Yeah.
Looks that way.
I think he's going to come in from this Charlie French end. A couple of emails are coming. Mark Petman, who is Toby's dad, has been back in touch. And he says, just in case you're short of things to talk about. Well, we might be. As in comes, I think it's your over.
Yes, Chrome in and
Sharp.
lovely shot. 2 full, 2 straight. And Hamid clips us away for 4. They've starting to pick up the scoring rate, these two. So lovely batting. Hamid picks up his first boundary. What's Mark saying?
Sure. Mark says, you asked earlier where we live. So Mark goes on to say, it's on the Sussex side of the Kent-East Sussex border, near the Ashdown Forest, where I'm working from home. That's lovely down in that part of the world. It really is.
Beautiful. Crocombe into Hamid, who's driving this one, and they're going to get through for an easy single. Lovely shot.
Toby went to Tunbridge School, which has a really strong cricket history, as you may know. Colin and Chris Cowdery, Ed Smith, Richard Ellison, etc. He was in the same year. He was in the same school year as Zach Crawley, Marcus O'Riordan, who were both obviously at Kent, and Ben Earl, England flanker. It was quite a strong side. Well, we are. That's a sporty school, isn't it?
I'll tell you what, that's a very strong side indeed. Crocombe into Slater, who's it's well bowled. Slater had a little flirt outside off stump. It was again a hard length, and Slater just looking to back foot drive. It wasn't quite there, and nearly found the outside edge.
Mark says he played club cricket for East Grinstead with Finn Hudson-Prentice for many years before he was spotted by Notts while he was at Oxford. He played for the Sussex junior sides from under 10s up to under 15s. He used to have coaching with Tom Haynes, etc. Thank you, Mark. Well, a lovely email.
That's amazing. That's a lovely email. Thank you, Mark. It's always lovely getting those in. This one nicked and it's gone to where a gully would be. Crocombe producing the nick, producing the edge. He's bowled absolutely beautifully here. He's hit a hard length. He's been difficult to face, especially to the left-handers. And this one's squaring Slater up. And had there been a gully, Notts would be 42 for 3 and not 43 for 2.
Well, Crocombe is bowling very similar to Brett Hutton, isn't he? Hutton didn't have any luck at all, and Crocombe's not having any luck here. But
no, not at all. Unlucky. Crocombe in wide, and the next one goes for 4. Short and wide, and Hamid not going to miss out the calibre of player he is. It's always going to be very dangerous through that area.
That was a lovely shot, wasn't it? Beautifully timed, and just a bit of frustration there, I think, from Henry Crocombe with that edge, and then the next delivery a little too wide, and Hamid is far too good a player to miss out on that.
How's he going to respond? Can he get a wicket here? It goes slower ball. Does Crocombe, and immediately lets that one go. I don't mind seeing that, actually. It's, again, we've spoke about it quite a few times, Dave and I, in terms of with the T20 blasters. A lot of the youngsters nowadays don't really feel fear, don't see fear. They very much see it as it is, and they try a lot of things with not really worrying about the consequences. And speaking of youngsters, you were right.
We are going to get a bowling change. And it is going to be Bertie Foreman, the young off-spinner. So thank you, Mark, for getting in touch. And I don't know whether you get down to Hove or at all to watch cricket, but if you do, you're always very welcome to come and say hello in the commentary box at Hove. But thank you very much for your emails and telling us all about Toby and his association with Sussex Cricket Club. Oliver has been in touch. Oliver Nottage has been in touch. He says, hi Adrian, can I please request a shout out for 2 of the stream's biggest badgers, Elliot Stambridge and Jamie Gandy. They'll be hoping for a Sussex win today and a Horsham Trinity CC win tomorrow as they take on Pagham. I know they'll both be watching the stream whilst at work, as always. Watching while they're at work? Disgraceful.
How can you do that?
Bertie Foreman coming around the wicket to bowl his first ball. Bowls to Slater, who just works that through the offside and picks up 1. And the total moves on to 49 for 3. I rather suspected that John Simpson would be keen to get the spinners in early here, just to see if there is anything in this pitch for the spinners.
That first one has spun, so the first one that Foreman has bowled, he has got it to grip, so that will be quite exciting.
Yeah, so the power play is done and dusted as in comes Foreman and bowls, and then he tucks that one on the onside and picks up another comfortable single down to beat Aqua Square, fielded all the way out there by Finn Hudson-Prentice. 1 more to the total, 50 up for Nottinghamshire. Not greeted with any rapturous applause.
Not too many applause
The odd
there.
sort of clap, I don't think perhaps people have realised. So in terms of the field, Sussex with their 5 men inside, well in fact they've got 6 men inside the circle, as in comes Foreman. Round the wicket, bowls, and forward comes Slater, plays into the offside now. I did have a message on Twitter to say that about Bertie Foreman, which I shall read in a moment. Comes Foreman again, around the wicket, bowls, and that did turn away a little. Slow
Beautifully
turn.
bowled.
Yeah.
That's beautifully bowled.
Slater's not to be lured into a shot outside the off stump, and so he wasn't. So there we are. Good luck to Horsham Trinity Cricket Club tomorrow in their game against Pagham. I think the weather's set fair, which is good. In comes Foreman. That turned a little bit as well, taken by Simpson outside of the off stump, and again there is no run.
Looks like he's getting consistent spin here.
Bertie Foreman follows in the steps of his great-grandfather Dennis, his grandfather, Foreman in bowls. That's wide of the off-stump and cut away by Slater, and that's going to race away for 4 runs. Too much width there from the off-spinner. Slater just waited, and he didn't have to hammer the ball. He just timed it nicely through backward point and picked up a boundary. So no luck for Bertie Foreman in that over. The total goes to 54 for 2. at the end of the 11th. At the same time, Sussex were 35 for 2, so Nottinghamshire very much up with the run rate. So yes, Bertie Foreman follows in the footsteps of his grandfather Dennis, who played cricket for Sussex and football for Brighton and Hove Albion. So there we are.
Tell you what,
Bertie's granddad.
It's
a good pedigree, isn't it?
That's a great pedigree.
Yeah.
And I tell you what, he looks like a very good player, does old Bertie Foreman. Just getting a little bit wide on that occasion, and the spin making it even worse with it spinning away. It just allows a free shot. But besides that last ball, a very tidy over, and there's a bit of spin on offer, so something to watch out for. Crocombe is going to be continuing here, and I think that's the right move. It's bowled with some good pace. It's Crocombe, and he continues to, and Hamid's just defending this onto the leg side. To square leg, where they scamper through for a single.
Isn't it funny how you can always tell a quality player by the time that they have?
Correct.
I mean,
it's amazing.
I mean, Crocombe is bowling with good pace, but I mean, he's just into line, and just, the good players never look rushed, do they? And he just looks to be complete. He'll probably get out now, but he just looks to have so much time.
It's crazy. We watched Rahane play on Wednesday, and Lewis Hill was batting beautifully at the time. And the time that Rahane had to play the ball and the time that Lewis Hill had to play the ball looked like leagues apart. So, no, it's the sign of a good player, and Hamid looks like he's seeing it nicely. This one has rushed Slater. Again, trying to pull it. It's hit the top of his bat, and it's trickled out to Archie Lennon at mid-on. That's definitely not where he'd intended it to go. Ball hits him a lot quicker than he thought it would. Yeah,
and he doesn't seem any the worse for wear for that clunk on the helmet, which was quite a fearsome clunk, actually. But Crocombe giving you another short one, and Slater not afraid to try and take it on.
Not at all. It goes in, and this time just flicked off his hip. And they're only going to get one there. So it's good fielding out on the boundary there.
Yeah, that's Henry Rogers.
Henry Rogers.
It was very quickly in from fine leg.
Good work. There are quite big pockets here at Wellback, so there are quite a few twos that we saw Foreman and Hudson Prentice run really well between the wicket before Foreman was run out, unfortunately. Crocombe into Hamid, goes short. Hamid helping it on its way. They should be able to get back for 2, and they do. Just short.
Yeah, it was
pulled away for 2.
A bit of fielding out there by... Who's that all the way out there?
He's a long way away, isn't he?
Bertie Foreman ran very quickly. I suspect it won't be long before we see the leg spinner as well, Kyle.
No.
I think Simpson want to get them both in the attack early and just sort of see what there is in the pitch for these spinners.
It's the 50 partnership.
Very good.
Between these two.
Yep.
Batted really nicely. This one full wide driven and well stopped at extra cover.
Yeah, Tom Clark in there.
You said he's the best in the Sussex squad.
He is. Yeah, he's a really, really good fielder. Whether you put Tom Clark in the field, he's very good. He's particularly good in the slips. If he spills a chance, it's a bit of a rarity, really. Got a good long line of Sussex slip fielders. I mean, Chris Jordan, when he was at the club, just incredible.
He's
just didn't put a catch down.
Crocombe. It's just been let go by Hamid, left alone. Lovely line, lovely length. It's, with a little bit of extra bounce, flies past the stumps. And the end of the 12th, it's 58 for 2.
Yeah, after 12 overs, Sussex were 42 for 2, so not certainly ahead. The other terrific slip fielder that Sussex had back in the day was Mike Yardy, who's now in charge of England under-19s from memory, and Mike was really good in the slips as well. But Chris Jordan was just something else.
He still is.
Oh, he is.
Still is.
Yeah,
Isn't
totally.
He? Absolutely brilliant.
Totally is. Wonderful slip fielder. Bertie Foreman's going to carry on. He's bowling from the Charlie French here end as he comes in and bowls. That gives that plenty of air, does Bertie Foreman. I think that's the right thing to do. Give it some air. Let's see if there's anything in this pitch. And in terms of the field, the mid-on is inside the circle. Henry Crocombe is at long off, so protection on the offside, but not the on, as in comes Foreman and bowls, and Slater just works this to backward point. Again, there is no run, fielded there by Archie Lennon, who's got a lot taller, Archie, in the last couple of years. When he first came into the side as a 16-year-old, it was easy to pick him out, but he's shot up in height. As Foreman is in again, bowls and worked into the offside again. They're going to need to be quick here. Throw comes in. In fact, they were through quickly. In fact, that was a dreadful throw by Archie Lenham. In the end, it didn't really matter, but the ball was played to his right. I think he's just a little irritated there that went for a single, Bertie Foreman.
I think he would like Archie to be on the one there, just get a little bit tighter, not allow easy singles.
Yeah, I agree. Either on the one or you're not. In comes Foreman, bowls, and forward comes Hamid. Plays very respectfully down the offside of the track. There is no run. No, I'm a big believer in that. If you're on the one, you're on the one.
You're on the one.
You know,
I agree.
You know,
there's nothing more frustrating.
No, either one or four, but not halfway house. Foreman in again, bowls, and Hamid with a flick of the wrists plays this to mid-wicket, fielded there by Tom Clark.
Hamid plays it so late, it's incredible, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, he's an international player, isn't he? I'm sure his time will... Well, you'd like to think his time will come again. Foreman in again, bowls, Hamid with excellent technique, just forward and tidy enough stuff there from Bertie Foreman. Just the one run coming off of the over, the end of the 12th. And Nottinghamshire are 59 for 2. At the same stage, Sussex were 42 for 2, so pretty much... Oh, sorry, the end of the 13th, I'm sorry. Sussex were 51 for 2, so...
Too much
difference?
In it.
No.
Quite similar.
What's going to happen here? I think we are going to get a change of bowling, and it's going to be Finn Hudson-Prentice, who we thought may have picked up an injury when he was batting, but whatever he did, he seems okay now, and he's going to bowl the next over from the Bowls Club. End of the ground here at the lovely Welbeck Collier. If you wonder where it is, if you're listening down in Sussex or wherever you're listening from, it's about 10 miles from Mansfield up the M1 and junction 26 or 27, and took me off the motorway at Chesterfield this morning and all through these lovely villages as we came into a couple of had lovely little pubs as well.
Oh, there are some nice pubs around here.
It was a bit early to stop, to be honest, Carl, but some of them did look lovely.
Finn Hudson-Prentice fresh off his 90 into Slater. Cuts.
Oh!
I don't know what's happened there.
He did,
I don't think he's picked it up, and it's going to go away for 4. I'm not sure who is that. Is that
Bertie Foreman?
Is that Bertie Foreman at backward point?
Well, I just don't think he picked it up. He sort of seemed to dive completely the wrong way.
Oh no, that
was a chance.
It was straight at him as well. If he'd gone the right way, it would have been at about shin height to Bertie Foreman's left.
I don't know if he wasn't concentrating or quite what, but he just, or perhaps he just didn't pick it up. Perhaps in the background of the pavilion, maybe.
Hudson-Prentice in and driven, and Bertie Foreman has seen that one absolutely brilliant, and he's
good bit of fielding.
Diving stop.
Yeah, but I don't know what I'm talking about, do I? Saying, picking up against the brick pavilion, but to be honest, that's red brick and it's a white ball, so really shouldn't make too much difference. But I don't know, he just didn't pick it up at all.
No, he didn't, and goes away for 4 to add insult to injury.
Yeah.
Finn Hudson-Prentice, Sussex born, 28 years of age. This is his 20th game. He's best for 3 for 37. He's around the wicket here to left-handed Slater, who's back foot driving it out into the covers, and Bertie Foreman chasing, tags it in, and they get back for 2, and it's going to result in a change of field here. Is he just going to leave? Is he going to leave deep point out here?
I think he is.
He's going to leave deep point out. So that's a field that we've become very accustomed to in red ball cricket, where you just have deep backward point in your slips. But we're going to see that now in the white ball game.
Sussex need a wicket here because these two are looking ominously good.
These two have just gone on to their business here. Hudson-Prentice into Slater, who's defending from the crease, a little bit caught on the crease, if I'm being very honest, but didn't look all in control of that as it goes out to Ollie Carter at extra cover, dot ball.
Interesting talking to a couple of the Sussex fans at lunch break and saying what a lovely ground it was and saying how they hanker after outground cricket. And you were asking me, does Sussex play at Arundel? Well, they would always play a championship match at Arundel, but sort of the COVID years rather put the mockers on outground cricket for Sussex.
It's a shame as that one from Finn Hudson-Prentice is just left alone outside the off stump off the front foot from Ben Slater.
Yeah, so they haven't played at Arundel since. I mean, I think the plan has always been that at some stage, but there is a cost to moving cricket away from headquarters to outgrounds, and I don't know what the arrangement here at Welbeck, but I mean, it's a sizable crowd, and it's just great to take cricket around the county.
I think it's so important. I think it's absolutely wonderful. I've played a game at Arundel and I think it's absolutely stunning venue. Beautiful banks as Hudson Prentice is in and Slater defending it off the front foot out to mid-on, dot ball. The end of the 14th at 65 for 2. Yeah, just such a lovely approach to Arundel. You come up that lovely long drive.
Yeah.
You're looking at a ground that's in a bowl and it's absolutely wonderful ground.
Yeah, it
I think
is.
it's a real shame that they don't play. Do they still have the second 11 competition final there every year, or does it go around?
Good question. I ought to know the answer to that, and I don't. I know Sussex did play one of their warm-up games at Arundel this year. But it's always well attended, and I think, Sussex this year, of the 4 away games in this competition, 3 of them were at outground. So we're up at York for a 50 over, down at Neath in Wales, and here, and then the only other game is at Bristol, which is being played at the Memorial, at the county ground down in Bristol. Bertie Foreman is in, bowls nipped away down the leg side by Hamid. It's going to race towards the boundary. Is it going to be a 4 runs? No, it's not. It's just stopped in front of. There are 3 white marquees at the end of the ground down there. I don't know what those marquees are. Whether they're hospitality. I think one of them might be press actually.
I think one's press, one's hospitality, and I've got no idea what the third and the smallest one is.
In comes Foreman, bowls, and he drives beautifully through the covers. He's only going to pick up. That's a very good bit of fielding out there by.
I think it's Ibrahim.
Yes, it is. Well spotted. Good bit of fielding. 2 more though. The lady just called out what that tent's for. Match referee. Thank you.
There you
we
go.
are. There we are.
Lots of different marquees all around the ground.
Foreman in again. Bowls to Hamid, who's playing this comfortably through the covers. They've taken one. They'll think about coming back for a second. In fact, Ben Slater wasn't interested. He definitely wanted to come back for the second. I think he was a little disappointed, but I think Ben Slater had decided there was only one there. So total goes to 70 for 2, and runs are coming a little bit too freely from a Sussex perspective here.
They are. They're ticking along quite quickly. Are they?
Well, they're going on at what, 4.83 and over.
4.83, yeah.
And I don't think the run rate's going to be an issue here. If for Sussex to win this, they're going to need to bowl, and that's out. Yeah. Foreman round the wicket. Oh, that's down the leg side. He's lucky to get away with it. Well, it's a wide, but he's lucky that Slater hasn't pulled that into the nets for 6. that wasn't a great delivery, was it?
Not quite sure why he's just let that go down.
No, not I mean, I thought I could see the nets down in the far corner of the ground, and I expected to see that going sailing over there. Foreman in again, bowls, and that's a much better delivery that Slater plays very respectfully to Tom Clark in the covers. And there is no run. 71 for 2. Yeah, and Sussex have also played outgrounds cricket at Horsham, which is a lovely ground. Foreman in again, bowls to Slater, who plays that to backward point, fielded there by Hudson Prentice. There is no run. And then a 50 over game. They had a couple of 50 over games down at Eastbourne at the Saffrons, which is a lovely ground as well. So I think the plan in time, but it's, as I say, it's the cost of moving, and you need sponsors. So it's not easy. Foreman in bowls and played by Slater into the cover. So good end to the over from Bertie Foreman with 3 dot balls. But at the end of that 15th over, and Derbyshire are 71 for 2. And after 15 overs, Sussex were 56 for 2. So Nottinghamshire easing ahead.
Just going back to what we were talking about there, why would you go to outgrounds when you've got absolutely wonderful ground that's Hove?
Yeah.
It really is on the bucket list. I might have to burgle that away from Dave Bracegirdle, but he absolutely loves it as well, as most people do going down there.
Well, the great thing about Hove is that the minute you arrive, and everybody remembers the man on the gate, who is Sam Wheeler, who's and Sam remembers everybody's name. So if Dave Bracegirdle turned up tomorrow, he would say, "Hello, Dave."
Oh, that's amazing.
So they do a terrific job, welcoming job at Hove.
Hudson Prentice to continue and
Fielded.
at backward point by Ollie Carter. Hamid cut the short delivery from Hudson Prentice straight at backward point.
And one of the features at Hove this season is the outfield is absolutely fantastic. Ben Gibson and his staff, when we walk across to do the post-match interviews, I mean, it really is like a carpet at Hove. It's as good an outfield as you see even at Test grounds. I think it's even as good as Lord's. It's beautiful.
Oh, that's incredible.
Yeah, it really is wonderful.
Hudson Prentice in and always beat Hamid, all ends up. That's an absolute beauty from Finn Hudson Prentice.
Lovely delivery, wasn't it?
We saw that quite often from Toby Petman, and his mate Finn has just recreated that. Well bowled.
Yeah.
Really well bowled that.
Trevor Cox has been in touch. Hello, Trevor. Lovely to hear from you, wherever you're listening from, in your front room or I don't know. But great to hear from you. And he says the T20 second 11 comp was at Wormsley this year, or Wormsley.
That's
the lovely. Is that the Getty ground?
That is the Getty ground. That's stunning. There's the next one in from Finn. He's good players do it twice, and that's exactly what he has done. He's beat Hamid. This time off the front foot. The last ball Hamid caught on the crease, pushing at it. Hamid's now lunged at the next one and he's also beat him on the outside edge. Yeah, I've been to the Getty's ground once. I don't know if you've ever been.
No, never been.
But it is.
Sussex did play there last year, but it was a sort of a warm-up game, and I didn't go.
It is absolutely wonderful.
Is it? Yeah.
Oh, it's beautiful. You drive in through the Getty's estate, and there's deer and arse. It's incredible. It's a lovely little ground. Hudson Prentice in on what is also a lovely little ground, and just play it down towards third man.
Just nibbling the ball around.
He's nibbling it around.
Yeah, he is.
He settled into a nice little length and rhythm here. So 72 for 2, Slater 46 and Hamid 23. Slater did say this is his competition. He absolutely loves playing and batting in List A cricket's got a phenomenal record. He looks to be continuing that so far. Finn has still kept a slip, and he's coming around the wicket to the left-handed Ben Slater. He's got a third man. Cover backward point mid-off on the offside, and this one's straight and defended by Slater. And it's a bit of a misfield in the covers. I'm not sure who that is.
Well, like big Tom Clark up, and he's furious with himself.
Yeah, misfield by Clark, which allows him to get through for a single. Takes the score to 73 for 2. So tidy over this from Hudson Prentice.
Yeah.
Only 2 from it.
It is that's a collector's item.
It is.
A Tom Clark misfield. Yeah, but he was really annoyed with himself.
Can happen. It's not easy out here.
Quite a lot heavier cloud, isn't it? I think there's some brighter skies behind it, so hopefully it's nothing that's going to cause a problem.
Hudson Prentice in and Hamid letting this one go through to the keeper. Very well bowled, and we're going to have a little bit of a drinks break as Hamid and Slater ask for some refreshments and some gloves.
Yeah. So at the end of the 16th, and at the same stage, Sussex were 61 for 2. Nottinghamshire are 73 for 2 here on BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Nottingham. It looks like Daniel Ibrahim, he's going to come on to bowl his seamers, medium pace seamers from the Charles French end. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you, Trevor, for getting in touch. And so it's always very welcoming down at home. To say the outfield's one. The other wonderful outfield, that's what I meant to say, this season that I saw, as asides from test grounds, was at Taunton.
Oh, it is lovely there.
Oh, beautiful ground. We were down there. It was a T20. Unfortunately, Sussex didn't play very well, and they lost. But as an aside from the commentary box, you look straight down the ground, and you've got the Quantock Hills in the background, which just look absolutely fantastic. The outfield was like a carpet. Good crowd. Cricket's always well supported down in Somerset, and it was. It's a lovely cricket ground.
Where did you commentate from?
Yeah, you commentate from the. I don't know if you know the ground. You look towards.
Yes, I did the quarterfinals day. So
okay,
I know it. I know.
Right. Well, this season you're actually in the main commentary box area, not in the little glass house. No. Here comes Daniel Ibrahim around the wicket, bowls to Ben Slater, who clips this one away through mid-wicket. They're going to pick up a comfortable single as Bertie Foreman comes racing in and field, sends in a good throw to John Simpson. One more to the total, which goes to 74 for 2. Yeah, it's not lost on me, that comment. We were down there last year for a T20, and it was like a conservatory you commentated from, and it was roasting while we were doing. And and you were at ground level, and you couldn't see anything, and it was hopeless. But this year, you're right up in the main media centre, so the view was tremendous.
We were up there as well, but Dave showed me where he used to do the commentating from, and it looked awful.
Ibrahim bowls to Hamid, who clips that one away through mid-wicket. They've taken one. They're going to look to come back for the second as the throw comes in from, who's that all the way out there? Henry Crocombe. But Hamid picks up 2 comfortable runs. He's on 25 off 36 deliveries, the skipper. These two coming together where Notts were in a degree of trouble on 8 for 2. But they've batted very well, and Sussex in desperate need of picking up a wicket here. John Simpson's gone on the defensive, you can understand that. As in comes Ibrahim bowls. He drives into the covers, fielded by Clark. Makes no mistake this time. When I say you can understand it, Sussex do need wickets, but by the same token, they can't afford to leak runs. So it's a difficult balancing act here for John Simpson.
It's difficult, I agree, because if these two bat for the next 20, 30 overs, the game will be done. So you need to figure out a way where they can contain and take wickets here.
Ibrahim in bowls, and Hamid turns to mid-wicket, fielded there by Ollie Carter. No run. No, you're spot on. I mean, I would say if these two bat the next 15 overs, adding sort of 3-4 and over, you'd feel that not so far off home and hosed. So Sussex need to dry the runs up, which hopefully might lead to a rash shot and picking up a wicket or two. So I don't think it'll be long before Archie Denham's into the attack. He'll want to see how his leg spinner bowls on this.
I agree. Big wicket taking.
Ibrahim in bowls, clipped away down towards fine leg. They've taken one, and that's all. A good bit of fielding, very good bit of fielding, way down in the distance by Archie Denham, who got round really quickly, prevented that going for a boundary. One more to the total, which goes to 77 for 2.
Leg spinners are gold dust, good leg spinner.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to watching Archie Denham bowl.
Yeah, I mean, he burst onto the scene, 3 years ago? Was it just pre-COVID? I forget, I lost all track of time, but he had a wonderful season in the T20. Ibrahim in bowls, slated to defend into the offside. There is no run, nice and tidy so far from Dan Ibrahim. Just the 3 runs coming off of the over. Sorry, 4 runs coming off of the over. I can't count. 77 for 2. Nottinghamshire. If you're just joining us here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Nottingham, Sussex making 216. Finn Hudson-Prentice top scoring with 90. 3 wickets for Luke Fletcher and for Toby Petman. But in reply, a couple of early wickets with Freddie McCann out for 2. Jack Haynes without troubling the scorers, but these two are running a nice partnership here. 8 for 2 has now become 77 for 2. Looks like Ari Carvelos is coming back in from the bowling green end of the ground.
No, but I think it's still Finn Hudson-Prentice, and he's in here, and it's a nick, and it's just dropped short.
Oh, you're right. Yes, good spot. I thought he'd changed the bowling for it. Tom Haynes has hurt his hand, I think.
He has. Tom Haynes looks in a massive spot of bother here. I think it jumped up and caught him on the wrist, and it's just bounced before him. I think it has just caught him on
I hope he's
the
all right.
wrist. I hope he is okay.
He's not getting much sympathy from his skipper, is he?
No, I think he's getting a get on with it, Tom.
He is.
But Finn beat the outside edge of Hamid a couple of times the last over, and he's producing the edge here. Finn in again and defended off the front foot by Hamid.
Well, it's been tidy from Sussex, hasn't it? The runs are drying up, but as I say, it's wickets that are the currency here.
They're just pulling it back slightly, aren't they? Hudson-Prentice has bowled a tidy over the last one. Ibrahim a tidy over, and now Hudson-Prentice has earned the reward of having a second slip in. So 2 slips. Both Toms are in there. Tom Haynes and Tom Clark accompany their captain as Hudson-Prentice comes in, is driven down the ground, and he's furious with himself.
Yeah,
He's got greedy, and the greed has cost him 4 runs.
Yeah, drilled away, wasn't it? He knew as soon as he delivered that, Finn Hudson-Prentice, and Hamid Far's too good a player to miss out on that. Total goes to 81 for 2. Just looking at other games in this group, a 2 o'clock start at Grace Road. Leicestershire, would you believe, bowled out the holders of the cup, bowled out for 88.
Oh my word.
In 25 overs. 4 wickets there for Ed Barnard. What a good cricketer he is. Hudson-Prentice in bowls, clipped by Hamid to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Is that against Warwickshire?
Yeah.
Ed Barnard you did it with the bat in the first game, and now he's doing it with the ball in the second.
170 odd, I think he made.
That's
in the first.
absolutely incredible.
And they come to Hove on the Sunday, and if you're a Sussex fan looking to go along, £20 to get in for adults. I think it's half price for kids, I'm sure it is.
That's good.
Or you could buy a 50 over season ticket for £40 you get all 4 matches.
Finn. Hudson Prentice in and defended off the front foot. Hamid comes a couple of paces down the wicket looking for a quick single. Carvalho's running in. Doesn't allow that. Dot ball.
They were 34 for 1, Leicester.
And they got bowled out for 88. That's incredible.
Yeah.
That's a 2 o'clock start looking for the night for meant to be a night game.
Yeah, well, that's not
I
going to
can't imagine that's going to be a night game. They'll be done before us.
I think they will. Yeah, I think they would be done before us.
So, not ideal that for the defending champions. Hudson Prentice has been clipped away into the leg side. Foreman running around. He is fast, isn't he? Runs around the boundary rope and keeps that to 2. Good work. 6 from that Hudson Prentice over. Slater on 48. Hamid on 32. The score now moves to 83 for 2. Knots 83 for 2 in reply to Sussex's 216 all out. They require 217 runs to win. They comfortably ahead of the run rate. Comfortably, but they are ahead of the run rate. You feel with these 2 in, they are in the pound position.
Oh, they certainly are. Daniel Ibrahim is going to bowl the next over. Running away from us to bowl to the left-handed Ben Slater. He's in and bowls, and Slater plays down to third man. Picks up a comfortable single, footed way down in the distance. I think that's Archie Lenham down there. He gets in the third, which John Simpson doesn't take cleanly, and there is no run. Sorry, there is a run. What are we talking about? Rubbish, Adrian. Slater goes to 49.
Dave Bracegirdle has been in touch with me.
Has he? He's reckon he's listening by the pool?
I don't know, but he's...
Here comes Ibrahim bowls, and he defends into the onside, fielded by Carter. No run.
He just keeps sending me pictures of him around the pool.
I don't want to see them. If he's listening,
no.
I don't want to see them.
And asking me how the Wi-Fi connection is.
Oh, it's been okay.
It's been okay so far, but a couple of jabs as he's just showing that he's sitting relaxing around a pool.
Yeah.
Good old Dave Bracegirdle being Dave Bracegirdle.
Yeah. In comes Ibrahim. The son is back with us. Bowls to Hamid, who plays to backward point. There is no run. Yeah, just need to keep plugging away here. They need a wicket, and I'm sure John Simpson is wise enough to know that. Only needing to score at 4.2 and over, and Sussex desperately needing a wicket or 2 here.
They do. They've gone very straight, and they've got 2 straight catches as well, and mid-wicket and extra cover.
Ibrahim is in bowls, and Hamid plays beautifully through the offside, picks up a single to Foreman, who's sweeping on that cover boundary, who's in very quickly, gets in a good throw to John Simpson. 1 more to the total. 85. There's no panic here, is there, for Notts?
No.
If they pick up, if there's overs here and you're just picking up 3 or 4 runs and over, that's fine.
They'll be very happy with just ticking it along.
Totally. No need to go. No need for any heroics here, is there? Just pick up the 1s and 2s. Ibrahim in bowls to Slater, and that's going to be 50 for Ben Slater. Not a great delivery by Daniel Ibrahim, and it's very easy for Ben Slater, who tucks the ball away onto the leg side. And that's a half century for Ben Slater, who's batted very well here with his skipper, Hasim Hamid. Ben Slater's 50 coming off of 54 balls. A very fine knock it's been as well, just sort of getting rid of any nerves that Nottinghamshire might have. 8 boundaries in that. As Ibrahim is in again. Right up over the wicket, bowls, and Hamid thumps that one away through the covers. Foreman, in his rush to field the ball, he gets to the ball very quickly, then misfields the ball, but I suspect there was probably 2 there anyway.
I agree.
I mean, Foreman is quick. Most others would have just said, well, it's a comfortable 2. But he got to the ball, end of the over. Daniel Ibrahim takes his hat. I just wonder whether John Simpson's going to consider a change here. Because you've got to get your leg spinner in the game.
I agree. You don't want to leave it too late.
No, absolutely. I mean, 88 for 2, so need 12. They need another 130 to win. Your leg spinner hasn't bowled. I think you've got to get him into the attack sooner or later, really.
I agree. Give him a go. There's no point having him come in and then 80.
No.
Because the game's almost done by then. Yeah. He comes on, takes two or three quick wickets, and it's a different game straight away.
Totally is.
And I'm hoping that the thought is there's a left-hander in. I don't know if I want to bowl a leg spinner. This leg spinner spin it both ways. Finnuts and Prentice to continue. It's bowling to Ben Slater, who's flicking this through mid-wicket. This should be 2 more quite comfortably. Henry Crocombe out there, is it? There's Henry Crocombe out there. Does the fielding. Ben Slater, 18th, list A, 50. Said it before, he's phenomenal in this form of the game, especially. He's good in all forms, but this form of the game is absolutely brilliant. Accompanied by his captain, Hamid, who's 35. Slater scoring, nearly had a runner ballers. This one dug in by Hudson Prentice, and it's a very good bouncer. Slater just looking to pull this away and then just swiveling underneath. It's got too high. I thought, I'm going to get myself in trouble. Just drop the hands and let it pass through to Simpson. 90 for 2. So it says here that the required run rate is 4.14, and the run rate that Notts are currently going on as is 466. So comfortably ahead. And the next one driven through the covers. Not Crocombe, I beg your pardon. Forum.
That's good.
That's good work. He swoops down like an eagle out there, doesn't he?
Great
Runs in, swoops in. It's such good fielding. It's fantastic. It really is. If there's any young players out there listening or watching the stream, that is the perfect definition of how to attack a ball. Never sit off the ball. Never allow the ball to come to you. Run at the ball. Make sure that you're nice and low. You don't want to bend down at the last minute. So really good work out there by Foreman. Brings Hamid back onto strike, who lets this one go, and on the half volley to Simpson. 91 for 2 now.
Yeah, at the end of the 19th, well, we're nearly at the end of the 20th over.
Yeah.
So 20th, it was 69 for 2. So they're
20th, 74 for 2.
Yeah, 20 ahead, so they're
just slowly starting to pull away
now.
Are the Notts Outlaws. 91 for 2. Slater 53, Hamid 35. These two came to the crease at 8 for 2. In and just defended casually off the back foot, down into the ground, played nice and late by Hamid, dot ball. So these two have been together for quite some time now.
Yeah, when did they come in?
They were 8 for 2 when they came in, so
yeah, it was in the 4th over.
4th over.
Yeah.
We're now in the 20th. We've been batting together for 16 overs. Simpson will still feel, as will everyone in this ground. Couple of quick wickets. Notts have been a little bit fragile of late in by Finnuts and Prentice, and left alone. Good batting from Hamid. Got your runs off the over, let him go. The end of the 20th, it's 91 for 2.
Yeah, live cricket here on BBC Radio Sussex and Nottingham. Good to have your company. You may be watching on the Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club live feed, which is excellent with all sorts of different camera angles. Thank you for everyone who's got in touch. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. If you'd like to send us an email as we sit in our gazebo. Would you call it a gazebo? Would you call it a marquee or a tent?
No, I'd call it a gazebo.
I think it's a gazebo.
No,
Yeah,
I
it's a
think
white
it's a
gazebo.
gazebo.
We're right on the boundary edge. And as we're watching, Daniel Ibrahim is walking right towards us in his. Would you call that a pink shirt? I think it's pink. Pinky
I think
red.
it's pink. I think it's
Yeah,
pink.
I would call it pink. I'm sure. I'm sure there is some other colour, but I would call it pink. Black trousers. Ibrahim runs away from us. In and bowls, and Slater plays this one firmly to the sweep on the cover boundary. Picks up a single, does Slater. He goes to 55, the total to 93 for 2. Daniel Ibrahim in his 3rd over, figures of 0 for 10. He's doing a decent enough holding job, but Sussex need a bit more than that.
They do. I fancy getting your strike bowler on. Yeah, they need a wicket desperately.
Ibrahim in bowls, and I don't know if that came off the pad or possibly a bit of bat. Carter chases back from square leg. Yes, it did come off a little bit of bat, maybe bat onto pad, and another single taken.
Just getting it to nip back there a little bit. Well bowled by Daniel Ibrahim.
Yeah.
Got a good ball today and nicked him off. did Liam Patterson-White. So
Ibrahim again. Number 40 on the back of his shirt. Is in the bowls and clipped away by Slater. That's a nice looking shot down towards deep backward square. They pick up one, they think about the second, and they indeed, that was always two there really, wasn't they? Fielded way down in the distance. I think that might be Ari Carvelos all the way down there. A couple more runs and already this over. Notts have picked up the 4 they need. They only need to score at 4.14 and over, and they've done that without taking any risks at all.
Simple as.
Yeah, absolutely.
Simple as that.
Just no need to do anything daft. Just pick up the 1s and the 2s. Ibrahim in bowls. Well, and with that, he plays a rash shot. Ben Slater looking to hammer that one away through the covers.
It's almost like they've heard you talking and they've gone, I want to prove Adrian wrong here, and I'm going to play a massive booming drive through the covers.
I want to prove that he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Oh, goodness me. How it always happens that way, doesn't it?
Liam has been in touch. I'll read this email in a moment as in comes Ibrahim bowls, and Slater just works this one to mid-wicket, fielded there by Tom Clark. There is no run. Liam says, Dear both, just thought I'd get in touch to say that this is a record Sussex 11 for me in terms of students I've taught. Tom Haynes, Bertie Foreman and Henry Rogers have all studied business A-level at Hurst College. I also used to play with Finn Hudson Prentice at St Andrews Burgess Hill, so lots of connections, says Liam. Thank you, Liam. As in comes Ibrahim. That's a poor delivery down the leg side, and it's a wide, and it would have been possibly a wide in the championship as well, taken by John Simpson. There is no run. So thank you, Liam, for getting in touch. I'm going to probably speak to Finn at the end of the day's play, so I'll mention you to him.
Most definitely. Who is the best behaved in class then?
Great question. Did they used to listen to the cricket while they should have been doing their work?
Yeah, did they have the live stream on?
In comes Ibrahim bowls. Oh, that's a super shot by Slater. He's just going to get a single out to the sweeper on the cover boundary. And it's a comfortable single, and really runs coming a little too quickly here as far as Sussex are concerned. At the end of the over, 97 for 2, so 6 off the over, and again really without. And now we are going to get Archie Lennon. I think that's good captaincy. I think you've just got to get your spinner into the side. It's pointless bringing him on with, as you were saying, 60 or 70 needed. Let's get your leg spinner in. And what I'd like to see Archie Lennon doing here is really giving the ball some air, giving it a chance, get the ball to turn if he can.
I agree.
Because otherwise Sussex aren't going to, Sussex are going to go down to a defeat here, which they might do anyway. But
it'd be nice, leggy. Gets it. Does have a really good googly. Can get it to go both ways, and
yeah,
I know he spent quite a lot of time with Rashid Khan and was very, very lucky to do so when Rashid Khan played in the T20 Blast for Sussex Sharks. So would have learnt an absolute great deal. I really like this from Simpson. I think this is a very good change and it's a good matchup. The field here has got mid-wicket, 45 deep square leg, and Archie Lennon in. Approaches as well bowled and defended off the front foot by Slater into the covers, and it's a misfield.
Yeah, that's Tom Clark again.
You've put the mockers on him.
I really have put the mockers on him. That's just sloppy, because you've set your field. You've got your left-hander on strike. You're all ready, and you just conceded a silly run. And I know, you might say, what's a run? But it's just not great, is it? It just makes everyone think, oh, come on, that was a sloppy run to concede, and Tom Clark will know it. One of the senior members in the side.
Is indeed as Archie Lennon in. Goes a little bit shorter to Hamid, who's driving this one out to sweeper for 1. Archie Lennon 2 from 2 balls here. But you're right, that first ball dropped on the offside. It's a good ball.
Yeah.
As a spinner, you just think, you know what, I've got into my rhythm now. Ball to the same batsman again.
I agree.
Misfield 1, and then you've got to change as the right-hander. Into the left-hander. Goes short, cut away. Foreman out there, does the fielding, swooping in again. Wow, he's fantastic at that.
Well, I reckon he's probably saved half a dozen runs out there. And that's the applause at the 100 up.
I think that is the 100 up. Let's have a look. Is it the 100 up?
You can't see the scoreboard, but
100 up. Well batted. Archie Lennon in again, and Hamid driving this one through the covers out to sweeper for a single. Bit more flight there from Archie Lennon. I like that. I think that's what I'd like to see him do. Give it a little bit of flight. Look for the spin.
He's bowling to his field here as well, isn't he? Which is... I just desperately need a wicket.
Lennon in, goes short. But too short and very easy for Slater just to rock back on the back foot and flick it out to deep mid wicket for the single.
Yeah, having said he bowled well, that wasn't... He was lucky to escape with a single there, to be honest.
He was indeed, so that was not where we would want to be bowling it. Archie Lennon into a mid, and that's a good ball.
Yeah.
That's where he needs to be all the time. Well bowled, Archie Lennon.
Yeah.
Very well bowled. Good finish there.
Our screen has gone off, so you have to just bear with us a little bit.
While we just wait for the score.
Yeah.
It's 102 for 2. Thank you very much. The screen's there, so the stream is still working, just not working on our monitor.
At the same stage, after 22 overs, Sussex were 84 for 2. So still Notts with their noses in front, but these two are looking very comfortable and they're honing in now on a century partnership.
Our screen was on, it's just gone back off again.
Dan Ibrahim around the wicket comes in and bowls to Slater, who tucks this one away through mid-wicket. Again, he's disappointed with himself. Ibrahim. Slater picks up a single off the first ball of the over.
It's just a little bit easy, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
You feel like they're just ticking over a little bit too easily here.
I'm not really sure where else John Simpson goes here. He's bowled his off spinner. He's got to give Archie Lennon 2 or 3 overs here to get into his stride.
Yeah.
In comes Ibrahim, running away from us. In and bowls, and he cuts beautifully. Oh, that's a very good bit of that's Finn Hudson-Prentice in there. That's a brilliant stop. Well, Meader's got a single, but it could so easily have been 4. Diving away, sort of goalkeeper style at backward point. In fact, Harry Carvelos is down on that boundary, but it was a good bit of fielding by Hudson-Prentice.
It's fantastic work. Saved 3 runs, definitely, so well done, Finn Hudson-Prentice.
In comes Ibrahim again, bowls to Slater, who eases that one away through backward point. Picking up, in fact, that wasn't Finn Hudson-Prentice who fielded that, 'cause Finn Hudson-Prentice is on this side of the field, so I don't know who that was. He's switching between the two, is he? Yeah. Already 3 singles coming off this over. Now the ball is thrown to Tom Haynes. We're going to get the ball. It's going to come into our media tent. Oh! Tom Haynes comes trotting down to pick up the ball. Come on, Tom. Showing his mullet, look.
Lots of mullets going around the county circuit at the minute.
Yeah. So, we can smile about it, Tom Haynes. In comes Ibrahim. Over the wicket, bowls short, and he just eases that one through the covers. Again, it's Foreman who's racing in, gets in a arrow-like throw over the top of the stumps to John Simpson. It's another single. And at the moment, these runs are coming rather too easily as far as, from a Sussex, as far as Notts are concerned, it's a very controlled run chase. You know, these two aren't taking any chances. Honing in on the 100 partnership are these two. And in comes Daniel Ibrahim. Running away from us, bowls to Ben Slater, and Slater up on his toes, and again that's a no ball by Daniel Ibrahim, so that won't please his coach. So the throw comes in.
That's a no ball.
And I think that's ball up the 100 partnership, is it? That no ball?
That's a free hit.
Is it? It is 100 partnership. 108 for 2. And a front foot no ball.
Which signals a free hit.
Yeah. So...
Can change the field though.
I think that's the first no ball of the day, isn't it? The for front foot.
Front foot. There was a no ball.
There was
by,
for height.
Was it Lyndon James?
Yes, I think it was on height. But now, well, Sussex still have got to have. Well, they're going to have another fielder inside the circle, haven't they? Oh, they have got 4. They've got 4 inside. In comes Ibrahim. Bowled and heaved away by Hamid, who's going to pick up just a single on this occasion. Actually, Sussex rather got away with that free hit. It could have been an awful lot worse. He looks at his bat as if to say, oh, rather missed out there.
Fancy he may have. Obviously, with the no ball bowled when Ben Slater was on strike, meant that you could change the field. So the field set deep on the leg side and a short ball into the wicket, and he couldn't quite get enough on it.
Ibrahim in again, bowls. Oh, that's a poor ball. Well, that's asking to be hit, to be honest. I mean, that's it's a long hop, isn't it? Down the leg side, and just helped on his way by Ben Slater, and I rather think that might be the last we see of Daniel Ibrahim. In this little spell, he's disappointed. He takes his cap and wanders off down towards the boundary, but you just can't afford to concede runs like that. 114 for 2 at the end of the over, so just 103 needed to win for Nottinghamshire, and at the moment they're comfortably on their way to victory. We've got our TV screen back, which
we
is
do,
good,
and according to Kirsty, she's done absolutely nothing.
Wow.
So,
well, there you go.
And I tell you what, the umpire's just now gone to Ben Slater and said, that bat sounds too good. I can't. Is it legal? He's just gone bat gauge over it and it slid straight over. So,
well, there's a bit of a debate going on here with various people involved. Archie Lenham, Tom Haynes, who is one of the senior players in the side, and John Simpson. Sussex. Well, they've realised for some time that they really do need a wicket here.
They're in desperate need of a pole, and I like this. If they're going to do what I think they're going to do, I think this is the right move. They're going to put a slip in place. They need a slip.
Yeah, they do.
They're not going to defend. They're not going to defend this. They're going to do this by bowling them out. So get a slip in. Archie Lennon up, and that's well bowled. And it's just got around backward points, and they're going to get back for 2. But Archie Lennon giving this one a little bit extra flight. Hamid driving. Tom Haynes at slip there would have been very interesting, because if that spins a little bit more, it's a simple catch. It comes off the thickest outside edge, rolls around Rogers at backward points, and they get back for 2. But I like this plan. I like this field. Lennon in again. It's well bowled again, and this one just in front of Rogers, and they get through for a single. 117 for 2 now. But this is good from Archie Lennon. He's really attacking the crease hard and running in well. And Simpson just directing his troops, getting the traffic right. And we're about to get another slip in play. I like it.
Yeah, well, 100 to win.
You have to try something different, don't
absolutely
you?
do. I mean, the runs required it's less than 4 all over. So Sussex have to try something.
Archie Lennon in to Slater, who's flicking this one around the corner and get a single. 118 for 2. Slater ticking along to 68, and Hamid casually ticking on to 44.
In the Test match, the West Indies 215 for 5. So recovery there. I'll give you the details at the end of the over.
This one a little bit slow and driven out to Ollie Carter at extra cover, no run.
Jason Holder and Josh De Silva. Some resistance from the West Indies. Partnership of 100 for the 6th wicket. Holder 51, De Silva 47.
Lennon fired a little bit shorter. Fancy that was a googly. Well fielded. They still get through for a single. It's your man again.
It is. That was a good stop, actually, wasn't it?
It was a good stop. He's probably saved 2.
Yeah, I think he has. Yeah, definitely.
Good work, but just the parry. And Simpson just saying they're going to change the field now. So I think saying Slater's just clipping it around, and they want square leg to be on square to stop that soft one. Just fancy Archie needs to get it a bit outside off here, which he bowls a googly, and Slater defending it off the back foot. Dot ball. Little bit too short. That last one from Lennon has a googly to play, bring slip into play. But at the end of the 24th, it's 119 for 2. The same stage. Sussex were 93 for 4.
I just wonder whether they might be thinking here about maybe Tom Haynes bowling a little bit of his medium pace. He's got that sort of knack of picking up wickets as Tom Haynes. I don't know if you remember Greg Chappell back in the day from Australia. I always sort of think that Greg Chappell, just bowling, medium paces there or thereabouts. Picking up, well, they're going to go spin both ends. So he's giving his spinners every opportunity here. Is John Simpson, because at the moment Nottinghamshire are comfortably on their way to winning their first win of the competition. Sussex will the game on Sunday down at Hove, and I think you probably win 6 out of 8. Only the top 3 qualify for the quarterfinals. But it's Foreman in bowls to Hamid, who plays that to backward square leg, fielded there by, I think it's Henry Crocombe on his knees there. Stops the single being taken. I've missed my update.
Foreman has really got it to spin. He's tossing this one up, and that's a lovely line and a lovely length to Hamid, who's forward on the front foot defending. Well bowled. Really has bowled with some nice zip and energy on the ball. It's Foreman. Similar sort of run up to Nathan Lyon. Runs in, bowls a little bit shorter. Flicked out to the second mid-wicket. They've got 2 mid-wickets. One catching and one sitting on the ring. Just to stop that exact shot where Hamid rocks back and flicks it out. Foreman. Fuller down the ground and a diving stop from Foreman. Just got fingertips around the post, but it goes down to long on for the single. Really does have that sort of skip before he bowls, very similar to Nathan Lyon, the Australian great off spinner. Absolutely phenomenal. He's been over the years, and if there's anyone to model yourself on if you're an off spinner, it is most certainly Nathan Lyon. Crocombe, I beg your pardon, Foreman wearing the number 13 with a slip in play now to Slater. The slow gather approach and just a little bit short, and Slater off the back foot just defending this into the covers for a dot ball. 120 for 2 now. Required run rate has gone under 4s. So not ticking over nicely as this is a little bit fuller, and Slater slapping this one out into the offside where only going to get a single. 122 for 2 at the end of the 25th, the halfway stage. Knots are cruising quite comfortably, and it looks like we're all going to go and have a drink. That's exactly what we're going to do. Adrian is trying to connect to BBC Radio Sussex. I will talk you through some of the scores around the World Test matches. Quite right, West Indies are 219 for 5. In the 100, the Northern Superchargers are 22 for 2. In reply to Trent Rockets, 123 for 5 off their 100 balls. This is the 100 women. In the Metrobank One Day Cup, Hampshire posted 285. Brown with undefeated 139 off 131 not out. And Organ 59 off 51. In reply, North Hansard 115 for 3 off 22.3 overs. They require 171 more runs to win off 27.3 overs with 7 wickets remaining. In the game of Somerset against Kent, which I want to remind you was the latest start, it was a 2 o'clock start. Kent at 229 for 7 there at Somerset. Joey Everson 55, and everyone else just tripping in. Stewart on 41 off 30, and Kaderi on 28 of 21. So Kent will be desperate to look to post anything around the 250 mark. And Warwickshire a 7 for 1 in reply to Leicestershire's 88 all out. Ed Barnard is out, so he will not be continuing with his heroics that we saw the other day. Rhodes walks into bat, and here Notts are 121 for 2 in response to Sussex 216 all out. Ben Slater on 61. Hassan Hamid on 44, so they are going along. 46, I beg your pardon, 69, sorry. Foreman is just finished, and we're going to see the continuation of Archie Lennon, the leg spinner.
Yeah.
From the Bowls Club end. And
just wonder
It's
what.
just petering out a little bit, isn't it? They're
Well,
desperate for a
yeah,
wicket.
they do. I mean, just wondering what was said to the Sussex lads in the little huddle there. I mean, not clearly. You've got, you've just got to keep going and hoping you're going to pick up a wicket. One can lead to two. As in comes Lennon bowls to Slater, who drives down the ground without timing, fielded by Lennon off his own bowling. There is no run, and so you just got to hope, haven't you? Pick up one, pick up two, but really, Knox will kick themselves all the way back to Trent Bridge if they don't.
Oh,
win this.
definitely.
In comes Lennon. Over wicket bowls. Slater's
Bob
forward, plays into the offside. There is no run.
I like that delivery. I like that delivery from Archie Lennon. It's a really good ball as Adrian is having to make a report.
I did. I was in the middle of the commentary.
Lennon in. Googly again and just played off the back foot to backward point from Slater where Carvalhos does the fielding. Dot ball, 121 for 2 here. Slater very watchful. Hasn't really played a shot in Angus. Played some glorious cover drives. Lennon goes in short this time and a bit quicker off the back foot, pushed back to the bowler. No run. Young Archie Lennon, not very tall. About
That's fine. Sorry about that.
5'7", maybe 5'8".
Okay, take care. Bye.
Long, slow approach, and this one into the wicket again and flicked away into the leg side where they get through for a single. Slater moves to 70, 122 for 2. You're not doing the report?
No, we missed it. That was me. I was in the bit busy in our commentating and just completely forgot.
We'll forgive you.
Yeah, well, these things happen, don't they?
Archie Lennon in and...
Well bowled.
That's very well bowled.
Yeah, gave that plenty of air, didn't he?
That's really well bowled by Lennon. It's beaten Hamid. I thought for a second there he may have bowled him as Hamid gave himself a little bit of room and Lennon gave that air and it beat the bat and Simpson collected it behind the stumps. The end of the 26, it's 122 for 2.
Yeah, and we've had 26 of the 50 overs. So in terms of the maths, run required, or the run rate required is 3.96, and really that's not going to be any problem for Nottinghamshire. What Sussex need to do is pick up wickets here. I don't know what sort of a wicket it is at Grace Road, but Warwickshire are 7 for 2.
Oh my goodness me.
Leicestershire bowled out for 88. So 2 wickets there for Chris Wright. So lots of wickets down the M1 at Leicestershire. In comes Bertie Foreman running in around the wicket to bowl to the left-hander Slater, who drives to the... very good bit of fielding. That was Tom Clark. That was brilliant. You can see why he's such a good fielder, Tom. That was really good.
There we go.
That was
now
electric.
I've seen him at his best.
Yeah,
I've seen him at his best.
Yeah, so just to describe, he dived away to his right-hand side. Not only did he stop the ball, but he then hurled the ball in. And Slater, who thought he had a single there for the taking, had to scurry back to his ground. So a bit of fielding prevents a single at least.
Really well done.
122 for 2. All the twos.
Just going to put in a second cover here.
Ooh.
It is spinning and Slater is getting it to
We've got more...
turn a little bit. We've got more emails.
We have. Foreman. In again, bowls, and Slater drives into the offside, fielded in the covers by Hudson Prentice, no run. Liam got back in touch. You were talking about behaviour.
Yes, I'm interested to hear this.
Messieurs Fornham, Haynes and Rogers. Comes Lenham again. Foreman again, I'm sorry. Played to backward point, and again there is no run. He has to say they were all very well behaved, but lesson attendance always dropped a bit in the summer term. But I'm sure they'll be very pleased to know that they were well behaved, Liam. I just wonder if you're being kind to them, really.
Oh, Liam, we can forgive them for not being there in the summer. It's cricket season.
You wouldn't like Tom Haynes' haircut now, Liam. In comes Bertie. Foreman bowls, driven, and Foreman dives and prevents a single being taken. So full credit to Sussex here. They're throwing themselves around in the field. Jack Pickford has been in touch. Hopefully your email will open in a minute, Jack. So the Wi-Fi here has been pretty good during the day, but it's just got wait and see if that one comes up. In comes Foreman again. Bowls and cut away. That's a good stop. That's a really good stop at backward point. They're never easy lows. That was hit very, very firmly to backward point. And a good stop there by Archie Lenham. So Shane has been in touch. He says, hello, Adrian and colleague. Thank you for your entertaining commentary, always. I normally say hello from Barcelona. In comes Outlaws Bowles and played into the Foreman and Bowles. I'm sorry, played into the offside. That's a good over by Bertie Foreman. It's a maiden over as well. So, well done, Archie. 27 overs gone, 122 for 2. So, Shane says, thank you for your entertaining commentary. I normally say hello from Barcelona, but I'm currently in Santa Cruz de la Sierra in Bolivia. I'm here for a few weeks to get married to my Bolivian girlfriend. It's 5 hours behind the UK, so it's perfect timing to wake up and watch the cricket via the YouTube channel. I'll be at home for the last championship game in September, which will hopefully see us win the League 2. So there we are, all the way from Bolivia.
It's amazing. Lennon, in, slower, and nicked, and it's gone away. That was the one. That was the one. Beautifully bowled, and cricket is such a cool game. It runs away for 4. Oh, it brings Hamid's 50 up. And not probably the way he would have liked to bring it up, but he gets a 50 nonetheless. Besides that shot, it was a very well played 50. It's come off 69 balls with 4 fours. Well done, Asim Hamid. Well bowled, Archie Lennon. More of that, please. This one a little bit more into the wicket, and Hamid off the back foot is driving this one out to the sweeper boundary on the offside for 1.
Yeah, to add insult to injury, that raced away for 4 runs,
I
didn't
know. It's such a tough day, tough game to be a spinner. Tough game to be a bowler. That was Hasib Hamid's 7th 50. List A cricket. Archie Lennon's bowling very nicely. It goes a bit slower, and Slater running down the wicket just pushes this out to long on, with Finardson Princess does the fielding. 129 for 2. Slater 71, Hamid 51.
Do you know what guava is?
Guava, it's a fruit, is it not?
It is. I'm going to show you a picture of it in a minute.
Lennon in, goes short in the air and just wide of backward point. Oh, I thought he picked him out perfectly. Bit of extra bounce. Crocombe does the fielding, diving around on the boundary and keeps it to 2. Lennon's created 2 chances here. This is really good bowling.
It is.
From the youngster.
It's just not quite going Sussex's way, isn't it? I mean, he conceded 8 runs in the over, but he could have easily picked up a wicket in this over.
He could have. Really good bowling. May have been a top spinner. Just beat Rogers to his right. Would have been a screamer. Lennon in, goes into the wicket, googly, and pushed out into the covers. It will be a single. 131 for 2.
It's a cruel game sometimes, isn't it?
Oh, it's so unforgiving. Really is. It really is an unforgiving game. If that first ball is 10 centimetres closer to Haynes, he takes it, and Archie Lennon's got his first.
Yeah.
Lennon in, that's a drag down, and that's going to be pulled away for 4.
Yeah.
Drag down from Archie Lennon. And Slater's not going to miss out on that, so this is a big over.
Yeah, 13 off of it, I think.
13 off, yep.
8, 9, 10. Yeah, 13 off.
135 for 2 after 28. Slater on to 75, and Hamid, having brought up his 50, moves to 54.
So there's a picture of Shane, who's listening to us over in Bolivia in South America, and there he is picking guava, and you can see those little fruits are in a silver bowl.
That looks stunning, Shane.
Yeah.
Make sure you bring a few. I wish maybe I can burgle it. Oh no, we won't see you next year. Hopefully we see you in the county championship, and Shane can bring a bit more of that to the county championship. Will he be bringing you some, Adrian?
Well, come and say hello, Shane, when you come over for the last game of the season. It'd be lovely to meet you and hear all about Bolivia. Somewhere else that's on the bucket list. Bucket list is getting ever longer, I have to say. Bertie Foreman is coming in over the wicket to bowl to the right-handed Hamid, who's cutting this one away firmly through the covers. Just picks up a single, fielded out in the outfield by Dan Ibrahim. Jack's been in touch, Jack Pickford. Hello, Jack. He says he's enjoying the commentary. I just want to mention how unbelievably well Bertie Foreman has fielded today, which begs the question, why has he not been included in the T20 squad at all when fielding is as important as it is nowadays? I can't fathom that he hasn't been included as a 12th man at all in the campaign. What are your thoughts? In comes Foreman, bowls and drilled to short extra cover, fielded by Clark. There is no run. Well, I guess the answer to that, first of all, Jack, thank you for getting in touch on Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Foreman. And again, in his 6th over, 0 for 16 bowls, and Slater again works that out into the offside. There is no run, no need for any heroics here from Nottinghamshire. They only need to score at 3.7 and over. John Simpson just reorganising his field. He's bringing up his deep backward square inside the circle. More of a backward square leg. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 men inside and a slip. 7 men inside the circle. Sussex hunting for wickets. Foreman in again, bowls just later. That's down the leg side, and having brought the field up, he then bowled a loose delivery. He has got away with one because that could easily have been pulled away for a maximum from Slater, who rehearses the shot. But it's another single nonetheless. A leg by taken, 137 for 2. Nottinghamshire closing in on their victory target, which is 217. Foreman in again, bowls, and Hamid forward, plays it back to Foreman, who fields off his own bowling, and there is no run.
This is good bowling by Foreman. He's bowled with some lovely control.
Yep,
I think he's got his field set correctly as well.
He's in again, bowls, and forward
Well
comes Hamid, plays into the onside. There is no run. End of the over. 6 overs for 16 for Bertie Foreman, who's been terrific in the field today. Thank you, Jack, who got in touch to talk about Bertie Foreman and his fielding and why he's not in the T20 squad. Well, I guess when you've come second in the group and you're into the quarterfinals, I guess there's so much competition for places in that T20 side that's the reason why. But I mean, it's good to see him, in this competition, and it's also good to see him bowled as well. I don't see much point with young players. You get them into a competition like this, you want to see how they can perform under pressure. So I can understand why he's not around the T20 squad, but I mean he's been terrific in the field today.
It's a good link by Archie Lennon and just pushed down the ground by Slater. 138 for 2. Notts require 80 runs off 125 balls. So desperate for wickets or Sussex. That's driven. Fancy it went into the ground, and Archie Lennon diving away to his left, can't quite cut it off and goes to long off for a single. 139 for 2. Mead 56 of 76, very watchful, and Slater 76 of 90, equally as impressive. Both played some glorious cricket shots, and I like this change in field. Archie Lennon and Simpson going very attacking. No point just letting them tick along quite comfortably, make them hit the big shots. Brings long on up into the ring at mid-on. Lennon in, goes into the wicket, and it nearly resulted in something. Swish and a miss from Slater. Simpson takes the bails off. That's well bowled, googly, I fancy, and whether or not Slater picked it or not remains to be seen, but it's a very nice ball by Lennon. In again, and this one back of a length and off the back foot defended by Slater. Dot ball, 139 for 2. 4 balls bowled in this over. It's gone for 2. This is a good comeback. I like this field. I think they require 3.84. There's make him play difficult shots to get those runs. This one over pitch, and it's a leading edge, and it's going to land in no man's land, and it's going to roll out to Foreman out on the boundary. When it's your day, it's your day. Slower ball, well, not a slower ball, but tossed up a little bit slower by Lennon, and Slater looking to hit it over long on. Gets a leading edge. It loops into the gap between cover and point and goes for 1. He goes short to Hamid, who's cutting this straight at Rogers at backward point for a dot ball. So 30 overs have been bowled now. It's 140 for 2. Lennon, he can consider himself unlucky not to have picked up a wicket today. He really can.
I would agree. Ian Scales has been in touch. Ian lives in Findon. Got in touch earlier on to talk about where some of the missing players were. So he's saying, where is Ward, Hughes, Alsop and Robinson? Well, all of those players have been selected for the 100. Slight difference with Daniel Hughes, who was a batting replacement for the Southern Brave the other night for Finn Allen, the New Zealander, who will arrive. So Daniel just played 1 game for the Brave. In comes Foreman bowls, and Slater pushes that to mid-wicket, fielded there by Carter, and there is no run. Harrison Ward is playing for the Oval Invincibles. Tom Alsop is playing, I believe, for the Trent Rockets, as is Ollie Robinson. So lots of Sussex players involved in the 100. That's why they're not here, Ian. In comes Foreman, and played down the ground by Slater to mid-off as Henry Rogers runs into field. One more to the total, which goes to 141 for 2. Slater goes to 78. But you make a comment about... I'll just break off for a moment because we don't get much time between deliveries here from Bertie Foreman. That's probably the worst delivery he's bowled, to be honest. That was short and down the leg side, and I mean, he's just far too good a player to miss out on that. Just pulls the ball down to fine leg for a boundary. Lovely looking shot. And he goes to 60, the total 145 for 2. Yes, in terms of Sussex putting outside, Paul Farbrae said right from the beginning that this would be a competition where Sussex would give younger players an opportunity. In comes a Foreman and bowls. Hamid defends onto the onside, no run. But I don't think that means that the Sussex are waving the white flag in this competition at all. They'll be very keen to go well. They've done well in the Championship, well in the T20, and they'll be very keen to carry on that good form. But it's an opportunity to give the likes of Bertie Foreman and was pulled around to the leg side by Hamid. Just going to be a single. Footed out in the distance by, who's that way out there? Henry Crocombe gets in the throw. And there's been a lot of players for Sussex this season who haven't had an opportunity, so it's a really good opportunity, but I don't think that lessens the impact that Sussex would like to make in this competition. They didn't get enough runs today, was the problem, but they'll be looking to put that right, I'm sure, at Hove on Sunday against Warwickshire. Foreman, and again, bowls and worked by Slater to backward point. There is no run. And at the end of the over, it is Bertie Foreman has bowled 7 overs, 7 tidy overs, apart from that loose delivery in that over, 0 for 22. Derbyshire 146 for 2 after 31 overs.
There was a tidy over from Foreman. One bad ball.
Yeah.
It's really the only bad ball he's bowled all,
But I think
all game, really, isn't it?
Henry Crocombe coming back into the attack. And just finishing off Ian's question there, I think when you've got a lot of players who haven't played a lot of cricket this season, it's great to get them in for this competition. Doesn't mean to say that Sussex aren't going to take it seriously. I'm sure they are, and I'm sure they'll want to bounce back if they lose this game, which looks like they almost certainly will. Bounce back on Sunday against Warwickshire at Hove in front of what should be a good crowd. Good weather forecast, and these are professional cricketers who want to do well. So I'm sure that these younger players will be very keen to do that on Sunday. But thank you for your email, Ian. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk.
Crocombe.
Yeah.
Back into the attack. Pick of the bowlers so far. He's bowled beautifully.
Look how far John Simpson's standing back.
He is miles back. Nearly on the 30-yard circle. As Crocombe in and Mead just defending it off the front foot. No run.
Mm.
He bowled really sharply, didn't he? Did Crocombe does he? I think that's the beauty of this competition. If there is a full strength Sussex team, you probably don't see players like Henry Crocombe play. So it's really wonderful to see this. This is a slower ball by Crocombe, and Hamid just defends it off the front foot, 2 extra cover, dot ball. Because you think you've got Jofra Archer that has to come back in, Ollie Robinson. And
yes, I mean, sadly, Sussex see very, very little of
Archer and Robinson.
With both. We see more of with Ollie this year than we have of them for a while. But certainly with Jofra being centrally contracted, it means it's that England have first call.
Crocombe, can he pick up a wicket here? Goes into the wicket and it's left alone by Hamid, who has a brief look over his shoulder to the umpire to say, "Come on." But nope, I think that's the right decision. That's the right call. It's 1 for the over. You get two balls above shoulder height in 50 over cricket, I believe. You've still got 1 more. If it goes over head high, though, it is a no ball. So he still has 1 more ball. Does Crocombe. This one full
Shot.
And Hamid driving it forcefully out to mid-off. It's a dot ball.
He's a lovely cricketer, isn't he? I mean, beautifully played.
He really is lovely. He's sort of come into his own after leaving Lancashire, and coming down to Nottingham. He really has done well, given the captaincy at Notts. He's just sort of flourished, batting at 4 in this white ball team. Into the wicket, and Hamid just trying to cut that away. I think that will be the second for the over. Is the second for the over. Slower ball into the wicket. Hamid just trying to guide that one down to short third man. To third man, I beg your pardon. For a single. Goes through to Simpson. Sun is now out in full force again. It's absolutely glorious.
What a lovely day.
It's been an absolutely amazing day at Welbeck. Crocombe in and hit Hamid on the thigh pad. Just off a length, getting it to nip back. Hamid just off the front foot hits him on the thigh pad. That's a maiden over from Crocombe. He's bowled 7 overs, 1 for 25, and at the end of the 32nd, it's 146 for 2.
Yeah, I think he's been nice and tidy, really, as Henry Crocombe. Always difficult, isn't it, when you haven't got a lot of runs to play with. And 2 very classy players who are
playing very nicely.
There's no demons in the pitch. We there was a little bit there for the seamers early on, wasn't there? But I think our assessment was that Sussex never really had enough runs in the bank today. But for all of that, they haven't given up, and John Simpson certainly won't let that be the case.
No, he's just trying to squeeze a little bit here, isn't he? He's just bringing the players in now, and Long Off has now come into the circle, almost saying to Slater, look, go over the top, risk it if you really want to. 2 covers, so singles are quite hard to come by, unless it's a bad ball. And nope, Rogers is busy doing shutter runs. He's just been pushed back. He's been told to go back in. So Simpson's just keeping him on his toes. Yeah, and
I think this is good, isn't it? Bringing in your field, bringing your fielders into play. They're not just going to allow the singles to be taken. If Notts want to score the runs, they're going to have to get them in by piercing the field. In comes Foreman, bowls to Slater, who drives into the covers, footed by Clark, and there is no run. Foreman wanders back to his mark.
Got that very Nathan Lyon-esque hop and a skip before he bowls.
Bowls, and he gets a bottom edge on that. Does Ben Slater? Ball runs away down towards fine leg. He's going to pick up at least a couple. Unfortunate there was Archie Lennon.
He was.
Slater goes 2 7 to 80, 148 for 2. So 52 plus 17. What do they need? 69 to win. Slater waits. And Foreman is in. Bowls. Slater drives down the other side of the track. There is no run. If young players are going to learn, this is
the best way to learn.
Totally. You're playing cricket against good players on good wickets. And you see, it gives you a chance to see what these young players are made of.
Most definitely. It's such a steep learning curve, but a good learning curve nonetheless.
In comes Foreman driving his Slater out to the sweep on the cover boundary. Out there is Henry Crocombe, who gets in the throw. There's another single to Slater, who goes to 81, 149 for 2 here on BBC Radio Sussex. BBC Radio Nottingham. You may be watching via the live stream provided by Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club, because there's a really good crowd here at Welbeck. In comes Foreman over the wicket, bowls, and with a flick of the wrist, Hamid, who's all the time in the world, has played beautifully since he came in. These two coming to 150 up, by the way, 150 for 2. These two coming in when Notts were in a bit of trouble, 8 for 2, and we said at that stage, didn't we? If Sussex could get one of these two, you felt that they were really in the game. But these two have, batted really well.
They've just taken control of the game by the scruff of the neck.
Yep.
Could have gone one or two ways at that stage. They could have gone bang, 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 and found themselves 30 for 3, 40 for 4, and in a bit of trouble.
Foreman in and bowls and cut away by Slater. More runs here. In fact, that could be 4 runs. It was slightly wide, and Henry Crocombe is pretty rapid across the ground, but he can't cut that off. And Slater pummeled that one away through backward point. Lovely shot, 154 for 2 at the end of Bertie Foreman's over. And barring some sort of a miracle here, Sussex are slipping to defeat, and this could be a pretty convincing victory for Nottinghamshire.
They will be very happy with how they've performed so far. And a couple of the Welbeck faithful will be saying they should have been playing it all along.
Well, we've got another game here against Yorkshire on
They do,
Sunday, when I think the weather forecast across the country is set fair. So,
which would be lovely.
yeah, so well done to Welbeck, and I'm sure, you're getting all these marquees and everything up. It's a shame if it's just for one day, isn't it? So if you've got
Exactly.
them up for a couple of days, I think it's brilliant.
Absolutely.
Are the other two games back at Trent Bridge?
No, I believe they're away for a couple, and then they should be back at Trent Bridge.
Yeah,
then,
for
yes.
the other, yeah.
It's Crocombe in, slower ball and guided down to third man by Hamid. Actually not entirely sure. They should be back at Trent Bridge.
Yeah, for the final games.
Yep, they are back at Trent Bridge for the final games. So, home away from home, Welbeck. And so far, so good at this very moment in time. Slater 85. Hamid 63, score 155 for 2. Earlier on, Sussex got bowled out for 216. Fletcher, Pittman. This one is just dropped into the offside, nearly dragged onto the stumps, but not to be so far for Crocombe, who's safe to say is running hard all afternoon, and he's been brilliant. He's changed it up. He's tried things. He's gone bounces. He's gone slower balls. He's gone back of a length. He's looked to go full at times. He's really hasn't died wondering, is this one bouncer pulled away? Is it in the gap? It's good work out there. Who's that? It is Finn Hudson Prentice. Brilliant work, Finn Hudson Prentice, out on the boundary. He's a handy fielder. Him and I used to have competitions all the time when we were at the ground staff at Lords. So he's a very good fielder, and he's done well there, running around to his left. He's done even better. I thought they got back for 2. He's kept it down to 1, so fantastic fielding.
Very good.
156 for 2. Brings Hamid back onto strike, and I think that's going to be a no ball, is it?
I think it is, yeah. It ballooned, didn't it, over?
It did. Slower ball into the deck, just ballooned, didn't it? Right over Hasib Hamid's head. Simpson just taking it on the half volley there. 158 for 2. 59 runs to win. 99 balls with 8 wickets in hand. So
yeah.
Very much in the pound seats. Crocombe goes hard length, and Hamid defending out 2 extra cover. Dot ball.
Yeah, I mean, Notts will feel they win this game. If they could beat Yorkshire here on Sunday,
2 from 3, they'll be quite happy.
You feel you're right in the competition. And games do come thick and fast in this competition. I mean, it's all over within a couple of weeks in terms of the group stages.
Correct. Final at Trent Bridge as well, is it not?
It was last year, I believe it is, yes.
Crocombe in to Hamid, who's driving this through the covers. That is a glorious cricket shot.
Yeah, I love it.
They should get back for 2, but that's on the up. Just stood on top of the bounce, driven it straight through the covers. That is such a difficult cricket shot to play. And Hamid looks like he's made Crocombe look like he's thrown an underarm full toss in as a warm-up ball there. That is a fantastic ball that a Crocombe's bowled there. Really difficult shot to play from Hamid. Shows his class. 160 for 257 runs to win. It's a slower ball by Crocombe, and just guided down to third man, where Hamid will steal the strike, and it's a 161 for 2 after 34.
Yes. And well, 1 or 2 spectators have just started to drift away. I think they feel that the result is almost inevitable here. See a gentleman over there just packing up his bag, but these people are staying, and they love. Why wouldn't you stay? Lovely sunny afternoon, and the Notts faithful will be very pleased with the way their side has played here today. Now we're going to get a change in the bowling, and he's just trying everything he can here. Is John Simpson? He's bringing Tom Clark into the attack to bowl his medium pacers. 39 plus 17. What's that? 58 needed to win for Nottinghamshire. But I would say Tom Clark bowls brisk medium pace. So we'll.
Would you say he's a bit quicker than Ibrahim?
Yes. a similar-ish speed, but I didn't think Danny posed quite enough problems.
No.
Comes Clark, running it over the wicket. Bowls and turned by Hamid down to deep backward square. Picks up a comfortable single. Hamid goes to 64, I think that is.
It is 64.
It's just a little behind the screen there, isn't it?
This is
the score.
The 7th bowler that Simpson has used.
And I think fair play to John Simpson. He sort of juggled things around, hasn't he?
He's tried different things and chopped and changed it. Wasn't from a lack of trying.
No, I think that's all you could do, isn't it, in that situation? Clark around the wicket, bowls short and pulled away down towards fine leg. That's going to race away for at least a couple of runs, possibly more. Very quickly round the boundary. Out there is, who's that all the way out there? It might be Eric Carvelos down there. No, Eric Carvelos is here at mid-on.
Dan Ibrahim.
Is it? Well spotted. Your eyesight's better than mine. You've never seen him play before, so well done you.
Lucky guess. It's a lucky guess.
Well, I know. 2 more to the total. 164 for 2. 2 more to Slater, who's on 88. Clark in bowls, and Slater seems to have all the time in the world to pay that to backward point, and there is no run.
Archie Lennon just bowling it out to Rogers at mid-off. Wonder if we'll see. It looks like he's going through his warm-up, so could be seeing him bowl from the bowls club end.
Yeah. Clark in bowls up on his toes is Slater. What he's done very well today, or both of these players I feel have done for Nottinghamshire, is that they found the gaps. They've picked up the singles. They haven't needed to smash the ball around the ground. They've just picked up the 1s and the 2s. It's been a very good display by 2 very experienced players. Not chasing a big total. Sometimes you can get a little bogged down, can't you? Chasing a smaller total, but these two, there was early alarms with 2 wickets going down, but since then they've both batted really nicely. Clark pulled away, and that's going to be 4 runs. 2 short from Tom Clark, and he looks a really fine player. I mean, he just belted that one away through mid-on for 4 runs. Lovely shot. He goes to 71 and 169 for 2, and Notts are beginning to close in rapidly on this score.
They are indeed 48 runs left to win for them to open their account in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. They missed out on the quarterfinals last year. They finished 5th. So they'll be looking to go one better this year.
Clark in again. Bowls pulled away and more runs here. Down towards fine leg. It's just going to be a single. No, they're coming back for a second run. Racing around the boundary, way down in the distance there. I think that's Henry Rogers. But a couple more runs, and I mean, suddenly looks like he's in a bit of a hurry here.
He does indeed.
End of Tom Clark's over. An expensive over from Tom Clark, 171 for 2 of 35 overs. So, what's that, 10 off the over?
10 off the over.
Yeah, so now just 29 plus 17, it's like 46
to win.
Yeah. You said you weren't very good at maths.
It's only at the bottom of the
there
screen.
we are, well done. I've only just spotted that.
Oh, you know what? I could have had you on there. I could have gone, no, I'm good at math.
Yeah.
No, I've just got good numbers and it's all down there.
I would have known.
Archie Lennon back into the attack. What Notts will be thinking about here is net run rate can play a bit of a part.
No, definitely.
So if they can get these runs as quickly as they can,
no, certainly
would really help them out. Lennon to Slater, who's late cutting this away, and that will be 4. Googly pushed across. Slater just helped on its way, cut it past slip. Slater moves to 93. 42 runs to win here. And they are going along very nicely, these two. They have put in an exhibition on how to bat and how to chase.
Certainly have. Very good.
Brilliant batting. Slater eyeing up yet again another 100. It's in here by Lennon, and Slater defending off the front foot. It's a better length. It's well bowled by the young leg spinner.
Yeah.
Ben Slater, 93, 175 for 2. They have been very good today. 42 runs required. Lennon into the wicket, well bowled again. Slater off the front foot, flicking it out to mid-wicket. Dot ball. Like that from Lennon.
Yep. In his 6th over. I think he's bowled better than that.
He has bowled better than that. He's been a little bit unlucky with a couple of nicks and things like that. This one is, again, off the outside half of the bat, and on the one bounce to Carvalhos at backward point. Dot ball. Slater just looking to force the issue. Mid-off and mid-on, both in the circle. So the only men out on the boundary are deep square leg and sweeper on the offside. So making life a bit difficult. Lennon into the wicket again, and this time flicked off the back foot by Slater. Crocombe running around, and you don't take on his arm. If you take on his arm, I think you'll be out by 19 yards. 176 for 2. Slater 94. Brings the captain, Hasib Hamid, to strike. He sets up. He's got a short and wide one from Lenham, and he's cut it out for one to the offside boundary. 177 for 2. At the end of the 36th, the same stage, it was 148 for 6 was Sussex. So
yeah.
Vast difference.
Yeah.
Vast differences. Still going to see Tom Clark.
Yeah. And that's the difference, isn't it? You know, Sussex just didn't really have enough runs here today.
No, you did call it straight away. You said they're well short.
Yeah. In comes Tom Clark coming into bowl time. He's on his way. He's got a big, thick outside edge, and well, it's not your day. It's not your day. But I think he's
Hamid's in a hurry here.
Yeah, he's batted beautifully, and I think it's a very good point you make. I mean, he's on 75, 178 for 2. You know, you never know about bad weather and that sort of thing later in the competition. You know, there's an opportunity here to really do your net run rate, a power of good.
Almost like an extra point, isn't it?
Oh, totally. In comes Clark, bowls to Slater, who just plays that away into the offside. There is no, absolutely.
How many times have we seen over the years? Now that would be a fantastic stat, and I have no idea how he could get that up. How many times have teams missed out because of net run rate, or the game gets rained out?
Most definitely.
It'd be fantastic stat to find.
In comes Clark for bowls, and Slater just eases that one. And again, it's just picking up that comfortable single, which they've just done throughout.
They've done all game, haven't they? They've
Yes, they have.
been able to rotate the strike quite freely, quite comfortably. Been very good. 179 for 238 runs required. Hamid 75 and Slater 95. Perhaps Hamid feels like he wants to get his 100.
Clark in bowls to Hamid, who pulls that one away onto the leg side. There's a long chase out towards the leg side boundary. Charging around that leg side boundary is Henry Crocombe, who gets in the throw, but it's 2 more comfortable runs for Hamid, who goes to 77, 181 for 2. And what has to be said, I think Nottinghamshire are coasting to victory here.
They are absolutely coasting. These two have looked the real deal.
Clark in bowls, and I mean, he's just enjoying himself out here now as he just works the ball down to third man and picks up a comfortable single. He goes to 78, and Nottinghamshire to 182 for 2. One more ball remaining in this over, so just 18 plus 17, 35 needed to win. The only shame is, you say, for a really good crowd here, they'd perhaps like a slight. I mean, they'll be delighted Nottinghamshire have won, so maybe it doesn't matter. But I think they'd have liked to have a slightly closer contest. Clark in bowls, pulled away by Slater down to deep backward square, picks up another single. One more to the total, 183 for 2. Slater to within 4 of his 100. You must pick up commentary when, in fact, he's going to be on strike now, so you might want to call this 100 when it comes around, because I'm sure it will. 37 overs gone, 183 for 2.
Ben Slater, 4 from what would be his 7th 100 in this format of the game. I know I've mentioned it a few times, but he really does love playing 50 over cricket for Nottinghamshire.
Well,
This will only do his average the world of good, which was already a very healthy 52. Here he is to Lennon, and just playing this one casually off the back foot and turning it round the corner. Trots down to the other end, moves to 97, score ticks along to 184 for 2. Hamid on 78, 34 runs to win. So in theory, my math is correct, which even I can get that right.
Yeah.
They are both able to get to their tons. Both have played absolutely gloriously this afternoon, especially considering when they came in, when these two were at the crease together at the very start, they were in a big spot.
Yeah, they were, totally.
8 for 2,
Yeah.
and under serious pressure of could be going 2-0. Lennon in, well bowled. I like that from Lennon, a little bit slower.
Yeah.
And just left outside the off stump by Hamid. He hasn't got it to spin that much, has Lennon. Would have really liked.
I think it's a good pitch, isn't it?
It's slowly starting to look like it's a really good wicket. Lennon in slower. Hamid drives through the covers. He's going to get a single. Throw comes in from Crocombe all along the floor. Double bounce. Hamid moves to 79. 185 for 2. Slater 97 for 115. 32 runs to win. He sits here waiting for the approach. He's cut this one from Lennon out to. I'm going to start calling him the Eagle.
I'm sure he'd like that, Bertie Foreman.
Bertie Foreman, the Eagle, swoops in. Fantastic fielding technique.
Yeah.
I love it. Really, really good. 186 for 2, and Hamid just lets this delivery from Archie Lennon just go through to the keeper. Just no need to take a risk.
No, none at all.
They're cruising. They need 31 of 73 balls.
Yeah.
So no danger of running out of balls here. Lennon in, that's a good length, and driven out into the covers again. It's a really, really good ball, that. I know Hamid's played that really nicely, but it is a fantastic delivery. Archie Lennon finishes that over. He's bowled 7 overs, 0 for 37. After 38, it's a 187 for 2. And we're going to have a change in bowling. We're going to have Ari Carvalhos brought back into the attack.
Well, I think as a skipper, John Simpson has done pretty much everything that he can, really. He's juggled the bowling around. I'm pleased to see that he's given the young spinners every opportunity in this game. But as I say, I think when Sussex sit down, I think the analysis would be fairly straightforward. They didn't get enough runs. I don't think you can really score 216 in a 50 over game. I mean, they had Notts 8 for 2, but 2 class players on a good pitch have, really put that score in some sort of context, I think. Ari Carvalhos runs away from us, coming into bowl to Hasim Hamid, who pulls that one away, and he's going to pick up a boundary. Is he? No, it's just going to run short. Henry Crocombe picks up and fields and gets in there. It does look like a man. Maybe he's going for his 100, Hamid. He goes to 82. 189 for 2 in the Test match. The West Indies now 254 for 8.
Well, they've lost a couple quite quickly now.
Yeah, they have 3 for Wokes, 3 for Atkinson, 2 for Wood. Holder out for 59, De Silva for 49. So England in the ascendancy in the Test match, as in comes Carvalhos. He's in and bowls, and he just steers this one through square leg. He's looking for 2. It isn't really there, as Tolhag has to run back to field. picks up a comfortable single. There's no respite in this competition. I mean, Sussex won't be getting back to the south coast till probably, I think, Friday night traffic, probably 10, 11 o'clock tonight. And then,
Late one.
Yeah.
Saturday. They have Saturday off?
I don't know. I think they might well try. I don't know. They might have a net or something in the after. I don't know.
Late afternoon.
And then Warwickshire coming up. I have to check that Warwickshire score because that was a game with lots of wickets. As in comes Carvelos bowls and defended on the offside by Slater. And there is no run. I'm going to have to do an update in a moment for the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex. Just look at Leicestershire's score. Warwickshire cruising to victory, 64 for 2. So Warwickshire. Will that make it 2 wins out of 2 for Warwickshire?
That will make it 2 wins out of 2.
Yeah, so they'll come
Ed
to
Barnard heroics in the first game.
Yeah, so they'll come to Hove very much the form side on Sunday. Still an opportunity to bounce back for Sussex. There's Carvelos back to his mark. Runs away from us in and bowls and driven away by Slater. Picks up just the single. Actually, I should have given it to you because Slater's now on 99.
No,
If he'd have gone to it, no. That's the way we do things. So 9 plus 17, was that 26 needed to win?
Hamid 83, Slater now 99, 191 for 2.
Oh, there's the scoreboard. Thank you very
The
much.
scoreboard's just been panned out, the old scoreboard. Beautiful.
Carvelos bowls to Hamid, who clips this one away through square leg and picks up another comfortable single. Does Hamid, is he going to pinch the strike? No, one more ball to go. So over to you, Kyle, because this could be the moment.
Could be indeed. Ari Carvalhos, 1 for 32. This is a 6th over, so just under 6s.
Yeah.
The moment. Slater at the minute, 99 not out. He's been absolutely fantastic. And Simpson just recognising that and bringing the fielders up into the ring just to make that single that much harder to get. Carvalhos steaming in. In he goes to Slater, who's pulling it away, hooking it away. That will be 100. And it will go to 4 as well. Ben Slater, fist pump to the crowd, points to the crowd. That is a fantastic knock. That is an amazing knock. Ben Slater, take a bow. Welbeck, you have been treated to one of the all-time knocks. That's fantastic batting. Ben Slater, absolutely glorious. Name rings out over the speakers here at Welbeck Cricket Ground. 103 off 119 balls, 13 fours, 144 minutes. The strike rate of 86.5. Absolutely phenomenal. That is his 7th 100 in this format of the game. Incredible.
Well, quality knock, wasn't it? Steadied the ship when knots were 8 for 2. But these two have just built the partnership from there. I'm going to have to go and give an update, but well batted Ben Slater.
Archie Lennon into captain Hasib Hamid, who's pushing this through the offside and have a trot through for a single. Knots next in action on Sunday, where I will be here for that. Another wonderful trip down to Welbeck. 197 for 2. We're taking on Yorkshire's. Archie Lennon has just false started there. Speaking of false starting, opening ceremony at the Olympics has taken place today in Paris. We wish all the athletes there best of luck. Archie Lennon here, and he is to Slater, who's defending off the front foot, fresh off taking his new helmet off and celebrating, as early on in the innings he did get rapped on the head by Henry Crocombe. The new helmet obviously fits quite nicely. Here he is. Lennon in, goes short and cut away by Slater, and that's going to go for another boundary. Well, they're on a hurry here or not. They want to get this done. Short and wide by Lennon, and just cut away nice and late by Ben Slater. It's the 200 up 4 knots, 201 for 2. It's come in the 40th over. They have absolutely walking this now. 16 runs required to win. Slater just defending this off the front foot for a dot ball. Archie Lenham, I think he's deserved a wicket today. Has bowled really well. Toiled away, they all have. This is a push down the ground and fielded by the bowler from Ben Slater. 201 for 2. Yorkshire the next to visit this lovely club ground. Ben Slater joins. Get back to that in a minute as Archie Lennon in off the back foot and defended out to mid-wicket. Dot ball. End of the 40th over. It's 201 for 2. So 16 runs required. Hamid requires 15 for his 100. So can he potentially get to that? Oh, you wait and see. There'll be what? 5 or probably about 6, 7, 800 people wanting that to happen as Carvalhais goes in short to Hamid, who's hammering this for 6. It's gone all the way. Raise your arms. There we go. It's gone for 6. Slow ball by Carvalhais. Hamid picks it up and it goes for half a dozen. Well, that will help. Out of the 16 runs, out of the 15 runs that Hamid requires, he's just got 6. He moves into the 90s. 10 to win. 207 for 2. I think that's the second 6 of the game. Both going over deep mid-wicket. So, Carvalhais into Hamid, who's hammering this down the ground, and that's 4 more. 10 off 2 balls. He's in a hurry to finish it this over. He's in a hurry to get his 100 this over. 6 runs will do it. The partnership is over 200 now, so that's the 200-run partnership. I remind you that these two came to the crease at 8 for 2. They are currently 211 for 2. This has been an absolutely mammoth partnership put on by these two statesmen, with Notts' most experienced players in the middle order. Hamid 95, 211 for 2. Hamid goes downtown. Hamid goes for 4 more. He requires 1 more. Here we go. He's going to do it in style. Notts require 2. Hamid requires 1. Wow. Fantastic batting. Really is. In all honesty, that's an absolutely outrageous cricket shot, Hassan Hamid. That did not deserve to go straight down the ground. That's incredible cricket. Notts require 2 to open up their campaign. Hamid requires 1. Carvalhais, can he stop him? In he goes. Hamid defending it to mid-wicket, dot ball. Anticlimactic that was. 2 runs to win. This is an emphatic little knock. Hassan Hamid 99 off 111 balls. Accompanied by Ben Slater, who's on 107 off 124. So, Harry Carvalhais, who wears the number 36, starts running in away from me. Hamid defending, flicks off the... And that will be his 100. He flicks it to deep square leg. Everyone around Welbeck gets out of their chairs on the banks, around the ground to applaud Hassan Hamid's 100. It's a fantastic knock. It's a captain's knock from Hamid. He's led from the front. He led from the front in the field with his fielding, his bowling changes, and he walked out there with Notts in a bit of trouble at 8 for 2, and he has put on an incredible partnership. 8 4s and 1 6, striking at 89. He's been out there for 136 minutes. Unbelievable knock, Hamid, and Notts require 1 to win. Here he is, Carvalhais, and this is pushed into the offside, and that's going to be a dot ball. So, the end of the 41st, Notts at 216 for 2. It's a big over that. 15 runs coming from it. All 15 coming off the bat of Hasib Hamid. That is his 3rd 100. in this form of the game. Absolutely incredible batting by Hamid. He really has been a joy to watch today. Not taking anything away from Ben Slater. He has also been absolutely incredible. Hamid on strike now. Archie Lennon in. This is short, wide, cut away and cut straight to cover. Dot ball. So still require one to win, not 216 for two. Sussex got bowled out for 216. Two fantastic knocks from these two. Archie Lennon in, and Hamid is defending this off the front foot. No run. So Hasib Hamid, unless he's going to block out this over and allow Ben Slater to hit the winning runs, well, you're doing this, as this is also defended off the front foot by Hamid. Dot ball. Good bowling, Archie Lennon.
Yep. I think he'll be dancing down the wicket in a minute.
I can just see it run down the wicket, inside out over extra cover or something like that.
I think so.
Lennon, long approach into the wicket. Hamid drives, and that's the winning runs. Notts get off the mark in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. Beautiful batting, Hamid and Slater. The winning runs come off the captain's bat, and well, it's safe to say he's played a captain's innings. He finishes on 101 not out. Slater also on 101 not out, and Notts have won their opening game of the tournament against the Sussex Sharks, who earlier on today were bowled out for 216, and they win by 8 wickets.
Well, a convincing victory, wasn't it, for Nottinghamshire? We rather feared that Sussex may not have enough runs, and in 8 for 2, briefly, Sussex hopes were raised, but really two quality players, Ben Slater and Hasim Hamid, have really steered Notts to a very convincing victory. And to be honest, Kyle, I thought from quite a long way out, unless Sussex could take a wicket, it all looked rather inevitable. It looks like a decent track, fast outfield, and I think the story of the day, Sussex just didn't have enough runs in the bank. So well played, Nottinghamshire, deserved winners on the day. Thank you to you. It's been great fun. Thoroughly enjoyed it.
Thank you.
And thank you to everybody here at Welbeck and the team behind the production, because it's been really impressive and it's been a real treat to come here and watch the game today.
No, thank you to everyone that has managed to put this game on. It's been an absolute fantastic showcase of outground cricket, and it's been a fantastic display of batting by Hamid and Slater, as well as some fantastic bowling displays from Fletcher and Pittman. But from Welbeck Cricket Club, from Adrian and Kyle, Notts get their first win of the Metro Bank One Day Cup, and they beat the Sussex Sharks by 8 wickets. We'll see you here on Sunday against Yorkshire. Thank you, and have a lovely rest of your afternoon.
Okay, I've managed to drag him out of the dressing room. Ben Slater, congratulations first of all. What is it about this format that you just love?
I don't know really. I'm a bit disappointed with how I did last year. Didn't do great for the standards I set myself in my career in this in this format for a couple of reasons, but I really wanted to come in this year and do what I've done my whole career, and happy to have started with the second game with 100 and more importantly a win after a disappointing result the other night.
I mean, how important was that? Like, I spoke to Hass at the start of the day and he talked about bouncing back and, you know, kind of putting the Leicester defeat to one side, but really kind of start our home campaign as it is with a win. And well, to be fair, you two have done that. But how nice is it to actually get that victory?
I think obviously it's crucial in it, especially after the last game and losing how we did. I think obviously to come here and do it so comprehensively as well, I think it'll give us massive confidence moving forward.
And for you, obviously out there from the beginning, lost a couple of early wickets, 8 for 2 I think we were at one point. What were you thinking at that point? A little bit of nerves and thinking maybe here we go again?
I don't necessarily think it's here we go again, because I think we showed in that wicket how we bowled that there was enough in it for the bowlers. So there might have always been wickets in it. I think we bowled really well to restrict them to what we did, but I think you just got to accept when you come here that it is going to help the bowlers. So it wasn't a case of panicking. We just had to stay calm and just try and do what we do really, and just take each ball as it comes. Helps it was only 216. If it was a bit more, obviously probably have to try a few different things, but luckily I got off to a nice start and able to keep it moving.
Now you've been out there in the middle with Hass in many formats for a long time, but how nice was it to be out there with the captain? I mean, you know, 100 from him as well. He kind of put the foot down on the pedal at the end there to get his 100, but how nice was it for you to be out there, because you have been out there, like I say, in many formats for many times?
Yeah, obviously it's different here. Obviously we're not opening together, usually opening when Ducky's not here in the Champo, but obviously when he comes in, it's a familiar face at the other end, and we've had some good partnerships, so he's obviously very calm, and the captain, so you know what you're going to get with him, and obviously he's a good player, so he takes the pressure off me at times, and I went through a spell of not scoring, he was scoring, and vice versa, so I think we dovetailed well throughout the innings, and when there was 50, I said, how many do you need? 15, and we needed 60, and he's like, if it's meant to be, it's meant to be, and then he went ballistic in that last over, so I think he wanted it, obviously, but so it's nice for us to both get there to the milestone and have a partnership like that.
Your 7th 100 in this format, your family's here, they always come here. Just how nice is it to get that 100 in front of your family as well? Yeah,
like I said, obviously disappointed with how I did last year. I've always done relatively well in this format. So
don't start with a negative, start with a positive. So you've just contributed, come on.
So yeah, obviously pleased, and I've left a few runs out there as well in this comp. I've had a couple of 90s as well, so should have had a couple more hundreds on top of that. But so it's always nice when you get there and you tick another one off.
Next game comes round quickly, here once again on Sunday against the Yorkshire Vikings. How important is it that we follow it up on Sunday and gain a little bit of momentum in this competition? Yeah,
definitely. I think we've used this as to our advantage as well. To our advantage, they'll have never been here before. We know what it does. So yeah, I think if we can win again, it'll stand us in good stead, and hopefully we can go on a roll for the next couple of weeks.
Well, I wish you well on Sunday. Congratulations once again. Would you just like to sign off to everybody on Trent Bridge Live?
Have a good evening, everyone. Goodbye.
See you on Sunday.
See you on Sunday.
Bye, everybody. See you on Sunday.